Chapter 1, in which Phileas Fogg and Passepartout accept each other, the one as master, the other as man. In the year 1872, Mr. Phileas Fogg lived at number 7, Savile Row, in Burlington Gardens, London. This was the same house where Sheridan died in 1814. Mr. Fogg was one of the most well-known members of the Reform Club. Still, he did not try to be noticed. He did not like attention. He was a quiet and private man. People did not know much about him. They only knew that he was a polite man, and he knew how to behave in society. Some people said he looked like the poet Byron. They said his head looked like Byron's head. But Mr. Fogg had a beard, and he was calm and peaceful. He looked like a quiet Byron, like a man who could live a very long time and never look old. Mr. Fogg was clearly an Englishman. But people were not sure if he was truly a London man. People did not see him at the stock exchange. They did not see him at the bank. They did not see him in the business offices of the City of London. No ships came into London docks that belonged to him. He did not have a public job. He was not connected to the law courts. He was not a lawyer, and he was not known at the Temple, Lincoln's Inn, or Gray's Inn. People never heard him speak in the courts. He was not known as a maker of goods, so he was not a manufacturer. He was not known as a merchant. He was not known as a farmer. His name was also not common in science groups or learned groups. People did not see him taking part in meetings at the Royal Institution, the London Institution, the Artisans' Association, or the Institution of Arts and Sciences. In fact, he did not belong to any of the many groups in London. London had many clubs and societies, even strange ones. There were music groups and groups for insect study. But Mr. Fogg did not join them. He belonged to only one club. He was a member of the Reform Club, and that was all. How did he get into this special club? It was simple. The Barings, a powerful banking family, recommended him. Mr. Fogg had open credit with them. He wrote checks, and the bank paid them at once. His account always had enough money. Was Phileas Fogg rich? Yes, he was rich. People who knew him agreed on that. But even people who knew him well could not guess how he made his money. They did not know where his fortune came from. And Mr. Fogg was the last person to ask about it. He did not like to talk about himself. He was not a man who wasted money. But he was not a man who was mean with money either. When he knew that money was needed for a good and kind purpose, he gave it. He gave it quietly. Sometimes he even gave it without putting his name on it. He did not want praise. Mr. Fogg was a very uncommunicative man. He spoke very little. Because he spoke so little, he seemed even more mysterious. People could watch his daily life easily because he lived in a very regular way. But everything he did was always the same as before. He did the same things day after day. This made curious people confused. They could not find any change in him. Had he travelled? Many people thought he had. He seemed to know the world very well. People felt that there was no place too far or too hidden for him to know. When members of the club talked about lost travellers or unknown trips, Mr. Fogg sometimes corrected them. He used only a few clear words. He said what was most likely true. And later, events often proved that he was right. It seemed almost like he had a second sight. People thought he must have travelled everywhere. Maybe he travelled in real life, or maybe he travelled in his mind and learning. But he understood the world. Still, one thing seemed certain. Phileas Fogg had not been away from London for many years. People who knew him better than others said, No one can say they have seen him anywhere else. They believed he was always in London. His only hobbies were reading newspapers and playing whist. Whist is a card game. It is quiet, and people do not need to talk much. That matched Mr. Fogg's nature. He often won money at whist. But he did not put the winnings into his own pocket. He saved that money for charity. Mr. Fogg did not play to win money. He played because he liked the game itself. To him, it was a kind of contest. It was like a struggle with a difficult problem. It was a calm struggle without loud movement. This kind of quiet challenge suited him. Mr. Fogg was not known to have a wife. He was not known to have children. That can happen even to very honest people. But something else was more unusual. He was not known to have relatives or close friends. He lived alone in his house in Savile Row. No one went deep into his house. Only one servant worked there, and that was enough. Mr. Fogg did not eat breakfast or dinner at home. He ate at the Reform Club. He ate at exact times. The times were fixed like numbers in mathematics. He always ate in the same room. He sat at the same table. He never ate with other club members. He never brought a guest to eat with him. At exactly midnight, he went home. Then he went to bed at once. He did not use the comfortable rooms in the Reform Club that some members used to rest. He did not stay there overnight. He always went back to Savile Row. Out of each day of 24 hours, he spent 10 hours at Savile Row. In those 10 hours, he slept or he got ready and cleaned himself and dressed. When he decided to walk, he did it in a regular way. He walked in the entrance hall where there was a mosaic floor. Or he walked in a circular gallery. The gallery had a dome. The dome was held up by 20 red porphyry columns in the Ionic style. Blue painted windows gave light to the place. When he ate at the club gave him very good food. The kitchens, the pantries, the dairy, and everything in the club helped to fill his table with rich food. Serious waiters served him. They wore dress coats and their shoes had soft soles. They offered food in special porcelain dishes and on fine linen. The club's decanters held his drinks, sherry, port, and claret with cinnamon. Ice cooled his drinks. The ice was expensive and it came from the lakes in America. If living like this is strange, then people had to admit that this kind of strange life also had something good in it. The house in Savile Row was not grand and showy, but it was very comfortable. Mr. Fogg's habits did not ask for many servants. One servant was enough. But Mr. Fogg demanded something important from that one servant. He demanded perfect speed and perfect regularity. The servant had to be very quick and always on time, almost like a superhuman. On this day, the 2nd of October, Mr. Fogg had dismissed his servant, James Foster. The reason was simple. James Foster had brought shaving water at 84 degrees Fahrenheit, but Mr. Fogg wanted it at 86 degrees. Because of this small mistake, Mr. Fogg sent him away. Now Mr. Fogg was waiting for the new servant. The new servant was supposed to arrive between 11 o'clock and 11:30. Mr. Fogg was sitting straight in his armchair. His feet were close together like a soldier standing on parade. His hands rested on his knees. His body was straight. His head was up. He was watching a complicated clock. The clock showed hours, minutes, seconds, days, months, and years. At exactly 11:30, Mr. Fogg would leave Savile Row, as he did every day. He would go to the Reform Club. Just then, someone knocked at the door of the comfortable room where Mr. Fogg sat today. James Foster, the servant who had been dismissed, came in. The new servant, he said. A young man of about 30 came forward and bowed. "You are French, I believe," asked Mr. Fogg, "and your name is John." "Jean, if monsieur pleases," the new man answered. "Jean Passepartout. People call me Passepartout because I easily move from one job to another. I believe I am honest, monsieur. And to speak openly, I have done many kinds of work." Then he began to tell his story. He said he had been a travelling singer. He said he had been a circus rider. He said he could jump and do tricks, and he could dance on a rope. Then he became a teacher of gymnastics, so he could use his skills. Later he became a sergeant fireman in Paris. He helped in many big fires. Then, 5 years ago, he left France. He wanted a quiet home life. So he came to England and worked as a valet. But he did not feel he was in the right place. Then he heard that Monsieur Phileas Fogg was the most exact and most regular gentleman in the United Kingdom. So he came to Mr. Fogg. He hoped to live a calm life with him. He hoped to forget even the name Passepartout. "Passepartout suits me," Mr. Fogg said. "You are recommended to me, and I hear good things about you. You know my conditions." "Yes, monsieur," said Passepartout. "Good. What time is it?" asked Mr. Fogg. "It is 22 minutes after 11, Passepartout answered. He pulled out a very large silver watch from deep in his pocket. "You are too slow," said Mr. Fogg. "Pardon, monsieur," said Passepartout. "That is impossible. You are for minutes too slow," Mr. Fogg replied. "It does not matter. I only note the mistake. Now, from this moment, 29 minutes after 11 in the morning, on this Wednesday, the 2nd of October, you are in my service." Mr. Fogg stood up. He took his hat in his left hand. He put it on his head in a quick, automatic way. He left the room without saying another word. Passepartout heard the street door close once. That was his new master leaving the house. Then he heard the street door close again. That was James Foster leaving in his turn. Passepartout stayed alone in the house in Savile Row. Chapter 2, in which Passepartout is convinced that he has at last found his ideal. "Faith," said Passepartout, and he felt a little nervous, "I have seen people at Madame Tussaud's who look as alive as my new master. The people at Madame Tussaud's are made of wax. Many people visit them in London. They look like real people. Only one thing is missing: they cannot speak." During his short meeting with Mr. Fogg, Passepartout watched him with care. Mr. Fogg looked about 40 years old. He had a fine face, handsome features, and a tall, well-shaped body. His hair was light, and his whiskers were also light. His forehead was firm and had no lines. His face was rather pale. His teeth were very fine. His face had what some people call rest while acting. This means he could act and do things, but he did not show strong feelings on his face. He was the kind of man who does things more than he talks. He was calm and quiet. He was not easily excited. He had a clear eye. Mr. Fogg looked like a perfect example of English calm, like the calm people Angelica Kauffmann painted in her pictures. When you saw him in his everyday life, he seemed perfectly balanced. He seemed as exactly controlled as a Leroy chronometer, a very exact clock. Phileas Fogg was exact in everything. He was exact like a living rule. You could even see it in his hands and feet, because in people, like in animals, the body can show feelings. Mr. Fogg was so exact that he was never in a hurry. He was always ready. He saved energy in his steps and in his movements. He never took one step too many. He always went to where he wanted to go by the shortest way. He did not move his hands for no reason. He was never seen to be upset or shaken. He was the most slow and careful man in the world, but he still arrived exactly on time. He lived alone. In a way, he lived outside society and outside social ties. He knew that in this world there is friction, meaning small troubles and conflicts with other people, and friction makes things slow. So he did not rub against anybody. He avoided contact that could cause trouble. Passepartout was very different. He was a true Parisian from Paris. He had left his country and come to England. He came to work as a valet, a servant in a house. He looked for a master that he could really like. But he could not find one. Passepartout was not one of those silly, rude servants in Molière's plays with a bold stare and a nose held high. No, he was an honest man. He had a pleasant face. His lips were a little forward. He was gentle in his ways and helpful in his work. He had a good round head, the kind you like to see on a friend. His eyes were blue. His skin was red and healthy. His body was a bit fat, but strong and well built. His body was muscular. He was physically strong because he had done many exercises when he was younger. His brown hair was a little messy. People say the old sculptors knew 18 ways to arrange Minerva's hair. But Passepartout knew only one way to fix his own hair. He used a big tooth comb. 3 strokes of the comb, and he was ready. It was hard to guess how Passepartout's lively spirit would fit with Mr. Fogg. No one could tell if the new servant would become as methodical as Mr. Fogg needed. Only experience could answer that. Passepartout, in his early years, had been like a wanderer. He moved from place to place. Now he wanted rest and a calm life. But he could not find it, even though he had already worked in 10 English houses. He could not take root in any of them. He felt unhappy about this. He found that his masters were always strange and irregular. They were always running around the country or always looking for adventure. His last master was young Lord Longferry, a member of Parliament. This lord often spent his nights in the Haymarket taverns. Many times he was brought home in the morning on the shoulders of policemen. Passepartout wanted to respect the gentleman he served, so he tried to speak kindly to him about this bad behaviour. He made a mild complaint. But Lord Longferry did not accept it well. So Passepartout left his job. Then he heard that Mr. Phileas Fogg was looking for a servant. He also heard that Mr. Fogg's life was perfectly regular, with no breaks. Mr. Fogg did not travel. He did not stay away from home at night. Passepartout felt sure this was the place he wanted. So he went to the house. He asked for the job. He was accepted, as we have seen. At 11:30, then, Passepartout found himself alone in the house in Savile Row. He began to look around at once. He inspected everything, from the cellar to the top rooms. He went everywhere. The house was very clean, well arranged, and quiet. It pleased him. It felt serious, but in a good way. To him it seemed like the shell of a snail, a safe home. It was lighted and warmed by gas, and the gas was enough for both light and heat. When Passepartout reached the 2nd floor, he knew at once which room was for him. He was very satisfied with it. There were electric bells and speaking tubes, so the different floors could talk to each other. On the mantel there was an electric clock. It was exactly like the clock in Mr. Fogg's bedroom. Both clocks showed the same second at the same moment. Passepartout looked at it and said to himself, "That's good, that will do." Then he noticed something else. Over the clock there was a card hanging. He looked at it closely. It was a program of the daily routine of the house. The card listed everything the servant had to do. It began at 8 in the morning, exactly when Phileas Fogg got up. It went on until 11:30 when he left the house for the Reform Club. It gave every detail of service. It said tea and toast were to be ready at 23 minutes past 8. It said shaving water was to be ready at 37 minutes past 9. It said the toilet and dressing were at 20 minutes before 10. Everything was planned. Everything was set. From 11:30 in the morning until midnight, the program said what had to be done. Midnight was the time when this methodical gentleman went to bed. Mr. Fogg's wardrobe was full and in very good taste. Each pair of trousers, each coat, and each vest had a number. The number showed the time of year and the season when it should be used. The same system was used for Mr. Fogg's shoes. In short, the house in Savile Row, which had once been a place of disorder and worry under the famous but wild Sheridan, was now a place of coziness, comfort, and perfect order. It was like the ideal picture of a comfortable home. There was no study room. There were no books in the house. Books would have been useless to Mr. Fogg. At the Reform Club he could use 2 libraries. One library was for general reading. The other library was for law and politics. In Mr. Fogg's bedroom there was a safe of medium size. It was built to resist fire and also to resist burglars. But Passepartout did not find any arms or hunting weapons anywhere. Everything in the house showed the most calm and peaceful habits. After he had checked the whole house from top to bottom, Passepartout rubbed his hands. A wide smile came onto his face. He said with joy, "This is exactly what I wanted. Ah, Mr. Fogg and I will live well together. What a home-loving and regular gentleman. He is a real machine. Well, I do not mind serving a machine." Chapter 3, in which a conversation takes place which seems likely to cost Phileas Fogg dear. Phileas Fogg shut the door of his house at 11:30. Then he walked to the Reform Club. He walked in a very exact way. He put his right foot in front of his left 575 times. Then he put his left foot in front of his right 576 times. After that he arrived at the Reform Club. The Reform Club was a very large and fine building in Pall Mall. It must have cost at least 3 million. He went at once to the dining room. This room had 9 windows. The windows looked out on a nice garden. The trees in the garden already had autumn colours, like gold. He sat at his usual table. The place at the table was ready for him. His breakfast was always the same kind of meal. He had a small side dish. He had a fish cooked on a grill with reading sauce. He had a bright red slice of roast beef with mushrooms. He had a rhubarb and gooseberry tart. He had a small piece of Cheshire cheese. He drank several cups of tea. The Reform Club was famous for its tea. At 13 minutes past 12, he stood up. He walked to the large hall. It was a very fine room. Many paintings were on the walls, and they had large frames. A servant gave him a copy of the Times. The newspaper was not cut open yet. Mr. Fogg began to cut the pages. He did it very well, like a man who did it often. He read the Times for a long time. He read until 4:15. After that he read the Standard. He read it until dinner time. Dinner was like breakfast. It was calm, regular, and without hurry. After dinner Mr. Fogg went back to the reading room. At 20 minutes before 6 he sat down and read the Pall Mall Gazette. Half an hour later, several members of the Reform Club came in. They went to the fireplace. A coal fire was burning in a steady way. These men were Mr. Fogg's usual partners for whist, the card game. They were Andrew Stewart, who was an engineer. They were John Sullivan and Samuel Fallentin, who were bankers. They were Thomas Flanagan, who was a brewer. And they were Gautier Ralph, who was one of the directors of the Bank of England. All of them were rich men. All of them were seen as respectable men, even in a club full of the princes of English trade and money. Thomas Flanagan spoke first. "Well, Ralph," he said, "what about that robbery?" Andrew Stewart answered. "Oh," he said, "the bank will lose the money." But Gautier Ralph did not agree. On the contrary, he said, "I hope we will catch the man. Skilled detectives have been sent to the main ports of America and the continent. He will have to be very clever if he can escape." "Do you have the robber's description?" asked Stewart. In the first place, Ralph said strongly, "He is not a robber at all." "What?" said Flanagan. "A man takes £55,000 and he is not a robber." "No," Ralph said. "Maybe he is a manufacturer then," Flanagan said. "The Daily Telegraph says he is a gentleman," said a voice. It was Phileas Fogg who said this. He lifted his head from behind his newspapers. He bowed to his friends. Then he joined the talk. The thing they were talking about was the main talk in the town. It happened 3 days before at the Bank of England. A package of banknotes was taken. The notes were worth £55,000. The package was on the main cashier's table. At that moment, the cashier was busy. He was writing down the receipt of 3 shillings and sixpence. Of course, he could not watch everything at the same time. The Bank of England trusted the public in a very simple and touching way. There were no guards. There were no iron bars. There were no gratings to protect the money. Gold, silver, and banknotes were shown openly. They were there for anyone to see, and even for the first person who came in. One sharp observer of English customs told a story about this. He said that one day he was in one of the rooms of the bank. He wanted to look closely at a gold ingot. The ingot weighed about 7 or 8 pounds. He picked it up. He looked at it carefully. Then he passed it to the man next to him. That man passed it to the next man. It went from hand to hand. In the end, it went to the far end of a dark passage. It did not come back to its place for half an hour. During that time, the cashier did not even lift his head. But this time the story was not so easy. When the big clock in the drawing office struck 5, the package of notes was still missing. It could not be found. So the amount was put into the account of profit and loss. As soon as the theft was known, the bank acted fast. Chosen detectives hurried away to many places. They went to Liverpool, Glasgow, Havre, Suez, Brindisi, New York, and other ports. They were pushed on by a reward. The reward was £2,000 and 5% of the money that might be found again. Other detectives were told to watch people closely. They watched those who arrived in London by train. They also watched those who left London by train. At once a legal examination began. There were good reasons to think the thief was not part of a professional gang. That was what the Daily Telegraph said. On the day of the theft, a man was seen in the paying room where the crime happened. He was well dressed. He had polite manners. He looked like a man with money. People saw him walk back and forth in that room. It was easy to get a description of him. The description was sent to the detectives. Some hopeful people, and Ralph was one of them, did not lose hope. They believed the man could be caught. The newspapers and the clubs were full of this story. Everywhere people talked about it. They talked about the chances to catch the thief. The Reform Club was very stirred because several members were officials of the bank. Ralph did not agree that the detectives would fail. He believed the prize money would make them work harder and faster. But Andrew Stewart did not feel the same. He did not share this trust. When they sat down at the whist table, they kept arguing about it. Stewart and Flanagan played together. Phileas Fogg played with Fallen Tin as his partner. While they played, the talking stopped most of the time. They only spoke a little during the game. Then the talk started again. "I say," said Stewart, "the chances are better for the thief. He must be a smart man." "But where can he go?" asked Ralph. "No country is safe for him." "Nonsense," said Stewart. "Where could he go then?" Ralph asked again. "Oh, I don't know," Stewart said. "The world is big enough." "It was once," said Phileas Fogg in a low voice. Then he added, "Cut, sir," and he handed the cards to Thomas Flanagan. The talk stopped again during the game. After the round was finished, Stewart began again. "What do you mean by it once?" Stewart asked. "Has the world become smaller?" "Certainly," Ralph answered. "I agree with Mr. Fogg. The world has become smaller. Now a man can travel around it 10 times more quickly than 100 years ago. That is why the search for this thief is more likely to succeed. And also, Stewart said, that is why the thief can get away more easily." "Please play, Mr. Stewart," said Phileas Fogg. But Stewart still did not believe it. When the hand was finished, he spoke quickly and with excitement. "You have a strange way, Ralph," Stewart said, "to prove the world is smaller." "Because you can go around it in 3 months, in 80 days, Phileas Fogg said at once. "That is true, gentlemen," John Sullivan added. "Only 80 days, now that the part between Rothal and Allahabad on the Great Indian Peninsula Railway has been opened. Here is the plan made by the Daily Telegraph. From London to Suez, by rail and steamboat, by way of Mont Cenis and Brindisi, 7 days. From Suez to Bombay, by steamer, 13 days. From Bombay to Calcutta, by rail, 3 days. From Calcutta to Hong Kong, by steamer, 13 days. From Hong Kong to Yokohama in Japan, by steamer, 6 days. From Yokohama to San Francisco, by steamer, 22 days. From San Francisco to New York, by rail, 7 days. From New York to London, by steamer and rail, 9 days. Total 80 days. Yes, in 80 days. Stewart cried. He was so excited that he dealt the cards wrong. But that plan does not count bad weather, Stewart said. It does not count winds that blow the wrong way. It does not count shipwrecks. It does not count railway accidents and other problems. All of it is included, Phileas Fogg answered, and he kept playing as if the talk did not matter. But suppose the Hindus, or Indians, pull up the rails, Stewart said. Suppose they stop the trains. Suppose they steal from the luggage vans. Suppose they scout the passengers. All included, Fogg answered calmly. Then he put down his cards and said, 2 trumps. Now it was Stewart's turn to deal. He picked up the pack with a shaking hand. Then he put it down again and kept talking. "You are right in theory, Mr. Fogg," Stewart said, "but in practice also, Mr. Stewart," said Fogg. "I would like to see you do it in 80 days, Stewart said. "It depends on you," Fogg answered. "Shall we go?" "Good heavens, no." Stewart said, "But I would bet £4,000 that such a trip, under these rules, is impossible." "It is quite possible," Mr. Fogg said. Then do it, Stuart said. A trip around the world in 80 days. Fogg asked. Yes, Stuart said. I would like nothing better, said Fogg. When? Stuart asked. At once, Fogg answered. But I warn you, I will do it at your cost. This is absurd, Stuart cried. He was now annoyed. Come, let us go on with the game. Deal again then, said Phileas Fogg. That was a false deal. Stuart picked up the pack again. His hand was feverish. Then he suddenly put the cards down. Well, Mr. Fogg, he said, so be it. I will bet the 4,000. Calm yourself, my dear Stuart, Fallentin said. It is only a joke. When I say I will bet, Stuart answered, I mean it. All right, said Mr. Fogg. He turned to the others and spoke clearly. I have £20,000 on deposit at Barings. I will risk it gladly on this. £20,000. Sullivan cried. £20,000, and you could lose it because of one small delay. The unforeseen does not exist, Phileas Fogg said quietly. But, Mr. Fogg, Sullivan said 80 days is only the smallest possible time. It is only the best case. A minimum, when used well, is enough for everything, Fogg said. But to keep within that time, Sullivan said, you must jump exactly from trains to steamers and from steamers to trains. I will jump, Fogg said, and I will do it exactly. You are joking, someone said. A true Englishman does not joke, Phileas Fogg answered, when he speaks about a thing as serious as a bet. He spoke in a firm way. I will bet £20,000 against anyone who wants that I will travel around the world in 80 days or less. That is in 1920 hours or 115,200 minutes. Do you accept? We accept, said Stuart, Fallentin, Sullivan, Flanagan, and Ralph. They spoke after they talked together for a moment. Good, said Mr. Fogg. The train for Dover leaves at 9:15. I will take it. This evening? Stuart asked. This very evening, Phileas Fogg answered. He took out a small pocket almanac and looked at it. Then he added, as today is Wednesday, the 2nd of October, I must be back in London, in this very room of the Reform Club, on Saturday, the 21st of December, at 9:15 in the evening. If I am not here then, the £20,000, now in my name at Barings, will belong to you fully, in fact and by right. Here is a cheque for the amount. At once they wrote a note of the wager. They wrote the terms down clearly. The 6 men signed it. During all this, Phileas Fogg stayed calm. He looked steady and controlled. It did not seem that he bet in order to win. He had staked £20,000, which was half of his fortune. He did it because he knew he might need the other half to pay for the trip. He knew it could be difficult and maybe even impossible. His opponents looked excited and upset. They were not only thinking about the money. They also felt uneasy. They had doubts about betting with their friend under such hard conditions. The clock struck 7. The group offered to stop the game. They wanted Mr. Fogg to go and prepare for departure. I am ready now, Phileas Fogg answered calmly. Diamonds are trumps. Please play, gentlemen. Chapter 4, in which Phileas Fogg astounds Passepartout, his servant. Phileas Fogg won 20 guineas at a card game called whist. Then he said good-bye to his friends. At 7:25, he left the Reform Club. Passepartout was his servant. He had studied his work plan very carefully. so he was very surprised. His master was coming home at a strange time. By the rule, Mr. Fogg should come to Savile Row only at midnight, not before. Mr. Fogg went to his bedroom. He called, "Passepartout." Passepartout did not answer. He thought, "It cannot be me. It is not the right time." Mr. Fogg called again, still in a calm voice. "Passepartout." Then Passepartout came in. "I called you twice," said Mr. Fogg. "But it is not midnight," said Passepartout. He showed his watch. "I know," said Mr. Fogg. "I do not blame you. We leave for Dover and Calais in 10 minutes. Passepartout looked confused. He did not understand his master. "Monsieur is going to leave home?" he asked. "Yes," said Phileas Fogg. "We are going around the world." Passepartout opened his eyes very wide. He raised his eyebrows. He lifted his hands. He looked like he might fall down. He was shocked. "Around the world," he said in a low voice. "In 80 days," said Mr. Fogg. "So we cannot lose even one moment." "But the trunks?" Passepartout cried. His head moved left and right without thinking. "We will not take trunks," said Mr. Fogg. "Only one carpet bag. In it I will have 2 shirts and 3 pairs of stockings, and the same for you. We will buy clothes on the way. Bring down my mackintosh and my travelling cloak. Bring some strong shoes too, but we will walk very little. Hurry!" Passepartout tried to speak, but no words came. He went out. He went up to his own room. He fell into a chair and said to himself, "Well, that is good, that is. And I wanted a quiet life." But he began to prepare for the trip. Around the world in 80 days. Was his master crazy? No. Was it a joke, then? They were going to Dover. That was true. To Calais, too. That could happen. Passepartout had been away from France for 5 years. So he thought, maybe I will be happy to step on French land again. Perhaps they would even go to Paris. He would like to see Paris again. It would be good for his eyes. But he also thought, my master is a man who does not like to move much. He is careful with every step. Surely he will stop at Paris. But still, it was true that Mr. Fogg was leaving home. This man, who used to live so quietly, was now going away. By 8 o'clock, Passepartout had packed the small carpet bag. It held the simple clothes for his master and for himself. He was still worried and confused. He closed the door of his room carefully. Then he went down to Mr. Fogg. Mr. Fogg was ready. Under his arm, he had a red book. It was Bradshaw's Guide for Trains and Steamships. It had timetables for arrivals and departures. Mr. Fogg took the carpet bag. He opened it. He put inside a big roll of Bank of England notes. This money could be used in many places. You forgot nothing? Mr. Fogg asked. Nothing, monsieur, said Passepartout. My mackintosh and my cloak. Here they are, said Passepartout. Good. Take this carpet bag, said Mr. Fogg, and he gave it to him. Take good care of it. There are £20,000 in it. Passepartout almost dropped the bag. It was as if the money was gold and very heavy. Then master and servant went downstairs. They double-locked the street door. At the end of Savile Row, they took a cab. They went fast to Charing Cross. The cab stopped in front of the railway station at 20 minutes past 8. Passepartout jumped down from the cab and followed Mr. Fogg. Mr. Fogg paid the cabman. He was about to enter the station. Then a poor beggar woman came near. She had a child in her arms. Her feet were bare and mud was on them. Her head had a very bad bonnet, and from it hung a torn feather. Her shoulders were covered with an old, ragged shawl. She asked for money in a sad voice. Mr. Fogg took out the 20 guineas he had just won. He gave them to the woman. He said, "Here, my good woman. I am glad I met you." Then he walked on. Passepartout felt his eyes get wet. His master's act touched his soft heart. They quickly bought 2 first-class tickets to Paris. Then Mr. Fogg walked across the station to the train. He saw his 5 friends from the Reform Club. "Well, gentlemen," said Mr. Fogg, "I am off, as you see. When I come back, you can look at my passport. Then you can know if I did the trip we agreed on." "Oh, that is not needed, Mr. Fogg," said Ralph politely. "We will trust your word, like one man of honour trusting another." "You remember when you must be back in London?" asked Stuart. "In 80 days," said Mr. Fogg. On Saturday, the 21st of December, 1872, at 9:15 in the evening. "Goodbye, gentlemen." Phileas Fogg and his servant sat in a first-class carriage at 20 minutes before 9. 5 minutes later, the whistle screamed. The train slowly moved out of the station. The night was dark. A fine, steady rain was falling. Phileas Fogg sat warm and comfortable in his corner. He did not speak. Passepartout was still not normal again. He was still shocked. He held the carpet bag tightly, almost without thinking, because it had the huge money inside. The train rushed on. When it was going through Sydenham, Passepartout suddenly gave a cry of fear and sadness. "What is the matter?" asked Mr. Fogg. "Ah," said Passepartout. "In my hurry, I forgot." "What?" asked Mr. Fogg. "To turn off the gas in my room," said Passepartout. "Very well, young man," said Mr. Fogg in his calm way. "It will burn at your expense." Chapter 5, in which a new species of funds, unknown to the moneyed men, appears owing a change. Phileas Fogg knew that when he left London, people in the West End would talk a lot. The news of his bet ran fast through the Reform Club, and the members spoke about it with great excitement. Very soon the story went from the club to the newspapers all over England. People talked about this tour of the world. They argued and disagreed with strong feelings, almost as if it was a big public problem. Some people were on Phileas Fogg's side, but most people shook their heads and said he would fail. They said it was silly and impossible. They said a trip around the world could be done only in ideas and on paper, not in real life, not in so little time, and not with the travel weight of that time. The Times, the Standard, the Morning Post, the Daily News, and many other respected papers laughed at Mr. Fogg's plan and called it madness. Only the Daily Telegraph gave him some support, and even that support was careful and unsure. Many people said he must be crazy. They also blamed his friends at the Reform Club for taking the bet, because, they said, it showed that the man who made the bet was not thinking clearly. Many newspaper articles came out. They were full of feeling, and they also tried to sound logical. In England, many people like geography, so this topic was very popular. Readers from all kinds of lives read every line about Phileas Fogg's trip. At first, some quick and brave people supported him. Many of them were women. His side became even stronger when the Illustrated London News printed his picture, taken from a photo kept at the Reform Club. Some readers of the Daily Telegraph even said, "Why not?" Strange things happen. But then a long and serious article appeared on October 7th in the Bulletin of the Royal Geographical Society. This article looked at the plan from many sides and said the trip was completely foolish. It said everything was against the travellers. It said there were problems made by people and problems made by nature. It said Mr. Fogg would need perfect timing for every train and every ship, with times of leaving and arriving matching like a miracle. The article said this perfect timing was not possible. It said that in Europe, where the distances were not so great, he might hope that trains would come on time. But could he really cross India in only 3 days? Could he really cross the United States in only 7 days? Could he be sure he could do it without worry? The article asked many questions. It said machines can break. Trains can jump off the tracks. There can be crashes. Bad weather can come. Snow can block the way. It said all these things were against Phileas Fogg. It also spoke about travel by ship in winter. It said that when a man is on a steamer in winter, he can be at the mercy of wind and fog. It asked if it was rare for even the best ocean steamers to arrive 2 or 3 days late. It said one delay was enough to break the whole chain. If Phileas Fogg missed a ship, even by 1 hour, he would have to wait for the next one. And that wait would destroy his plan and make his try worthless. This article made a great noise. It was copied into many newspapers, and it pushed down the hopes of people who supported the bold traveller. In England, many people love betting. People say betting is part of the English character. It is not only the members of the Reform Club who bet. The public also made big bets for or against Phileas Fogg. In the betting books, he was listed almost like a racehorse. People even made special papers for the bets. These papers were sold and traded in the market. Phileas Fogg bonds were offered at the normal price, or sometimes for more than that, and many people did business with them. But 5 days after the Royal Geographical Society article, the demand began to fall. The Phileas Fogg price went down. At first, people offered the bonds in groups of 5. Then they offered them in groups of 10. Soon, nobody would take less than 20, 50, or 100 at once. People did not want them anymore. At that time, only one strong supporter of Phileas Fogg was left. It was Lord Albemarle, an old man with paralysis. He was tied to his chair and could not travel. He would have given his whole fortune to be able to travel around the world, even if it took 10 years. He bet £5,000 on Phileas Fogg. When people told him that the trip was foolish and also useless, he did not change his mind. He only said, if it can be done, the first person to do it should be an Englishman. Still, the Fogg party became smaller and smaller. More and more people went against him. The bets became 150 to 1 and even 200 to 1. Then, 1 week after his departure, something happened that took away his supporters completely. After that, he had almost no backers at any price. One evening, at 9 o'clock, the Commissioner of Police was sitting in his office. A telegram was brought to him. It said, Suez to London. Rowan, Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard. I have found the bank robber, Phileas Fogg. Send at once a warrant of arrest to Bombay. Fix, detective. The effect was immediate. In people's minds, the calm and polite gentleman vanished, and the bank robber appeared in his place. His photograph, which hung at the Reform Club with the photos of the other members, was looked at very closely. People said it matched, point by point, the description of the robber that the police had given. People also remembered Phileas Fogg's strange way of living. They remembered his quiet habits, his lonely life, and his sudden departure. Now it seemed clear to them. They believed that he began this trip around the world with the excuse of a wager for only one reason: to run away from the detectives, to confuse them, and to get away from their search. Chapter 6, in which Fix, the detective, betrays a very natural impatience. This is how the telegram about Phileas Fogg was sent. A steamer named the Mongolia was coming to Suez. The Mongolia belonged to the Peninsular and Oriental Company. It was an iron ship. It carried about 2,800 tons. It had 500 horsepower. It was due at 11 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday, the 9th of October, at Suez. The Mongolia sailed regularly between Brindisi and Bombay via the Suez Canal. It was one of the fastest ships of the company. Between Brindisi and Suez it usually made more than 10 knots an hour. Between Suez and Bombay it made 9.5 knots an hour. On the wharf at Suez, 2 men walked up and down. Around them there was a crowd. There were natives and many strangers too. Long ago, Suez was only a scattered village. Now it was growing fast because of the work and plans of M. Lesseps. One of the 2 men was the British consul at Suez. He often looked out of his office window and saw English ships passing on the Great Canal. The English government had once doubted the canal. Stevenson had also given bad predictions. But the consul saw the ships every day. This canal made the trip from England to India much shorter. The old route went around the Cape of Good Hope. The canal cut that long route by at least 1/2. The other man was small and thin. He had a nervous, clever face. His eyes were bright. They looked out from under eyebrows that he kept twitching. He showed clear signs of impatience. He paced up and down and could not stand still even for a moment. This man was Fix. He was a detective. Scotland Yard had sent him from England. There had been a bank robbery, and Fix was looking for the robber. Fix had a clear task. He had to watch every passenger who arrived at Suez. He had to follow any person who looked suspicious. He also had to watch for anyone who matched the description of the criminal. He had received the description only 2 days earlier from the police headquarters in London. Fix hoped to earn a large reward. He wanted it badly. So he waited with feverish impatience for the Mongolia to arrive. Fix spoke to the consul again and again. He asked, for about the 20th time, "So you say, Consul, that this steamer is never late?" The consul answered, "No, Mr. Fix. She was reported yesterday at port said. The rest of the way is nothing for a ship like this. I tell you again, the Mongolia has often arrived earlier than the company rules require. She has even won the prize for extra speed." Fix asked, "Does she come directly from Brindisi?" The consul said, "Directly from Brindisi. She takes the Indian mail there. She left there on Saturday at 5 in the afternoon. Be patient, Mr. Fix. She will not be late. But truly, I do not see how you can know your man from the description you have, even if he is on the Mongolia." Fix said, "A man often feels the presence of such men, consul, more than he sees them. You need a scent for them. This scent is like a sixth sense. It joins hearing, seeing, and smelling. I have arrested more than one of these men in my time. If my thief is on board, I can answer for it. He will not slip through my fingers." The consul said, "I hope so, Mr. Fix." It was a heavy robbery. Fix replied, "A magnificent robbery, consul. £55,000. We do not often see such a lucky chance. Burglars are getting very small now. A man can be hanged for a handful of shillings." The consul said, "Mr. Fix, I like how you speak, and I hope you will succeed. but I fear it will be far from easy. Do you not see that the description you have can look very much like an honest man?" Fix answered in a firm way, "Consul, great robbers always look like honest men. Men with truly wicked faces have only one safe path, and that is to stay honest. If not, they would be arrested at once. The real art is to unmask an honest face. It is not a light task. I admit it. But it is a real art." Fix spoke with some self-pride. He seemed sure of his own skill. Little by little, the quay became more busy. Sailors from many nations moved about. Merchants came and went. Shipbrokers talked and hurried. Porters pushed through the crowd. Fellers bustled to and fro. It looked as if the ship might arrive at any moment. The weather was clear, but a little cold. The pale sun shone on the town. The minarets rose above the houses. A jetty, about 2,000 yards long, went out into the roadstead. On the Red Sea, many small boats could be seen. There were fishing boats and coasting boats. Some still had the strange look of very old galleys. Fix walked among the crowd. By habit he studied faces. He looked at each passer-by with a sharp, quick glance. Now it was 10:30. Fix cried out, "The steamer does not come." He said this as the port clock struck. The consul's companion voice answered, "She cannot be far off now." Fix asked, "How long will she stay at Suez?" The other man replied, "For hours." That is long enough to take in coal. It is 1,310 miles from Suez to Aden, at the other end of the Red Sea. The ship must take a new supply of coal there. Fix asked, "And does she go from Suez directly to Bombay?" The answer came, without stopping anywhere. Fix said, "Good. If the robber is on board, he will surely get off at Suez. Then he can reach the Dutch or French colonies in Asia by some other route. He should know he will not be safe even 1 hour in India, because India is English soil." The consul objected, "Unless he is very clever. An English criminal, you know, is often better hidden in London than in any other place." This remark gave Fix something to think about. While Fix thought, the consul went back to his office. Fix was now alone. He became even more impatient. He felt sure in his heart that the robber was on the Mongolia. If the robber had left London to go to the New World, he would likely choose the route via India. That route was less watched than the Atlantic route, and it was harder to watch well. Fix's thoughts did not last long. Suddenly there was a series of sharp whistles. They announced the arrival of the Mongolia. Porters and fellers ran down the quay. About a dozen small boats pushed off from the shore to meet the ship. Soon the huge hull of the Mongolia appeared, moving along between the banks. Then 11 o'clock struck as she dropped anchor in the road. The Mongolia had an unusual number of passengers. Some stayed on deck and looked at the town. They watched the pretty scene and the strange shapes of the place. But most passengers got into boats. They came ashore and landed on the quay. Fix took a place where he could see well. He watched carefully. He examined every face and every figure that came into view. Soon one passenger pushed his way through the crowd of porters. He moved with force, as if he was tired of being pulled, and asked for money. Then he came up to Fix. He spoke politely. He asked if Fix could point out the English consulate. At the same time, he showed a passport. He said he wanted it to be visaed. Fix took the passport at once. He did it by instinct. He read the description quickly. Fix almost showed surprise. He nearly moved in a way that would give his feelings away. The description in the passport was exactly the same as the description of the bank robber that Fix had received from Scotland Yard. Fix asked, "Is this your passport?" The passenger said, "No, it is my master's." Fix asked, "And your master is?" The passenger answered, "He stayed on board." Fix said, "But he must go to the consul in person. He must prove who he is." The passenger asked, "Oh, is that necessary?" Fix replied, "Yes. It is quite necessary." The passenger asked, "And where is the consulate?" Fix pointed and said, "There on the corner of the square. It is about 200 steps from here." The passenger said, "I will go and fetch my master. He will not be pleased to be disturbed, but I will bring him." The passenger bowed to Fix and went back to the steamer. Chapter 7, which once more demonstrates the uselessness of passports as aids to detectives. The detective walked along the quay. He moved fast and went to the consul's office. He was let in at once, and he met the consul. "Consul," he said right away, "I have strong reasons to think my man is a passenger on the ship's Mongolia." Then he told the consul what had just happened about the passport. "Well, Mr. Fix," said the consul, "I will not be sorry to see the face of that bad man. But maybe he will not come here if he is really the person you think. A robber does not like to leave signs of his escape. And also, he is not forced to have his passport signed here. If he is as clever as I think, consul, he will come," said Fix. "To have his passport visaed, ask the consul." "Yes," said Fix. "Passports are mostly good for troubling honest people and helping bad people run away. I am sure it will be a smart thing for him to do. But I hope you will not visa the passport." "Why not?" said the consul. "If the passport is real, I have no right to refuse." "Still," said Fix, "I must keep this man here until I can get a warrant from London to arrest him." "Ah, that is your business," said the consul. "But I cannot." The consul did not finish, because there was a knock at the door. Two strangers came in. One was the servant Fix had met on the quay. The other was the master. The master held out his passport and asked the consul to please visa it. The consul took the passport and read it with care. Fix stayed in a corner. He watched the stranger very closely. He looked at him as if he wanted to eat him with his eyes. "You are Mr. Phileas Fogg?" asked the consul, after he read the passport. "I am," said Mr. Fogg. "And this man is your servant?" asked the consul. "He is," said Mr. Fogg. "He is French, and his name is Passepartout." "You are from London?" asked the consul. "Yes," said Mr. Fogg. "And you are going," the consul began. "To Bombay," said Mr. Fogg. "Very good, sir," said the consul. "You know that a visa is useless, and that no passport is required." "I know it, sir," answered Phileas Fogg. "But I want to show, by your visa, that I came by Suez." "Very well, sir," said the consul. The consul signed the passport. He wrote the date. Then he put his official seal on it. Mr. Fogg paid the usual fee. He bowed in a cold and quiet way, and he went out. Passepartout followed him. "Well," asked the detective. "Well," said the consul, "he looks and acts like a perfectly honest man." "Maybe," said Fix, "but that is not the point. Tell me, consul, do you think this calm gentleman looks, feature by feature, like the robber in the description I received?" "I agree he could," said the consul. "But you know, many descriptions can be wrong or too general." "I will make sure," Fix cut in. "The servant seems to me less strange than the master. Also, he is French, and he cannot help talking. Please excuse me for a short time. Consul." Fix hurried out to look for Passepartout. Meanwhile, Mr. Fogg left the consulate. He went back to the quay. He gave some orders to Passepartout. Then he went to the ship's Mongolio in a small boat. He went down to his cabin. He took his notebook. In it he had these short notes: "Left London, Wednesday, October 2nd, at 8:45 p.m. Reached Paris, Thursday, October 3rd, at 7:20 a.m. Left Paris, Thursday, at 8:40 a.m. Reached Turin by Mont-Cenis, Friday, October 4th, at 6:35 a.m. Left Turin, Friday, at 7:20 a.m. Arrived at Brindisi, Saturday, October 5th, at 4 p.m. Sailed on the Mongolia, Saturday. At 5 p.m. reached Suez, Wednesday, October 9th, at 11 a.m. Total of hours spent, 158 1/2, or, in days, 6 days and a half." These dates were also written in a travel plan with columns. The columns showed the month, the day of the month, and the day for the planned arrival and the real arrival at each main place. The places were Paris, Brindisi, Suez, Bombay, Calcutta, Singapore, Hong Kong, Yokohama, San Francisco, New York, and London. The plan covered the time from the 2nd of October to the 21st of December. There was also a space to write the time gained or the time lost at each place. This careful record had everything Mr. Fogg needed. He always knew if he was late or if he was early. On this Friday, October 9th, he wrote down his arrival in Suez. He saw that up to now he had gained nothing and lost nothing. Then he sat down in his cabin and ate breakfast in a quiet way. He did not think even once about going to see the town. He was one of those Englishmen who usually see foreign countries through the eyes of their servants. Chapter 8, in which Passepartout talks rather more, perhaps, than is prudent. Fix soon came back to Passepartout. Passepartout was resting on the quay and looking around, like a man who had nothing to do and no worries. Fix walked up to him and spoke. "Well, my friend," said the detective, "is your passport visaed?" "Ah, it's you, is it, monsieur?" said Passepartout. "Thank you, yes, the passport is all right." "And you are looking about you?" asked Fix. "Yes," said Passepartout. "But we travel so fast that I feel like I am in a dream." "So this is Suez?" "Yes," said Fix. "In Egypt?" asked Passepartout. "Yes, of course, in Egypt," said Fix. "And in Africa?" asked Passepartout. "Yes, in Africa," said Fix. "In Africa?" repeated Passepartout. He looked very surprised. "Just think, monsieur, I had no idea we would go farther than Paris. And I only saw Paris from a train window. It was from 20 minutes past 7 to 20 minutes before 9 in the morning. It was between the Northern Station and the Lion Station. It was raining hard. How I regret that I did not see Père Lachaise again, and the circus in the Champs-Élysées." "You were in a great hurry, then?" Fix asked. "I am not in a hurry," said Passepartout. "But my master is in a hurry. By the way, I must buy some shoes and some shirts. We left without trunks. We only have a carpet bag. I will show you a very good shop to get what you want," said Fix. "Really, monsieur, you are very kind," said Passepartout. So they walked away together. Passepartout talked a lot as they went. "Above all," he said, "please do not let me miss the steamer." "You have plenty of time," said Fix. "It is only 12 o'clock." Passepartout took out his big watch. 12, he cried. "Why, it is only 8 minutes before 10. "Your watch is slow," said Fix. "My watch," said Passepartout. It is a family watch, monsieur. It came from my great-grandfather. It does not change 5 minutes in a year. It is a perfect chronometer. Look." "I understand," said Fix. "You kept London time. London time is 2 hours behind Suez time. You should change your watch at noon in each country." "Change my watch?" "Never," said Passepartout. "Then it will not agree with the sun," said Fix. "So much the worse for the sun, monsieur," said Passepartout. "Then the sun will be wrong." He put the watch back with a proud, defiant movement. After a few minutes of silence, Fix spoke again. "You left London in a hurry, then?" he asked. "I think so, yes," said Passepartout. "Last Friday, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Monsieur Fogg came home from his club. 3/4 of an hour later we were on our way." "But where is your master going?" asked Fix. "Always straight ahead," said Passepartout. "He is going round the world." "Round the world?" cried Fix. "Yes," said Passepartout, "and in 80 days. He says it is for a wager. But between us, I do not believe a word of it. That is not common sense. There is something else going on." "Ah," said Fix, "Mr. Fogg is a strange man, is he?" "I would say he is," said Passepartout. "Is he rich?" asked Fix. "No doubt," said Passepartout. "He is carrying a very large sum in new banknotes. And he does not save money on the trip. He even offered a large reward to the engineer of the Mongolia if he gets us to Bombay earlier than the time." "And you have known your master a long time?" asked Fix. "No," said Passepartout. "I started working for him the very day we left London." These answers made Fix even more sure. Fix was already suspicious and excited, and now he felt his idea was correct. Mr. Fogg left London in a hurry soon after the robbery. Mr. Fogg carried a large amount of money. He wanted to go to far countries quickly. He used the story of a strange bet about 80 days. All these things made Fix believe his own theory more and more. Fix kept asking questions, and he pulled more words from poor Passepartout. He learned that Passepartout really knew very little about his master. Mr. Fogg lived alone in London. People said he was rich, but no one knew where his money came from. He was mysterious, and he did not show his plans or his private life. Fix felt sure that Phileas Fogg would not stay in Suez. Fix believed he would go on to Bombay. "Is Bombay far from here?" I asked Passepartout. "Pretty far," said Fix. "It is a 10 days' voyage by sea." "And in what country is Bombay?" asked Passepartout. "India," said Fix. "In Asia?" asked Passepartout. "Certainly," said Fix. "The deuce," said Passepartout. "I was going to tell you there is one thing that worries me, my burner." "What burner?" asked Fix. "My gas burner," said Passepartout. "I forgot to turn it off. It is burning right now, and I must pay for it. I calculated it, monsieur. I lose 2 shillings every 24 hours. That is exactly 6pence more than I earn." So the longer our journey, did Fix listen to this trouble about the gas? Probably not. He was not listening. He was thinking hard about a plan. They reached the shop. Fix left Passepartout there to buy shoes and shirts. Fix again told him, "Do not miss the steamer." Then Fix hurried back to the consulate. Now Fix felt completely sure, and he was calm again. "Consul," said Fix, "I have no more doubt. I have found my man. He acts like a strange person who is going round the world in 80 days. "Then he is clever," said the consul. "He thinks he can come back to London after he makes the police of both countries lose his trail." "We will see about that," said Fix. "But are you not mistaken?" asked the consul. "I am not mistaken," said Fix. "Then why was this robber so eager to prove, by the visa, that he passed through Suez?" asked the consul. "Why?" "I do not know," said Fix. "But listen to me." Fix then told the consul, in a few words, the most important parts of his talk with Passepartout. "In short," said the consul, "everything looks bad for this man." "And what will you do?" "I will send a dispatch to London," said Fix. "I will ask for a warrant of arrest, and I want it sent at once to Bombay. Then I will take passage on the Mongolia. I will follow my rogue to India. And there, on English ground, I will arrest him politely, with my warrant in my hand and my hand on his shoulder." Fix said these words in a cool, careless way. Then he said goodbye to the consul. He went to the telegraph office and sent the dispatch to the London police office. A quarter of an hour later, Fix had a small bag in his hand and went on board the Mongolia. Soon after that, the fine steamer left at full steam and went out upon the waters of the Red Sea. Chapter 9, in which the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean prove propitious to the designs of Phileas Fogg. The distance from Suez to Aden is exactly 1,310 miles. The company rules give the steamers 138 hours to go this way. The Mongolia went so fast because the engineer worked very hard that she seemed ready to arrive much earlier than that time. Most of the passengers who came from Brindisi were going to India. Some were going to Bombay. Others were going to Calcutta, and they would go by way of Bombay because it was the nearest road now that a railway crosses India from one side to the other. There were many officials on the ship. There were also many military officers of different ranks. Some officers were in the regular British Army. Others led sepoy soldiers. They got high pay ever since the central government took the powers of the East India Company. A sub-lieutenant got £280. A brigadier got £2,400. A general of a division got £4,000. With so many military men, and with some rich young Englishmen on their travels, and with the kind work of the purser, time went quickly on the Mongolia. The food was very good. It was put on the cabin tables at breakfast, lunch, dinner, and the 8 o'clock supper. The ladies carefully changed their clothes 2 times every day. When the sea was calm, the hours went by with music, dancing, and games. But the Red Sea is changeable, and it can be very rough, like many long and narrow gulfs. When the wind came from the African coast or the Asian coast, the Mongolia rolled badly because she was long. Then the ladies quickly went below. The pianos became quiet. Singing and dancing stopped at once. Still, the good ship went straight on, not slowed by wind or waves, toward the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. What did Phileas Fogg do during this time? Some people might think he would worry, and watch the wind, and watch the waves, and watch every chance that might make the ship go slower and hurt his journey. But if he thought about these things, he showed nothing on his face. He was always the same calm member of the Reform Club. No event could surprise him. He was steady like the ship's clocks. He almost never felt curious enough to go on deck. He passed the famous views of the Red Sea with cold calm. He did not try to notice the old towns and villages along the coast with their nice shapes against the sky. He showed no fear of the dangers of the Arabic Gulf. Old writers spoke of this gulf with horror. Ancient sailors would not enter it without first giving big gifts to the gods. So how did this strange man spend his time on the Mongolia? He ate for good meals every day, even when the ship rolled and pitched all the time. and he played whist again and again. It is a card game. He found partners who loved it as much as he did. One was a tax collector going to his post at Goa. One was the Reverend Decimus Smith going back to his parish at Bombay. One was a brigadier general of the English army who was going to rejoin his brigade at Benares. These three men and Mr. Fogg played whist for hours in deep silence. Passepartout did not get seasick. He ate his meals carefully in the forward cabin. He liked the voyage because he was well fed and had a good place to sleep. He looked with interest at the scenes they passed. He also comforted himself with the idea that his master's strange plan would end at Bombay. The day after they left Suez, Passepartout was happy to see on deck the friendly man with whom he had walked and talked on the quays. "If I am not wrong," said Passepartout, as he came near with his kind smile, "you are the gentleman who kindly offered to guide me at Suez." "Ah, I know you well," said the man. "You are the servant of the strange Englishman, yes, Monsieur Fix." "Monsieur Fix," said Passepartout, "I am glad to find you on board." "Where are you going?" "Like you, to Bombay." "That is great. Have you made this trip before?" "Many times. I am one of the agents of the Peninsular Company." "Then you know India?" "Yes," replied Fix, and he spoke carefully. "Is India a curious place?" "Oh yes, very curious. Mosques, minarets, temples, farkas, pagodas, tigers, snakes, elephants. I hope you will have a lot of time to see the sights." "I hope so, Monsieur Fix." You see, a man with good sense should not spend his life jumping from a steamer to a railway train, and from a railway train to a steamer again, and saying he can make a tour of the world in 80 days. No. All this jumping about will stop at Bombay. I am sure of it. "And Mr. Fogg is well?" asked Fix in a very natural voice. "Very well, and I too. I eat like a hungry ogre. It is the sea air. But I never see your master on deck. Never. He has no curiosity at all. Do you know, Mr. Passepartout, that this tour in 80 days may hide a secret job? Maybe it is a diplomatic mission. Truly, Monsieur Fix, I tell you I know nothing about it. And I would not give half a crown to find out." After this talk, Passepartout and Fix began to chat often. Fix tried to win the good man's trust. He often offered him a glass of whisky or a pale ale in the ship's bar-room. Passepartout always accepted with happy good manners. In his mind, he said that Fix was one of the best fellows in the world. Meanwhile, the Mongolia went forward very fast. On the 13th, they saw Mocha. It was ringed by broken walls, and date trees grew on them. On the mountains behind it, they could see wide coffee fields. Passepartout was delighted to see this famous place. He thought that with its round walls and its broken fort it looked like a huge coffee cup and saucer. The next night they went through the Strait of Bab el Mandeb. In Arabic this name means the Bridge of Tears. The next day they stopped at Steamer Point, northwest of Aden Harbour, to take in coal. Putting coal on a steamer is a serious thing so far from the coal mines. It costs the Peninsular Company about £800,000 a year. In these far seas, coal is worth £3 or £4 a ton. The Mongolia still had 1,650 miles to go before Bombay. She had to stay for hours at Steamer Point to take coal. This delay was expected, so it did not harm Mr. Fogg's plan. Also, the Mongolia did not reach Aden on the morning of the 15th, when she was due. She arrived on the evening of the 14th. She was 15 hours early. Mr. Fogg and his servant went ashore at Aden to have the passport visaed again. Fix followed them, but they did not notice him. When the visa was done, Mr. Fogg went back on board and returned to his old habits. Passepartout, as usual, walked about among the mixed people of Aden. He saw Somalis, Banians, Parsis, Jews, Arabs, and Europeans. Together they made about 25,000 people in the town. He looked with wonder at the fortifications, because Aden is called the Gibraltar of the Indian Ocean. He also looked at the great cisterns. English engineers were still working on them 2,000 years after the engineers of Solomon. Very curious, Passepartout said to himself as he came back to the ship. I see that travel is not useless if a man wants to see something new. At 6 p.m. the Mongolia slowly left the roadstead. Soon she was again on the Indian Ocean. She had 168 hours to reach Bombay. The sea was good. The wind was from the northwest. All sails helped the engine. The ship rolled only a little. The ladies came back on deck in fresh clothes, and singing and dancing began again. The trip went very well, and Passepartout was pleased with the friendly companion that chance had given him, the cheerful Fix. On Sunday, October 20th, near noon, they saw the coast of India. 2 hours later the pilot came on board. Far away they could see a line of hills against the sky. Soon they could clearly see the rows of palms that make Bombay beautiful. The steamer entered the road made by the islands in the bay. At 4:30 she stopped at the quays of Bombay. At that moment, Phileas Fogg was finishing the 33rd rubber of whist on the voyage. He and his partner, by a bold move, won all 13 tricks. They ended this fine run with a bright victory. The Mongolia was due at Bombay on the 22nd. She arrived on the 20th. This gave Phileas Fogg a gain of 2 days from the time he left London, and he calmly wrote this fact in his travel plan, in the column for gains. Chapter 10, in which Passepartout is only too glad to get off with the loss of his shoes. India is a very big country. On a map, it looks like a great triangle that is turned upside down. The wide part is in the north, and the point is in the south. People call this country India. Many people say India has about 1,400,000 square miles of land. On this land, about 180 million people live, but they do not live evenly in every place. At this time, the British Crown rules a large part of India in a strong and hard way. There is a Governor-General in Calcutta. There are also governors in Madras, in Bombay, and in Bengal. There is a Lieutenant Governor in Agra. But British India, in the strict sense, is only about 700,000 square miles. It has about 100 million to 110 million people. A large part of India is still not under British power. In the inner parts of the country, there are some Rajas who are very fierce, and they are fully independent. Long ago, the East India Company was very powerful. It was all-powerful from 1756. That was when the English first got a strong place in India, at the place where the city of Madras now stands. The company stayed powerful until the time of the Great Sepoy Uprising. Little by little, it took province after province. It said it bought these lands from local chiefs, but it often did not really pay them. The company chose the Governor-General and the other leaders under him, both civil leaders and military leaders. Now the East India Company is gone. The British lands in India are now directly under the Crown. The look of the country is changing every day. The way people live is changing too. The groups of people and the differences between races are also changing. In the past, travel in India was slow and heavy. People had to go on foot or on horseback. They used palanquins. They used very large coaches that were hard to move. But now things are faster. Fast steamboats go on the Indus and on the Ganges. Also, a great railway now crosses the peninsula. It has branch lines, and they join the main line at many points. This railway can take a person from Bombay to Calcutta in 3 days. But the railway does not go in a straight line across India. If a bird could fly straight from Bombay to Calcutta, the distance would only be about 1,000 to 1,100 miles. Yet the railway turns and bends. Because of these turns, the real distance becomes more than a third longer. The general route of the Great Indian Peninsula Railway is like this. It leaves Bombay and goes through Salsette. It crosses to the mainland opposite Tanna. Then it goes over the Western Ghats. After that, it runs northeast as far as Berhampur. It goes along the edge of Bundelkhand, a land that is almost independent. Then it goes up to Allahabad. From there it turns east. It meets the Ganges at Benares. Then it leaves the river for a short time. It goes down to the southeast, passing by Burdivan and by Chandanagar, which is a French town. At last, it ends at Calcutta. The passengers of the ship Mongolia went ashore at 4:30 in the afternoon. The train for Calcutta would leave at exactly 8 o'clock that night. Mr. Fogg said goodbye to his friends who played whist with him. Then he left the ship. He gave his servant, Passepartout, several errands to do. He told him clearly to be at the station at 8 o'clock. Then Mr. Fogg walked away with his regular step. His step was so exact that it seemed to beat time like an astronomical clock. He went to the passport office first. He did not care about the wonders of Bombay. He did not care about the famous City Hall. He did not care about the splendid library. He did not care about the forts and the docks. He did not care about the bazaars. He did not care about the mosques and the synagogues. He did not care about the Armenian churches. He did not care about the pagoda on Malabar Hill with its 2 many-sided towers. He did not even want to look at the great works at Elephanta. He did not want to see the strange underground places to the southeast of the docks. He did not want to see the old Buddhist buildings, the Kanherian caves on the island of Salsette. He felt no wish at all to see these things. After he finished his work at the passport office, Phileas Fogg went quietly to the railway station. There he ordered dinner. Among the dishes, the landlord strongly recommended one special dish. He spoke with pride about it. It was a giblet dish of native rabbit. Mr. Fogg tasted it. But even with a spicy sauce, he found it not good. He rang the bell for the landlord. When the landlord came, Mr. Fogg looked at him with clear eyes and asked, "Is this rabbit, sir?" The landlord answered boldly, "Yes, my lord." "Rabbit from the jungles." Mr. Fogg asked again, "And this rabbit did not mew when he was killed?" The landlord was shocked. He said, "Mew, my lord." "What, a rabbit mew?" "I swear to you," Mr. Fogg said. "Please do not swear. Just remember this, in India, cats were once sacred animals." That was a good time. The landlord asked, "For the cats, my lord?" Mr. Fogg replied, "Perhaps for travellers as well." After that, Mr. Fogg calmly continued his dinner. Fix had gone ashore soon after Mr. Fogg. Fix's first place to go was the main office of the Bombay police. He made himself known as a detective from London. He explained why he was in Bombay. He told them about the case and about the man he believed was the robber. Then he nervously asked if an arrest warrant had arrived from London. No warrant had arrived. The office had not received it. In truth, there had not been enough time for it to arrive yet. Fix was very disappointed. He tried to get an arrest order from the director of the Bombay police. But the director refused. The director said the case belonged to the London office and only London could legally send the warrant. Fix did not press harder. He had to accept that he must wait for the important paper. Still, Fix decided one thing. He would not lose sight of the mysterious man while the man stayed in Bombay. Fix did not doubt, just as Passepartout did not doubt, that Phileas Fogg would stay in Bombay at least until the warrant arrived. Passepartout, however, understood something else. As soon as he heard Mr. Fogg's orders after leaving the Mongolia, he saw at once that they would leave Bombay quickly, just as they had left Suez and Paris quickly. Passepartout saw that the trip would go at least to Calcutta and maybe beyond. He began to ask himself a serious question. Was this bet that Mr. Fogg talked about truly real? Was Mr. Fogg truly serious? Was fate really pushing him, even against his love of quiet rest, to go around the world in 80 days? Passepartout bought the usual number of shirts and shoes. Then he walked slowly through the streets. He saw crowds of people from many lands. There were Europeans. There were Persians with pointed caps. There were Banyas with round turbans. There were Sindes with square bonnets. There were Parsis with black headpieces. There were Armenians in long robes. That day was a Parsi festival. The Parsis were descendants of Zoroaster's people. They were known as thrifty, civilized, intelligent, and strict. Many of the richest local merchants in Bombay were among them. On this day they held a kind of religious carnival. There were processions and shows. In the middle of it, Indian dancing girls danced. They wore rose-colored gauze, and the cloth was looped with gold and silver. They danced lightly, but they acted with modesty. Music played. There were viols, and there were loud tambourines. Passepartout watched these strange ceremonies with wide eyes and an open mouth. He looked like the most foolish, most amazed tourist you could imagine. Sadly, his curiosity led him farther than he meant to go. At last, after he saw the carnival move away in the distance, he started to go back toward the station. Then he noticed the splendid pagoda on Malabar Hill. At once he felt a strong desire to see the inside of it. He did not know an important rule. In some Indian temples, Christians are forbidden to enter. He also did not know another rule. Even faithful visitors must not go inside until they leave their shoes outside the door. It is also important to know this: the British government punished people strongly if they did not respect the practices of the local religions. Passepartout meant no harm. He thought like a simple tourist. So he went inside. He was soon full of admiration. He looked at the beautiful Brahmin decorations he saw everywhere. But then, all at once, he found himself on the sacred stones of the floor. He had fallen down. He looked up. He saw 3 priests. They were furious. They rushed at him. They pulled off his shoes. Then they began to beat him, shouting loudly and angrily. Passepartout was quick and strong. Soon he jumped up again. He did not waste time. He hit 2 of the priests and knocked them down with his fists. He also used his feet with force. Then he ran out of the pagoda as fast as he could. He escaped the 3rd priest by mixing into the crowd in the streets. At 5 minutes before 8 o'clock, Passepartout rushed into the station. He was breathing hard. He had no hat. He had no shoes. In the fight, he had also lost his package of shirts and shoes. Fix was at the station too. Fix had followed Mr. Fogg there. Fix saw that Mr. Fogg was truly leaving Bombay. Fix had decided to follow the suspected robber to Calcutta and even farther if needed. Passepartout did not notice Fix because Fix stood in a dark corner. But Fix heard Passepartout quickly tell Mr. Fogg what had happened. Mr. Fogg spoke in a cold voice as he got into the train. He said, "I hope that this will not happen again." Poor Passepartout felt ashamed and sad. He followed his master into the train without a word. Fix was about to enter another carriage. Then a new idea came to him. He changed his plan. He said to himself, "No, I will stay. An offence has been done on Indian soil. Now I have my man." Just then the engine gave a sharp, loud scream. The train moved out. It went into the darkness of the night. Chapter 11, in which Phileas Fogg secures a curious means of conveyance at a fabulous price. The train left on time. Many people were on it. There were officers and government men. There were also merchants who sold opium and indigo. Their work took them to the east side of India. Passepartout sat in the same carriage as his master, Phileas Fogg. A third man sat opposite them. It was Sir Francis Cromarty. He had played whist with Mr. Fogg on the ship Mongolia. Now he was going to Benares to join his army group. Sir Francis was a tall man with fair hair. He was about 50 years old. He had done very well as a soldier in the last Sepoy revolt. India was his home. He only went to England for short visits and not often. He knew India very well. He knew the customs of the people. He knew their history and their character. But Mr. Fogg did not ask him many questions. Mr. Fogg was not travelling for fun. He was doing his trip like a rule in a book. He was like a strong, heavy thing that moved on a fixed path. He followed his plan as if it was a law of science. At that time, he was counting hours in his head. He counted the hours since he left London. If he was the kind of man who showed feelings, he might have rubbed his hands and smiled. But he did not do that. Sir Francis watched Mr. Fogg with care. He had only a few chances to study him before. He had seen him while they played cards. He had seen him between games. Now Sir Francis asked himself a quiet question. He wondered if a real human heart lived under that cold face. He wondered if Mr. Fogg could feel the beauty of nature. Sir Francis was a brigadier general, and he had met many strange people. But he thought Mr. Fogg was the strangest of all. He looked like a man made by exact science. Mr. Fogg was calm, and he did not change. He did not talk much. He did not show fear or joy. Mr. Fogg had told Sir Francis his plan. He had told him about the bet and the trip around the world. Sir Francis did not hide his thoughts. In his mind, the bet was useless. He thought it was only an odd idea. He thought it showed a lack of common sense. He felt that this man was spending time and money for nothing. Sir Francis believed Mr. Fogg would finish the trip and leave the world without helping himself or anyone else. 1 hour after leaving Bombay, the train crossed viaducts. It passed the island of Salsette. Then it went into open country. At Kolyang it reached a junction. From there one line went down towards southeast India by Kandala and Pouna. The train passed Powell. Then it entered mountain paths, like deep cuts between hills. The mountains had dark basalt rock at their base. Their tops had thick green forests. Mr. Fogg and Sir Francis spoke a few words from time to time. They did not talk a lot, but Sir Francis tried again. He said, "Some years ago, Mr. Fogg, you would have had a delay here. That delay might have made you lose your bet." Mr. Fogg looked at him. "How so, Sir Francis?" he asked. Sir Francis answered, "Because the railway used to stop at the foot of these mountains." Passengers had to cross the mountains in palanquins or on ponies. They had to go to Kandala on the other side. Mr. Fogg spoke in the same quiet way. "That kind of delay would not change my plan," he said. "I always think about obstacles. I always expect that some trouble can happen." Sir Francis kept going. "But, Mr. Fogg," he said, "you may have trouble because of what this good fellow did at the pagoda." Passepartout was asleep. His feet were wrapped in his travel blanket. He did not hear them. He did not know they were talking about him. Sir Francis said, "The government is very strict about that kind of act. It is careful that Indian religious customs are respected." If your servant was caught, Mr. Fogg did not look upset. "Very well, Sir Francis," he replied. If he had been caught, he would have been judged and punished. After that, he would return to Europe. I do not see how that would delay his master. Then they stopped talking again. During the night the train left the mountains behind. It passed Nasik. The next day it ran over a flat land with good farms. This land was called Kandeish. There were many small villages. Above them, people could see tall shapes from temples and minarets near pagodas. Many small rivers and clear streams watered this rich land. Most of them went into the Godavery. Passepartout woke up. He looked out the window. For a moment he could not believe it. He was crossing India in a railway train. The engine was driven by an English engineer. It used English coal. Smoke went out over fields and farms. It passed cotton and coffee. It passed nutmeg and clove. It passed pepper plants. The steam rose in curls and spirals. It moved around groups of palm trees. He also saw pretty bungalows. He saw viharis, old places like empty monasteries. He saw wonderful temples. The temples had many decorations, and the decorations seemed endless. Then the land became wide and open. It went far to the horizon. There were jungles where snakes and tigers lived. These animals ran away when they heard the train. After that came forests. The railway cut through them. People still said elephants lived there. Sometimes an elephant stood near the trees. It looked at the passing train with quiet eyes. Beyond Milligorm, they crossed a place with a dark name. People said it was often stained with blood long ago. It was linked to followers of the goddess Kali. Not far away, Ellora rose. It had graceful pagodas. They also saw Aurangabad, a famous town. It had once been the capital of Aurangzeb, a fierce ruler. Now it was a chief town in a province of the kingdom of the Nizam. Sir Francis knew this area. He spoke of old dangers. He said that in this region a chief named Faringhia had ruled. He was a Thugji leader, and people called them stranglers. These men were tied to each other by a secret bond. They killed people of every age. They did it in honor of a goddess of death. They did not shed blood. They strangled their victims instead. There was a time, Sir Francis said, when it was hard to travel there. Corpses were found in many places. Sir Francis also said the English government had reduced these murders a lot. But the Thugjis still existed. They still tried to follow their terrible rites. At 12:30 the train stopped at Berhampel. Passepartout got out quickly. He bought Indian slippers. They had false pearls on them. He put them on his feet with pride. He was pleased with them. Then the travellers ate a fast breakfast. After that they left again, going toward Usurga. For a short time the train ran near the small river Tapti. This river goes to the Gulf of Cambrai near Surat. Now Passepartout fell into deep thoughts. Before they reached Bombay, he still hoped the journey would end there. He had thought maybe they would stop and life would go back to normal. But now the train was carrying them fast across India. He felt a change inside him. His old wandering spirit came back. The wild dreams of his youth came back too. He began to think Mr. Fogg was serious. He started to believe the bet was real. Then he believed the trip around the world was real too. He felt they must finish it without fail, inside the set time. Because of that, he began to worry. He worried about delays. He worried about accidents. He felt he himself was part of the bet now. He trembled when he remembered the night before at the pagoda. He feared he might be the reason they lost. Mr. Fogg was calm, but Passepartout was not. He became restless. He counted the days past. Then he counted them again. When the train stopped, he cursed in his mind. He thought the train was too slow. He even blamed Mr. Fogg for not giving money to the engineer to go faster. Passepartout did not know a simple thing: a ship might go faster with such tricks, but a train could not. Toward evening, the train entered the passes of the Satpur Mountains. These mountains separate Candiash from Bundelkund. The next day Sir Francis asked Passepartout what time it was. Passepartout looked at his watch and said, "It is 3 in the morning." But his watch was still set to Greenwich time, like London. Now they were far to the east. Sir Francis knew the watch was wrong for the local place. It was at least 4 hours slow. Sir Francis told Passepartout the correct time. Passepartout answered like he had answered Fix before. He said he did not want to change his watch. Sir Francis explained. He said that as they went east, they moved toward the sun. Each new meridian changed time. He said days became shorter by about 4 minutes for each degree. Passepartout refused again. He was stubborn. He kept his watch on London time. It was an innocent mistake. It did not hurt anyone. At 8 o'clock the train stopped in the middle of a forest opening. It was about 15 miles beyond Rothal. There were some bungalows there and cabins for workers. A conductor walked along the carriages and shouted, "Passengers will get out here." Mr. Fogg looked at Sir Francis as if asking for an answer. Sir Francis did not understand either. Why stop here in a forest of date palms and acacia trees? Passepartout was also surprised. He ran out fast. Then he came back quickly and cried, "Monsieur, no more railway." Mr. Fogg did not raise his voice. He asked, "What do you mean?" Sir Francis asked too, "What do you mean?" Passepartout said, "I mean the train is not going on." Sir Francis jumped out at once. Mr. Fogg followed calmly. They went to the conductor. Sir Francis asked, "Where are we?" The conductor said, "At the hamlet of Colby." Sir Francis asked, "Do we stop here?" The conductor answered, "Yes." "The railway is not finished." Sir Francis said, "What?" "Not finished." The conductor replied, "No. About 50 miles are still not laid from here to Allahabad. The line begins again there." Sir Francis could not believe it. He said, "But the papers said the railway was open all the way." The conductor answered, "What can I say, officer?" The papers were wrong. Sir Francis became angry. He said, "Yet you sell tickets from Bombay to Calcutta." The conductor stayed calm. "No doubt," he said. "But passengers know they must find their own transport from Colby to Allahabad." Sir Francis was furious. Passepartout wanted to hit the conductor, but he did not dare. He also did not dare to look at his master because he feared Mr. Fogg would be angry. But Mr. Fogg did not look angry. Mr. Fogg spoke quietly. "Sir Francis," he said, "we will look for a way to go to Allahabad." Sir Francis said, "Mr. Fogg, this delay is very bad for you." Mr. Fogg answered, "No, Sir Francis. I expected something like this." Sir Francis stared. "What? You knew the way?" Mr. Fogg said, "Not exactly. But I knew that some problem would come sooner or later. So nothing is lost. I have 2 extra days. I gained them already. I can use them now. A ship leaves Calcutta for Hong Kong at noon on the 25th. Today is the 22nd. We will reach Calcutta in time." Sir Francis had no good reply. Mr. Fogg sounded too sure. It was true. The railway ended at Colby. The papers had been too fast, like watches that run too fast. They had announced the full line before it was truly complete. Many travellers already knew about this break. They left the train. They began to hire anything the village had. There were 4-wheeled palkigharis. There were wagons pulled by zebus. There were carriages that looked like moving pagodas. There were palanquins. There were ponies. There were all kinds of strange vehicles. Mr. Fogg and Sir Francis searched the village from one end to the other. They did not find any good transport for their needs. At last they came back. Mr. Fogg said, "I will go on foot." Passepartout made a face. He thought of his new slippers. They looked fine, but they were not strong. Then he remembered something. He had been looking around too. After a short pause he said, "Monsieur, I think I found a way." Mr. Fogg asked, "What?" Passepartout said, "An elephant." An elephant belongs to an Indian who lives very near, maybe 100 steps from here. Mr. Fogg said at once, "Let us go and see the elephant." They went to a small hut. Near it, inside high wooden fences, stood the elephant. An Indian man came out. Mr. Fogg asked him to show them the animal, and the man led them inside. The elephant had been raised by its owner. But it was not trained as a simple work animal. It was trained for war. It was only half tamed. The owner had tried to make it fierce. He did this by irritating it again and again. He also fed it sugar and butter every 3 months. People said this was a method used to train war elephants. But for Mr. Fogg, it was good that the training was not finished. The elephant was still gentle by nature. Its name was Cooney. Cooney could travel fast for many hours. Mr. Fogg saw that the elephant was needed. Without other transport, he decided to hire it. But elephants were not cheap in India. They were becoming scarce. Also, male elephants were wanted for shows and few were tamed. So when Mr. Fogg asked to hire Cooney, the owner refused at once. Mr. Fogg did not give up. He offered £10 an hour to rent the elephant to Allahabad. The owner refused. Mr. Fogg offered £20 an hour. The owner refused again. Mr. Fogg offered £40 an hour. Still the owner refused. Each time the price went up, Passepartout jumped like a man shocked by lightning. But the Indian man did not move. Still, the offer was huge. If the trip took 15 hours, the owner would get £600. Mr. Fogg stayed calm. Then he said he wanted to buy the elephant, not rent it. First he offered £1,000. The Indian still refused. The man thought he could get more. Sir Francis pulled Mr. Fogg aside. He told him to think again before he went further. Mr. Fogg replied that he did not act without thought. He said a bet of £20,000 was at risk. He said the elephant was necessary. He said he would get it even if he had to pay 20 times its value. They went back to the owner. The Indian's small sharp eyes shone with greed. It was clear now he did not refuse because he loved the elephant. He refused because he wanted a higher price. Mr. Fogg offered £1,200. Then he offered £1,500. Then £1,800. Then £2,000. Passepartout, who was usually red in the face, became almost white. He could hardly breathe. At £2,000, the owner finally agreed. Passepartout cried out, "What a price, good heavens, for an elephant!" Now they needed a guide. This was easier. A young Parsi came. He had an intelligent face. He offered to guide them. Mr. Fogg accepted and promised him a very good reward. That promise made the Parsi eager to do his work well. They brought Cuny out. They prepared him for travel. The Parsi was skilled with elephants. He covered the elephant's back with a kind of saddle cloth. Then he fixed uncomfortable howdahs, one on each side. Mr. Fogg paid the owner. He took banknotes from his famous carpet bag. Passepartout watched, and it felt to him as if his life was being pulled out of him with the money. Mr. Fogg then offered Sir Francis a place on the elephant to Allahabad. Sir Francis accepted with thanks. One more traveller would not tire such a big animal. They bought food in Colby. Then Sir Francis and Mr. Fogg sat in the howdahs, one on each side. Passepartout sat on the saddle cloth between them. The Parsi sat on the elephant's neck. At 9 o'clock they left the village. Cuny walked into the dense forest of palms, taking the shortest path to Allahabad. Chapter 12, in which Phileas Fogg and his companions venture across the Indian forests, and what ensued. To make the trip shorter, the guide went to the left of the new railway line, which was still being built. Because the Vindhya mountains turned this way and that way, the railway did not go in a straight line. The Parsi knew the roads and small paths very well. He said they could save about 20 miles if they went straight through the forest. Phileas Fogg and Sir Francis Cromarty sat high up in special howdahs, like seats fixed on the elephant. The elephant trotted very fast. The Parsi drove him with great skill, and the men were shaken badly. They were jolted again and again, almost to the neck, and it was very unpleasant. Still, they bore it in a calm British way. They spoke little, and they could hardly see each other because of the way they were placed. Passepartout sat on the elephant's back. He felt every hard, every bump, from each step. Mr. Fogg had warned him, so he was very careful not to put his tongue between his teeth, because it could be bitten off. The poor fellow was thrown forward and backward. He bounced from the elephant's neck to his rump and back again, like a clown on a springboard. Even so, he laughed while he was bouncing. From time to time, he took a piece of sugar from his pocket and put it into Cuny's trunk. Cuny took the sugar, but he did not slow down at all. He kept his regular, fast trot. After 2 hours, the guide stopped the elephant. He gave Cuny 1 hour to rest. Cuny found a spring close by and drank. Then he began to eat branches and shrubs around him. Sir Francis and Mr. Fogg did not complain about the stop. They got down with relief. "Why, he's made of iron," he cried Sir Francis, looking at Cuny with admiration. "Of forged iron," said Passepartout. Then he began to prepare a quick breakfast. At noon, the Parsi gave a sign to start again. Soon the land looked wild and rough. First they passed copses of date trees and small palm trees. Then they came to wide, dry plains, with only a few shrubs. Big blocks of syenite stone lay here and there. This part of Bundelkund was not often visited by travellers. People there were very fanatical, and they followed the Hindu faith in cruel ways. The English had not gained full control of this region. Many places were under the power of Rajas, and these Rajas could hide in mountain forts that were very hard to reach. Several times the travellers saw bands of fierce Indians. When these men saw the elephant moving across the open country, they made angry signs and threatening motions. The Parsi avoided them as much as he could. They saw few animals. Even the monkeys ran away from their path. They made strange faces and twisted movements, and this made Passepartout laugh. But even while he laughed, one thought troubled him. What would Mr. Fogg do with the elephant when they reached Allahabad? Would he take Cuny with them? That seemed impossible. It would cost too much money to carry an elephant on. Would Mr. Fogg sell him? Or would he set him free? Cuny was a good animal and deserved kind treatment. Passepartout even thought, what if Mr. Fogg gives Cuny to me as a present? That idea worried him, because he would not know what to do with such a gift. This thought stayed in his head for a long time. By 8 in the evening, they crossed the main chain of the Vindhyas. They stopped again on the north side, at a ruined bungalow. They had travelled almost 25 miles that day, and they still had about the same distance to the station at Allahabad. The night was cold. The Parsi made a fire in the bungalow with a few dry branches. The warmth felt very good. The food they had bought at Colby was enough for supper. The travellers ate hungrily because they were very tired. At first they spoke a little in short broken sentences. Soon their talk ended and loud steady snores began. The guide watched Cuny. The elephant slept standing up, leaning his body against the trunk of a large tree. Nothing happened in the night to wake the sleepers. Sometimes they heard the growl of panthers and the chatter of monkeys, breaking the silence. But the more dangerous animals did not come close, and they made no attack. Sir Francis slept heavily, like a true soldier who is worn out. Passepartout slept too, but his dreams were uneasy. He dreamed of the bouncing and shaking of the day before. Mr. Fogg slept peacefully, as if he were at home in Savile Row. They began again at 6 in the morning. The guide hoped to reach Allahabad by evening. If they did, Mr. Fogg would lose only part of the 48 hours he had saved since the start of the journey. Cuny took up his rapid walk again. He went down the lower slopes of the Vindhyas. Toward noon they passed near the village of Callinger, on the Cani, one of the branches of the Ganges. The guide kept away from villages and towns. He thought it was safer to stay in the open country near the first low lands of the great river basin. Allahabad was now only 12 miles to the northeast. They stopped under a clump of banana trees. They ate the fruit with pleasure. It was healthy like bread and soft and sweet like cream, and they enjoyed it fully. At 2 o'clock, the guide led them into a thick forest that went on for several miles. He liked to travel under the cover of the trees. Up to that time, they had not had any bad meeting, and the trip seemed likely to end well. But then Cuny became uneasy. Suddenly he stopped. It was for a clock. "What's the matter?" asked Sir Francis, pushing his head forward. "I don't know, officer," answered the Parsi. He listened carefully. A confused murmur came through the thick branches. The murmur became clearer. It sounded like many human voices far away, and also like brass instruments. Passepartout listened with wide eyes and open ears. Mr. Fogg waited patiently and said nothing. The Parsi jumped down. He tied the elephant to a tree, then went into the bushes. Soon he came back and said, "A procession of Brahmins is coming this way." We must stop them from seeing us if we can." The guide untied Kearney and led him into a thicker part of the forest. He told the travellers not to move. He was ready to climb back on the elephant at once if they needed to run. Still, he believed the procession would pass without noticing them because the leaves and branches hid them well. The harsh sounds of voices and instruments came nearer. Now they heard slow songs and also the beat of tambourines and the clash of cymbals. Soon the head of the procession appeared under the trees, about 100 paces away. Through the branches they could see the strange people and the religious ceremony. First came the priests. They wore mitres on their heads and long robes. Around them were men, women, and children. They sang a sad kind of song. At regular times, the tambourines and cymbals broke the song. Behind them came a large car with big wheels. The spokes of the wheels looked like snakes twisted together. On the car stood an ugly statue with 4 arms. The body was painted a dull red. It had wild eyes, messy hair, and a tongue sticking out. Its lips were coloured with beetle. The statue stood on the body of a giant who lay flat, without a head. 4 richly dressed zebus pulled the car. Sir Francis recognized the statue and whispered, "The goddess Kali, the goddess of love and death." "Of death, perhaps," whispered Passepartout back, "but of love, that ugly old hag." "Never." The Parsi made a sign for silence. Old Farkers danced around the statue and made wild noise. They were marked with ochre stripes. They had cuts on their bodies, and blood fell drop by drop. They were foolish fanatics who still did terrible things in great ceremonies. Some of them, in other places, even threw themselves under the wheels of Juggernaut. Then came some Brahmins in rich Eastern clothes. They led a woman who walked as if she might fall at each step. She was young, and she looked fair, almost like a European. Jewels covered her head and neck, her shoulders, ears, arms, hands, and even her toes. She had bracelets, earrings, and rings. She wore a tunic with a gold border, and over it a light muslin robe that showed the shape of her body. Behind her came guards, and they looked very different from her. They had bear sabres at their waists and long pistols. They carried a corpse on a palanquin. It was the body of an old man, dressed like a Rajah, with great richness. He wore a turban with pearls, a robe of silk and gold, and a cashmere scarf with diamonds. He also had the fine weapons of a Hindu prince, as if he were still alive. After them came the musicians. At the back was another group of dancing Farkers. Their cries sometimes drowned the sound of the instruments. This was the end of the procession. Sir Francis watched with a sad face. He turned to the guide and said, "A sati." The Parsi nodded and put a finger to his lips. The procession moved slowly under the trees. At last the last people vanished deeper into the forest. The songs grew weaker. Sometimes a cry could still be heard far away. Then even that stopped, and all became quiet again. Phileas Fogg had heard Sir Francis. When the procession was gone, he asked, "What is a sati?" "A sati," answered the general, "is a human sacrifice, but a voluntary one. The woman you have just seen will be burned tomorrow at the dawn of day." "Oh, the scoundrels!" cried Passepartout. He could not hold back his anger. "And the corpse?" asked Mr. Fogg. "It is the body of the prince, her husband," said the guide. "He is an independent Rajah of Bundelkund." "Is it possible," said Phileas Fogg, in a calm voice with no sign of emotion, "that these barbarous customs still exist in India, and that the English have not been able to stop them?" "These sacrifices do not happen in most of India," said Sir Francis. "But we have no power in these wild lands, and especially here in Bundelkund. The whole region north of the Vindhyas has constant murders and robberies. The poor wretch, cried Passepartout. To be burned alive. Yes, said Sir Francis. Burned alive. And if she were not burned, you cannot imagine how her own family would treat her. They would shave off her hair. They would give her only a little rice to eat. They would despise her. They would call her unclean. She would die somewhere in a corner, like a sick dog. The fear of such a life drives many of these poor women to the sacrifice, more than love or religion. Sometimes, Sir Francis went on, the sacrifice truly is voluntary. Then the government must act strongly to stop it. Some years ago, when I lived in Bombay, a young widow asked the governor for permission to be burned with her husband's body. Of course the governor refused. The woman left the town. She went to an independent Raja, and there she carried out her purpose. While Sir Francis spoke, the guide shook his head more than once. Then he said, "The sacrifice tomorrow at dawn will not be voluntary." "How do you know?" asked Sir Francis. "Everybody knows about it in Bundelkund," said the guide. "But the poor woman did not seem to resist," said Sir Francis. "That is because they made her drunk with fumes of hemp and opium," said the guide. "Where are they taking her?" asked Sir Francis. "To the pagoda of Pelagi, 2 miles from here," said the Parsi. "She will stay there tonight." "And the sacrifice will take place," Sir Francis began. "Tomorrow, at the first light of dawn," the guide finished. Now the guide brought the elephant out from the hiding place. He climbed onto Cuny's neck. He was about to urge him forward with a special whistle. At that moment, Mr. Fogg stopped him. Mr. Fogg turned to Sir Francis Cromarty and said, "Suppose we save this woman." "Save the woman, Mr. Fogg," said Sir Francis. "I still have 12 hours to spare," said Mr. Fogg. "I can use them for that." "Why, you are a man of heart," cried Sir Francis. "Sometimes," replied Phileas Fogg, quietly, "when I have the time." Chapter 13, in which Passepartout receives a new proof that fortune favours the brave. The plan was brave, but it was very hard. Maybe it was even impossible. Mr. Fogg was ready to risk his life, or at least his freedom, to make his trip succeed. But he did not stop. Sir Francis Cromarty agreed at once and wanted to help. Passepartout was also ready. He said yes to anything. He liked his master's idea. He felt that Mr. Fogg had a good heart and a real soul under his cold face. Passepartout started to love Phileas Fogg. But there was still one problem. The guide was with them, and they had to know what he would do. Would he help the Indians instead? If he did not help Mr. Fogg, then Mr. Fogg needed to be sure the guide would at least stay neutral. Sir Francis asked the guide clearly. "Officers," the guide answered, "I am a Parsi, and this woman is a Parsi. Tell me what to do, and I will do it." "Excellent," said Mr. Fogg. The guide went on, "But it is true that we will risk our lives. If they catch us, they will give us terrible pain." "We know that," said Mr. Fogg. "I think we must wait until night to act." "I think so too," said the guide. Then the guide told them about the woman. He said she was very beautiful. She was a Parsi, and she was the daughter of a rich merchant in Bombay. She had an English education there. Because of her manners and her smart mind, people could think she was European. Her name was Ouda. Ouda had no parents. She was an orphan. Then she was forced to marry an old Raja of Bundelkund. She did not want this marriage. She knew what would happen to her after the Raja's death. So she ran away. But they caught her again. The Raja's relatives wanted her to die because they would gain something from her death. They decided she would be a sacrifice, and it seemed she could not escape. This story made Mr. Fogg and the others even more sure. They wanted to save her. They decided the guide would take the elephant toward the pagoda of Pillaji. The guide did so, as fast as he could. About half an hour later they stopped in a small group of trees about 500 feet from the pagoda. They were hidden well, but they could hear the groans and cries of the Farkas very clearly. They talked about how to reach the woman. The guide knew the pagoda. He said the young woman was held inside it. Could they enter by a door while the Indians were asleep from drink? Or was it safer to make a hole in the wall? They could only decide when they were near the place. But one thing was sure. They had to take her that night. If they waited until daybreak, she would be led to the funeral fire. Then no one could save her. When night came, around 6 o'clock, they decided to look around the pagoda first. The cries of the Farkas were stopping. The Indians were taking liquid opium mixed with hemp, and they were getting drunk. It might be possible to move between them and reach the temple. The Parsi guide went first. He moved without noise through the wood. The others followed him. In 10 minutes they reached the bank of a small stream. By the light of rosin torches they saw a pile of wood. On top of it lay the body of the Raja. It was prepared for burning. It would be burned with his wife. The pagoda stood about 100 steps away. Its towers rose above the trees as it became darker. "Come," whispered the guide. He moved even more carefully through the bushes. The others followed. The only sound was the wind in the branches. Soon the Parsi stopped at the edge of a small open space. Torches lit the place. The ground was covered with groups of Indians. They did not move. They were asleep from drink. It looked like a battlefield full of dead bodies. Men, women, and children lay together. Behind them, among the trees, they could see the pagoda of Pillaji very clearly. But the guide was disappointed. Guards of the Raja were at the doors. Torches lit them. The guards walked up and down with naked swords. The priests might also be awake inside. Now the Parsi believed it was impossible to force a way in. He did not go closer. He took the others back a little. Phileas Fogg and Sir Francis also saw that they could not go in by the doors. They stopped and spoke in low voices. "It is only 8 o'clock," said Sir Francis. "These guards may also fall asleep." "It is possible," said the Parsi. So they lay down at the foot of a tree and waited. Time passed very slowly. From time to time, the guide went alone to look again. But the guards kept watching by the bright torchlight. A weak light also came through the pagoda windows. They waited until midnight. Nothing changed. The guards did not sleep. It became clear that they could not hope for that. So the other plan was needed. They had to make an opening in the back wall. They still had to know one thing. Were the priests inside watching the woman as closely as the soldiers watched the doors? They spoke again in whispers. Then the guide said he was ready. He moved forward again, and the others followed. They took a longer path to reach the back of the pagoda. At about 12:30 they reached the wall, and they met no one. There were no guards. There were no doors and no windows on this side. The night was very dark. The moon was going down. It was low on the horizon, and heavy clouds covered it. The tall trees made the darkness even deeper. It was not enough to reach the wall. They had to make a hole. They had only pocket knives. Luckily, the wall was made of brick and wood. It could be cut without too much trouble. If they removed one brick, more would come out easily. They started to work without noise. The Parsi worked on one side. Passepartout worked on the other. They tried to loosen the bricks to make a hole about 2 feet wide. They were working fast. Then suddenly they heard a cry from inside the temple. Right after that, they heard other cries from outside. Passepartout and the guide stopped at once. Had someone heard them? Was the alarm starting? Common sense told them to retreat. They did. Phileas Fogg and Sir Francis followed them. They hid again in the wood. They waited until the noise stopped. They were ready to try again as soon as they could. But then something bad happened. The guards came around to the rear of the temple. They stayed there. They were ready to stop any surprise. The group felt deep disappointment. They could not reach the woman now. How could they save her? Sir Francis shook his fists in anger. Passepartout was almost mad. The guide showed his teeth with rage. Mr. Fogg stayed calm. He did not show emotion. "We can only leave," whispered Sir Francis. "Only leave," said the guide. "Stop," said Mr. Fogg. "I must be at Allahabad tomorrow before noon. I still have time." "But what can you do?" asked Sir Francis. "In a few hours it will be daylight, and then the chance that seems lost may come back at the last moment," said Mr. Fogg. Sir Francis wanted to read Mr. Fogg's eyes. What was this cool Englishman thinking? Was he planning to run forward at the moment of the sacrifice? Was he going to take the young woman from the fire in front of everyone? That sounded like madness. Sir Francis did not want to believe Mr. Fogg would do something so foolish. But he agreed to stay and watch until the end. The guide led them farther back, where they could still see the sleeping groups. They stayed there, hidden, and watched. During this time, Passepartout climbed into the lower branches of a tree. He began to think hard. At first an idea hit him like a flash of light. Now the idea stayed in his mind and would not go away. First he told himself, "What nonsense!" Then he told himself, "Why not, after all? It is a chance. Maybe it is the only chance. And these people are so drunk." Thinking like this, he moved with the smooth body of a snake down to the lowest branches. The ends of the branches bent near the ground. More hours passed. The sky became a little lighter. Day was coming, but it was not bright yet. This was the moment. The sleeping crowd began to move. Tambourines sounded. Songs and cries rose. The hour of the sacrifice had come. The doors of the pagoda opened. A strong light came out. In that light, Mr. Fogg and Sir Francis saw the victim. Oda seemed to wake a little. The fumes of drink were leaving her. She struggled to escape from the man who held her. Sir Francis's heart beat fast. He grabbed Mr. Fogg's hand in fear and emotion. In Mr. Fogg's hand he felt an open knife. At that moment the crowd began to move forward. The young woman fell again into a deep stupor because of the hemp fumes. The Farkers led her with loud, wild, religious cries. Mr. Fogg and his friends joined the back of the crowd and followed. In 2 minutes they reached the stream. They stopped about 50 paces from the wooden pile. In the dim light they saw the Rajah's body still lying on the wood. The victim lay beside her husband's body. She was senseless. Then someone brought a torch. The wood was soaked with oil. It caught fire at once. Sir Francis and the guide seized Mr. Fogg. They held him back. In a sudden act of generous madness, he was ready to rush forward to the fire. but he pushed them aside. Then the whole scene changed in 1 second. A cry of terror rose up. The whole crowd fell to the ground. People threw themselves down with fear. The old Rajah was not dead, or so it seemed. He rose suddenly, like a ghost. He lifted his wife in his arms. He stepped down from the burning pile, surrounded by smoke. The smoke made him look even more like a spirit. Farkers, soldiers, and priests lay with their faces to the earth. They were so afraid that they did not dare to look up. They believed they saw a miracle. The woman was carried in strong arms. She did not move. She did not seem to feel anything. Mr. Fogg and Sir Francis stood upright in shock. The Parsi bowed his head. Passepartout also stood there, almost unable to believe what he saw. The Rajah walked straight to Sir Francis and Mr. Fogg. In a rough voice he said, "Let us go." This Rajah was Passepartout. He had slipped onto the burning pile in the smoke. The darkness still helped him. He had taken the woman from the fire and saved her life. He played his part with bold courage. He moved through the crowd while everyone was filled with fear. Very soon all 4 men disappeared into the wood. The elephant carried them away at a fast pace. But behind them they heard cries and noise. A bullet flew past and cut through Phileas Fogg's hat. They understood that the trick was discovered. The real body of the Rajah now appeared again on the burning pile. The priests recovered from their fear. They saw that the woman was gone. They ran into the forest, and soldiers followed them. The soldiers fired many shots. But the fugitives moved fast. They increased the distance quickly. Soon they were out of reach of bullets and arrows, and Aruda was safe with them. Chapter 14, in which Phileas Fogg descends the whole length of the beautiful valley of the Ganges without ever thinking of seeing it. The dangerous plan was done. Passepartout laughed with joy for an hour because it worked. Sir Francis took his hand and squeezed it. Mr. Fogg said, "Well done." For Mr. Fogg, that was big praise. Passepartout said the real credit was Mr. Fogg's, not his. He said he only had a strange idea. He laughed again when he thought about it. For a few minutes, he, Passepartout, the ex-gymnast and ex-fireman sergeant, had been the husband of a lovely woman and also of an old, dried, dead Rajah. The young Indian woman, Aouda, did not know anything during all this. She was still asleep and unaware. Now she was wrapped in a travel blanket. She was lying in one of the howdahs, a seat on the elephant. The elephant, with the Parsi guide leading it well, moved fast through the dark forest. About 1 hour after they left the pagoda, they crossed a very wide plain. They stopped at 7 o'clock. The young woman was still very weak and could not move well. The guide made her drink a little brandy mixed with water. But she was still very sleepy and dull, and she could not wake up fully. Sir Francis knew the effect of the drug from hemp smoke. He told the others not to worry about her sleep. But he worried more about her future. He told Mr. Fogg that if Aouda stayed in India, she would almost surely fall again into the hands of the men who wanted to kill her. These fanatics were spread around the country. Even with English police, they could find her again in Madras, Bombay, or Calcutta. Sir Francis said she could only be safe if she left India forever. Mr. Fogg said he would think about it. They reached the station at Allahabad at about 10 o'clock. Now the broken railway line was working again, so they could reach Calcutta in less than 24 hours. Mr. Fogg could arrive in time to take the steamer that left Calcutta the next day, on October 25th at noon, for Hong Kong. They put the young woman in a waiting room at the station. Passepartout had to buy things for her, toilet items, a dress, a shawl, and some furs. Mr. Fogg gave Passepartout unlimited credit to pay for them. Passepartout left at once and went into the streets of Allahabad. Allahabad means the city of God. It is one of the most respected cities in India. It is built where two holy rivers meet, the Ganges and the Jumna. Many pilgrims come there from all over India because of these rivers. People say in the old stories of the Ramayana that the Ganges began in heaven and by Brahma's power it came down to earth. While he bought the things, Passepartout also wanted to look at the city. Long ago it had a great fort to defend it. Now the fort was used as a state prison. The city's trade had become small. Passepartout looked for a big bazaar like the ones he knew in Regent Street in London, but he could not find one. At last he met an old, angry Jew who sold used goods. From him Passepartout bought a dress made of Scotch cloth, a large cloak, and a fine coat made of otter fur. He paid £75 and did not hesitate. Then he went back to the station, proud and happy. Little by little, the power that the priests of Palaji had put on Ouda began to fade. She slowly became more normal again. Her beautiful eyes returned to their soft Indian look. A poet king named Jules Verne once spoke about a queen's beauty in a Mainagra. He said she had shining hair, parted in two, around her white and delicate cheeks. He said her face looked fresh and bright. He said her dark eyebrows were like the bow of Karma, the god of love. Under her long soft lashes, he said, her eyes had a pure light, like sacred lakes in the Himalaya. He said her pupils were black and clear. He said her teeth were fine, even, and white, and they shone between smiling lips like tiny drops of dew on a flower. He spoke of her well-shaped ears, her red hands, and her small feet, curved and gentle like a lotus bud. He said she shone with pearls from Ceylon and with bright diamonds from Golconda. He said her waist was narrow and soft, so a hand could almost circle it. He said this showed her rounded figure and the beauty of her chest, full of young life. He said the folds of her tunic made her look like she was made of pure silver by Vikramana, the immortal sculptor. Without using all those poetic words for Ouda, it is enough to say she was a charming woman, in a European sense too. She spoke English very well and very clearly. The guide had not lied when he said her Parsi upbringing had changed her and formed her. The train was about to leave Allahabad. Mr. Fogg paid the guide the agreed price for his work, and not one coin more. This surprised Passepartout. Passepartout remembered how much his master owed the guide for his loyal help. The guide had risked his life at Palaji. If the Indians caught him later, he might not escape their revenge. Also, Cuny had to be dealt with. What would they do with the elephant, which they had bought for a high price? Mr. Fogg had already decided. "Parsi," he said to the guide, "you have helped us and you have been loyal. I paid you for your work, but not for your loyalty. Do you want this elephant? He is yours." The guide's eyes shone. "Your honor is giving me a fortune," he cried. "Take him," said Mr. Fogg, "and I will still owe you." "Good," cried Passepartout. "Take him, my friend. Cuny is brave and faithful." Passepartout went up to the elephant and gave him some lumps of sugar. "Here, Cuny, here, here." The elephant made a sound to show he was pleased. Then he put his trunk around Passepartout's waist and lifted him up as high as his own head. Passepartout was not scared. He patted the elephant kindly. Cuny put him down gently on the ground. Soon after that, Mr. Fogg, Sir Francis Cromarty, and Passepartout sat in a carriage with Ouda. Ouda had the best seat. The carriage went very fast toward Benares. It was 80 miles, and they did it in 2 hours. During the trip, Ouda fully woke up and recovered. She was shocked to find herself in a carriage on a railway, wearing European clothes, with travellers she did not know at all. First, her companions helped her with a little drink to give her strength. Then Sir Francis told her what had happened. He spoke about Mr. Fogg's courage and how he was ready to risk his life to save her. He also told the end of the story and how Passepartout's risky idea had worked. Mr. Fogg said nothing. Passepartout felt shy and embarrassed. He kept saying, "It is not worth telling." Aouda thanked her rescuers with deep feeling, more with tears than with words. Her eyes showed her thanks better than her mouth could. Then she remembered the scene of the sacrifice and the danger that still waited for her. She shook with fear. Mr. Fogg understood what she felt. To calm her, he offered to take her with them to Hong Kong. There, he said, she could stay safe until the matter became quiet and people stopped searching. Aouda accepted quickly and gratefully. She had a Parsi relative in Hong Kong, and this man was a leading merchant there. Hong Kong was an English city, though it was on an island near the Chinese coast. At 12:30, the train stopped at Benares. Old Brahmin stories say the city stands on the place of ancient Kossi. They even said it once hung between heaven and earth, like the story people tell about Mahomet's tomb. But the Benares of today, which some scholars call the Athens of India, stands very plainly on solid ground. As the train entered, Passepartout saw brick houses and huts made of clay. The place looked poor and empty. Benares was Sir Francis Cromarty's destination. The troops he was going back to were camped a few miles north of the city. He said goodbye to Mr. Fogg. He wished him success and said he hoped Mr. Fogg would come this way again one day, in a less strange way, and in a way that made more profit. Mr. Fogg lightly pressed his hand. Aouda also said goodbye to Sir Francis. She did not forget what she owed him, and her goodbye was warm and grateful. Passepartout received a strong, friendly handshake from the brave general. After leaving Benares, the railway ran for some time along the valley of the Ganges. Through the windows, the travellers saw many kinds of land in Bihar, green mountains, fields of barley, wheat, and corn, jungles with green alligators, neat villages, and thick forests full of leaves. They saw elephants bathing in the holy river. They saw groups of Indians doing serious religious washing in the river, even though the season was late and the air was cold. These people were Brahmins, very devout and strong enemies of Buddhism. Their gods were Vishnu, the solar god, Shiva, the divine force of nature, and Brahma, the supreme ruler for priests and lawmakers. What would these gods think of India now, changed and made English in many ways? Steamers now whistled and rushed along the Ganges. The noise spared the gulls floating on the river. Turtles crowded along the banks. And faithful people still lived beside the water. The view passed like a flash, except when steam from the train hid it for a moment. The travellers could hardly see the fort of Chupani, 20 miles southwest of Benares, the old strong place of the Rajas of Bihar. They could hardly see Dizipa and its famous factories that made rosewater. They could hardly see the tomb of Lord Cornwallis on the left bank of the Ganges. They could hardly see the fortified town of Buxar. They could hardly see Patna, a large place for making and trading goods, where India's main opium market was held. They could hardly see Mungir, a town that looked more European than Indian, because it was as English as Manchester or Birmingham, with iron works, tool factories, and tall chimneys sending clouds of black smoke up into the sky. Night came. The train still ran at full speed. In the noise and rush, tigers, bears, and wolves ran away from the locomotive. Many places of Bengal were hidden by the dark. Golconda, ruined Gur, Murshidabad the old capital, Burdwan, Hugli, and Chandanagar, the French town where Passepartout would have been proud to see his country's flag. But he could not see it now. They reached Calcutta at 7 in the morning. The ship to Hong Kong left at noon, so Mr. Fogg had 5 hours. In Mr. Fogg's travel journal, he was due to arrive in Calcutta on October 25th. And it was exactly October 25th when he arrived. So he was not late and not early. The 2 days he had gained between London and Bombay were lost again during the trip across India, as we have seen. But Mr. Fogg did not seem to regret those lost days at all. Chapter 15, in which the bag of banknotes disgorges some thousands of pounds more. The train came into the station. Passepartout jumped out first. Mr. Fogg came after him. Mr. Fogg helped the young lady, Oda, get down from the train. Mr. Fogg wanted to go at once to the ship for Hong Kong. He wanted to put Oda in a safe and comfortable place for the trip. He did not want to leave her while they were still in a place that could be dangerous. Just as he was leaving the station, a policeman walked up to him and said, "Mr. Phileas Fogg." Mr. Fogg answered, "Yes, I am." The policeman looked at Passepartout and asked, "Is this man your servant?" Mr. Fogg said, "Yes." The policeman said, "Then please, both of you, follow me." Mr. Fogg did not look surprised at all. The policeman was the law, and for an Englishman the law is very important. Passepartout tried to talk and ask questions, but the policeman tapped him with his stick. Mr. Fogg made a small sign to Passepartout to obey. Mr. Fogg asked, "May this young lady go with us?" The policeman replied, "She may." So Mr. Fogg, Oda, and Passepartout went with the policeman. He led them to a palkigari. It was a four-wheeled carriage pulled by 2 horses. They got in and the carriage drove away. For about 20 minutes, nobody spoke. They went first through the Black Town. The streets were narrow. The houses were small and very poor. Many people looked hungry and dirty. Then they went through the European town. It looked much nicer. There were bright brick houses. There were coconut trees. There were many ship masts near the water. Even though it was early morning, they saw well-dressed riders on horses and fine carriages going back and forth. The carriage stopped in front of a modest house. It did not look like a private rich home, but it was not a ruin either. The policeman told them to get down. He took them into a room with barred windows. Then he said, "You will appear before Judge Obadiah at 8:30. After that, he went out and closed the door. Passepartout cried, "Why, we are prisoners." He fell into a chair. Oda was very upset, but she tried to hide it. She said to Mr. Fogg, "Sir, you must leave me to my fate. You are treated like this because of me. You are in trouble because you saved me." Mr. Fogg answered calmly that it was impossible. He said it was very unlikely they arrested him for stopping a settee. The people who wanted to do that would not dare to complain in court. He thought there was a mistake. He also said that he would not leave Aruda. He would take her to Hong Kong. Passepartout said nervously, "But the ship leaves at noon." Mr. Fogg replied, very calm, "We shall be on board by noon." He spoke with such certainty that Passepartout could only mutter to himself, "Parbleu, that's sure. Before noon we will be on board." But he still felt worried. At 8:30, the door opened. The policeman came back. He asked them to follow him. He led them into a nearby hall. It looked like a courtroom. Many Europeans and many local people were already there, standing at the back. Mr. Fogg, Oda, and Passepartout sat on a bench in front of the desks of the judge and the clerk. Soon, Judge Obadiah came in. He was a fat, round man. The clerk came in with him. The judge took a wig from a nail on the wall and quickly put it on his head. "The first case," he said. Then he touched his head and cried, "Oh, this is not my wig." The clerk said, "No, your worship, it is mine." The judge said, "My dear Mr. Oysterpuff, how can a judge give a wise sentence in a clerk's wig?" So they changed wigs. Passepartout grew more nervous. He saw a big clock above the judge. The hand seemed to move very fast. "The first case," Judge Obadiah said again. The clerk called Phileas Fogg. Mr. Fogg replied, "I am here." The clerk called Passepartout. Passepartout answered, "Present." "Good," said the judge. "You have been looked for prisoners for 2 days on the trains from Bombay." Passepartout burst out, "But what are we accused of?" The judge said, "You are about to be informed." Mr. Fogg said, "I am an English subject, sir, and I have the right." The judge cut him off and asked, "Have you been ill-treated?" Mr. Fogg answered, "Not at all." "Very well," said the judge. "Let the complainants come in." A door opened and 3 Indian priests came into the room. "That's it," Passepartout muttered. "These are the rogues who were going to burn our young lady." The priest stood in front of the judge. The clerk read the complaint in a loud voice. It said Phileas Fogg and his servant were guilty of sacrilege. They were accused of breaking rules in a place that was holy in the Brahmin religion. The judge asked, "You hear the charge?" Mr. Fogg looked at his watch and said, "Yes, sir, and I admit it." The judge said, "You admit it?" Mr. Fogg replied, "I admit it, and I wish to hear these priests admit, in their turn, what they were going to do at the pagoda of Pelagi." The priests looked at each other. They did not seem to understand his words. Passepartout cried out, very warm and angry, "Yes, at the pagoda of Pelagi, where they were going to burn their victim." The judge stared, very surprised. The priests looked shocked and confused. "What victim?" asked Judge Obadiah. "Burn whom?" "In Bombay itself." "Bombay?" Passepartout cried. "Certainly," said the judge. "We are not talking of the pagoda of Pelagi, but of the pagoda of Malabar Hill, at Bombay." "And as proof," added the clerk, "here are the desecrator's very shoes, which he left behind him." He put a pair of shoes on the desk. "My shoes!" cried Passepartout. He was so surprised that he spoke without thinking. Now Mr. Fogg and Passepartout understood the real problem. They had forgotten the event in Bombay, but now they were stopped in Calcutta because of it. Fix, the detective, had planned this. He saw that Passepartout's mistake at the temple could help him. Fix delayed his own trip for 12 hours. He went to the priests at Malabar Hill. He knew the English authorities punished this kind of act very strongly. He promised the priests a good sum of money for damages. Then he sent them to Calcutta by the next train. Because Mr. Fogg had stopped to save the young widow, Fix and the priests arrived in Calcutta before Mr. Fogg and Passepartout. The magistrates in Calcutta were warned by a message. They were told to arrest Mr. Fogg and his servant if they arrived. Fix was very disappointed when he first heard that Mr. Fogg had not appeared in Calcutta. He thought the robber had stopped somewhere on the way and was hiding in the southern provinces. For 24 hours, Fix watched the station with great worry. At last he saw Mr. Fogg and Passepartout arrive. They were with a young woman, and Fix did not understand why. He quickly got a policeman. That is how they were arrested and brought before Judge Obadiah. Passepartout did not notice Fix in the courtroom. Fix was sitting in a corner and watching with great interest. He was waiting because the arrest warrant had not reached him in time at Calcutta, just as it had failed before at Bombay and at Suez. But Judge Obadiah had heard Passepartout's careless cry about the shoes. The judge asked, "The facts are admitted." Mr. Fogg answered coldly, "Admitted." The judge said, since the English law protects the religions of the Indian people, and since the man Passepartout has admitted that he entered and violated the sacred pagoda of Malabar Hill in Bombay on the 20th of October, I condemn Passepartout to 15 days in prison and a fine of £300. £300! Passepartout shouted. The sum was huge to him. "Silence!" shouted the constable. The judge continued, "And since it is not proved that the act was not done with the master's knowledge, and since the master is responsible for the acts of his paid servant, I condemn Phileas Fogg to 1 week in prison and a fine of £150. Fix rubbed his hands softly. He felt happy. If Mr. Fogg stayed 1 week in Calcutta, then the warrant could arrive in time. Passepartout felt sick with shock. He thought he had ruined everything. A wager of £20,000 would be lost because he had gone into that awful pagoda like a fool. Mr. Fogg stayed calm. He looked as if the judgment did not matter. He did not even lift his eyebrows while the judge spoke. When the clerk began to call the next case, Mr. Fogg stood up and said, "I offer bail." The judge said, "You have that right." Fix felt cold inside for a moment. But he calmed down when the judge said the bail for each prisoner would be £1,000. Mr. Fogg said, "I will pay it at once." Passepartout had the carpet bag with him. Mr. Fogg took out a roll of bank bills and put them on the clerk's desk. The judge said, "This money will be given back to you when you are released from prison. For now, you are free on bail." Mr. Fogg turned to Passepartout and said, "Come." Passepartout cried angrily, "But at least give me back my shoes." The shoes were handed back to him. He muttered, "Ah, these are very expensive shoes. More than £1,000 each. And they pinch my feet too." Mr. Fogg offered his arm to Aouda, and they left the court. Passepartout followed them, looking sad and ashamed. Fix still hoped Mr. Fogg would not leave £2,000 behind. He thought Mr. Fogg might choose to stay in jail and keep his money. So Fix followed them again. Mr. Fogg took a carriage, and soon they reached the quay. The ship, the Rangoon, was in the harbour about half a mile away. Its signal for departure was up on the mast. The clock struck 11 o'clock. Mr. Fogg was 1 hour early. Fix saw them leave the carriage. He saw them get into a small boat and row out to the steamer. Fix stamped his feet with disappointment. "The rascal is off after all," he exclaimed. £2,000 thrown away. He spends money like a thief. I will follow him to the end of the world if I must. But if he goes on like this, the stolen money will soon be gone. Fix was not far from the truth. Since leaving London, Mr. Fogg had spent a lot: travel costs, bribes, the buying of the elephant, and now bail and fines. He had already spent more than £5,000. The reward money Fix hoped to get from the captured bank robber was becoming smaller and smaller. Chapter 16, in which Fix does not seem to understand in the least what is said to him. The Rangoon was one ship of the Peninsular and Oriental Company. It sailed in the seas near China and Japan. It had a screw to move it. It was made of iron. It weighed about 1,770 tons. Its engines had 400 horsepower. It was fast, like the Mongolia, but it was not as comfortable. So Aouda did not have as much comfort on this ship as Phileas Fogg wanted for her. Still, the trip from Calcutta to Hong Kong was only about 3,500 miles. It took about 10 to 12 days. Ouda was not hard to please. In the first days of the trip, Ouda learned more about the man who saved her. She often showed deep thanks for what he had done. The calm gentleman listened to her. He seemed cold, at least on the outside. His voice and his face showed almost no feeling. But he always watched carefully so that Ouda had what she needed and could be comfortable. He visited her each day at set hours. He did not go to talk a lot himself. He went to sit with her and to hear her talk. He was very polite, but he acted like a machine, as if his movements were planned for this one purpose. Ouda did not know what to think about him. But Passepartout had told her a little about his master's strange ways. He also made her smile when he told her about the bet that was sending Mr. Fogg around the world. After all, Ouda owed Mr. Fogg her life. So she always looked at him through her strong gratitude. Ouda told again the story that the Parsi guide had already told. It was true. She belonged to one of the highest native races of India. Many Parsi merchants had become very rich there by selling cotton. One of them was Sir Jamat C. G. Jeepoy. The English government made him a baronet. Ouda was related to this great man. She hoped to meet his cousin, Gigi, in Hong Kong. She did not know if this cousin would protect her there. Mr. Fogg tried to calm her fears. He told her that everything would be mathematically arranged. He used that exact word. Ouda looked at him with her big eyes. Her eyes were very clear, like the holy lakes of the Himalaya. But Fogg, always quiet and closed, did not seem ready to open his heart to her at all. The first days of the voyage went well. The weather was good. The winds were good too. Soon they saw Great Andaman, the main island in the Bay of Bengal. They also saw Saddle Peak, about 2,400 feet high, rising above the sea. The ship went near the shore. But the wild people there, called Papuans, did not come out to meet them. These people were said to be very low on the scale of humanity. But they were not cannibals, as some people had claimed. As the ship passed, the view of the islands was wonderful. There were huge forests in front. There were many palm trees, areca trees, bamboo, teak trees, very large mimosa trees, and tall ferns that looked like trees. Behind them, the mountains made soft, fine lines against the sky. Along the coast, thousands of swallows flew. Their nests were valuable. People in the Celestial Empire used these nests to make a rich dish for their tables. But the island soon disappeared behind them. The Rangoon moved on quickly toward the Straits of Malacca. These straits were the way into the China Seas. While all this happened, what was Detective Fix doing? He had been drawn from country to country by bad luck. He had managed to get on the Rangoon at Calcutta. He did it without Passepartout seeing him. Before he left, Fix gave orders, if the arrest warrant arrived, it must be sent to him at Hong Kong. Fix hoped to hide his presence until the end of the voyage. It would be hard to explain why he was on board. Passepartout thought Fix was still in Bombay. If Passepartout saw him, Passepartout would become suspicious. But Fix felt he had no choice. Later, he would have to meet the servant again, as you will see. Now all Fix's hopes were on Hong Kong. The ship would stop at Singapore, but only for a short time. That stop would be too short for Fix to do anything important there. The arrest had to happen at Hong Kong, or the robber might escape forever. Hong Kong was the last English land where Fix would step. After that came China, Japan, and America. In those places, Fogg might find a safe place, and Fix might not be able to reach him. If the warrant arrived at Hong Kong at last, Fix could arrest his man. Then he could hand him over to the local police. After that, Fix would have no more trouble. But if they went beyond Hong Kong, a simple warrant would not work. Fix would need an extradition warrant. That would bring delays and problems. Fix feared the rascal would use these delays to escape justice. Fix thought about all this for many hours in his cabin. He kept saying to himself, "Now, either the warrant will be at Hong Kong and I will arrest my man, or it will not be there. If it is not there, I must delay his departure this time. I failed at Bombay. I failed at Calcutta. If I fail at Hong Kong, my reputation is lost. Cost what it may, I must succeed. But how can I stop him from leaving if that is my last chance?" Fix decided that, if everything went wrong, he would tell Passepartout the truth. He would explain what kind of man his master really was. Fix was sure Passepartout was not helping Fogg in any crime. Fix believed Passepartout was innocent. If Passepartout learned the truth, he would be afraid. He would fear being seen as part of the crime. Then he would likely help Fix. But this plan was dangerous. Fix would only use it if every other plan failed. One word from Passepartout to his master could ruin everything. So Fix was in a painful and difficult position. Then a new idea came to him. Aruda was on the Rangoon with Phileas Fogg. Fix began to think about this. Who was this woman? How did she become Fogg's travel companion? They had clearly met somewhere between Bombay and Calcutta. But where? Did they meet by chance? Or did Fogg go into the country on purpose to find this charming young woman? Fix was very puzzled. Fix asked himself another question. Was there a secret and wrong love story? Was it an elopement? This thought became strong in his mind. He decided he could use this idea. If the young woman was married or not, Fix thought he could still create problems for Mr. Fogg in Hong Kong. He thought he could make trouble so serious that Mr. Fogg could not escape even with a lot of money. But could Fix even wait until Hong Kong? Fogg had a terrible habit, Fix thought, of jumping from one ship to another. Before Fix could act, Fogg might already leave again and be on his way to Yokohama. Fix decided he must warn the English authorities. He must send a signal about the Rangoon before it arrived. This was easy because the ship stopped at Singapore. From Singapore there was a telegraph wire to Hong Kong. Fix also decided one more thing. Before he acted in a stronger way, he would question Passepartout. It would not be hard to make Passepartout talk. There was no time to lose. So Fix prepared to show himself. It was now the 30th of October. The next day, the Rangoon was due to arrive at Singapore. Fix left his cabin and went on deck. Passepartout was walking up and down at the front part of the ship. Fix hurried to him. He looked very surprised and cried out, "You here, on the Rangoon?" "What, Monsieur Fix, are you on board?" Passepartout answered. He was truly shocked. He knew Fix as his friend from the Mongolia. "Why, I left you at Bombay, and here you are, on the way to Hong Kong. Are you going around the world too?" No, Fix replied. "I will stop at Hong Kong, at least for some days." Said Passepartout. He looked confused for a moment. "But how is it that I have not seen you on board since we left Calcutta?" "Oh, it is a small thing," Fix said. "I have been seasick. I stayed in my bed. The Gulf of Bengal does not suit me as well as the Indian Ocean." "And how is Mr. Fogg?" "He is as well and as punctual as ever," said Passepartout. "Not a day late. But, Monsieur Fix, you do not know this. We have a young lady with us." A young lady. Fix said. He acted as if he did not understand. Then Passepartout told him the whole story of Aouda. He spoke about the event at the pagoda in Bombay. He spoke about buying the elephant for £2,000. He spoke about the rescue. He spoke about the arrest and the court in Calcutta and the sentence. He spoke about how Mr. Fogg and Passepartout were set free again on bail. Fix already knew the last events, but he acted as if he knew nothing. He listened as if it was all new. Passepartout was happy to see Fix so interested, and he talked more and more. "But does your master plan to take this young woman to Europe?" Fix asked. "Not at all," said Passepartout. "We only want to place her under the protection of one of her relatives. He is a rich merchant in Hong Kong." "Nothing to do there," Fix said to himself while he hid his disappointment. Then Fix spoke aloud and said, "A glass of gin, Mr. Passepartout." "Gladly, Monsieur Fix," Passepartout answered. "We must at least have one friendly drink on board the Rangoon." Chapter 17. Showing what happened on the voyage from Singapore to Hong Kong. After this talk, the detective and Passepartout met many times on the deck. Fix stayed quiet. He did not try to make Passepartout tell more about Mr. Fogg. Fix saw Mr. Fogg once or twice, but Mr. Fogg usually stayed in his cabin. He stayed with Aouda there. Or, as he always did, he played whist. Passepartout began to think very hard. Why was Fix still on the same road as his master? Passepartout first met Fix at Suez. Then he met him on the ship Mongolia. Fix got off at Bombay, and he said Bombay was his goal. Now Fix appeared again, and very suddenly, on the Rangoon. Fix was following Mr. Fogg step by step. Passepartout thought this was very strange. What did Fix want? Passepartout was ready to bet his Indian shoes. He kept these shoes with great care. He thought Fix would also leave Hong Kong at the same time as them, and maybe on the same ship. Passepartout could think for a very long time and still not find the true reason. He could not imagine that a detective was following Mr. Fogg as if Mr. Fogg was a robber. But people always try to explain a mystery. So Passepartout found an idea that seemed to make sense to him. He thought Fix was only a man from the Reform Club. He thought Fix was a spy. Maybe the Reform Club sent Fix to follow Mr. Fogg and watch him. Maybe they wanted to be sure Mr. Fogg truly went around the world, just as the bet said. It is clear. Passepartout said to himself, and he felt proud. He is a spy sent to watch us. That is not nice. It is not right to spy on Mr. Fogg. Mr. Fogg is an honest man. Ah, men of the Reform Club, you will pay for this. Passepartout was happy with his idea. He decided not to tell Mr. Fogg. He thought Mr. Fogg would feel hurt if he heard that his enemies did not trust him. But Passepartout decided he would tease Fix when he could. He would make small, strange hints. He wanted to joke, but he did not want to say his true thought in a clear way. On Wednesday afternoon, the 30th of October, the Rangoon went into the Strait of Malacca. This strait is between the Malacca land and the island of Sumatra. There were many small rocky islands there. They blocked the traveller's view of the great island. The next day, at 4 in the morning, the Rangoon stopped at Singapore to take coal. The ship arrived early. It was half a day ahead of the planned time. Mr. Fogg wrote this in his travel journal. Then he went off the ship with Aouda because she wanted to walk on land. Fix watched Mr. Fogg's every move. So Fix followed them with care. He tried not to be seen. Passepartout saw Fix doing this. Passepartout laughed to himself because he thought Fix looked funny. Then Passepartout went to do his usual work and errands. Singapore did not look grand from far away. It had no mountains, but it still had a nice look. It was like a park with many good roads and long tree paths. Mr. Fogg and Aouda rode in a fine carriage. 2 strong horses pulled it. The horses came from New Holland. The carriage took them between rows of palm trees with bright leaves. It took them near clove trees too. The cloves were like the heart inside a half-open flower. Pepper plants grew there, and they stood where fences might stand in Europe. There were sago bushes, big ferns, and many other plants in this hot land. Nutmeg trees were full of leaves, and their smell filled the air. Monkeys jumped in the trees. They were quick and they looked like they were smiling. And in the deep forest there were also tigers. After 2 hours in the country, Mr. Fogg and Aouda went back to the town. The town was large. It had many heavy, uneven houses. But it also had pretty gardens. The gardens had many tropical fruits and plants. At 10 o'clock, they went back onto the ship. Fix followed close behind them because he never stopped watching them. Passepartout had been shopping. He bought many mangoes, several dozen. A mango was as big as a good apple. Outside it was dark brown. Inside it was bright red. The white part inside was soft and sweet when you ate it. Passepartout waited on deck. He was very happy to offer mangoes to Aouda. She thanked him in a kind and gentle way. At 11 o'clock, the Rangoon left Singapore harbour. After a few hours, the high mountains of Malacca were far behind. Their forests were said to have the most beautiful tigers in the world. Soon the travellers could not see them any more. Singapore is about 1,300 miles from Hong Kong. Hong Kong was a small English colony near the coast of China. Mr. Fogg hoped to do the trip in 6 days. He wanted to reach Hong Kong in time. A ship would leave on the 6th of November for Yokohama, the main port of Japan. The Rangoon had many passengers. Many of them got off at Singapore. There were Indians, people from Ceylon, Chinese people, Malays, and Portuguese people. Most of them travelled second class. The weather was good at first. But then the moon changed to its last quarter, and the weather changed too. The sea became rough. The wind sometimes rose close to a storm, but it blew from the southwest. This helped the ship go forward. The captain put up the sails as often as he could, so the ship used both steam and sail. With this double power, it moved fast along the coasts of Annam and Cochin China. But the Rangoon was not built very well, so in bad weather the crew had to be extra careful. This caution made the ship lose some time. Passepartout almost went mad from this lost time. But Mr. Fogg did not seem to care at all. Passepartout blamed the captain, the engineer, and the crew. He was angry at everyone on the ship. He even wished them all to go to a far land. Maybe he was also thinking about the gas at home in Savile Row. The gas lamp there was still burning, and it was costing money. This thought made him even more impatient. One day Fix spoke to him. "You are in a big hurry," Fix said, "to reach Hong Kong." "A very big hurry." Passepartout answered. "Mr. Fogg, I guess, wants to catch the ship for Yokohama." Fix asked. "Yes," said Passepartout. "He wants it very much." "You really believe in this trip around the world?" Fix asked. "Yes," Passepartout said. "I believe it fully." "And you, Mr. Fix? Do you believe it?" Fix said, I do not believe one word of it." "You are a sly dog," Passepartout said, and he winked at him. This wink made Fix feel uneasy. He did not know why. Did Passepartout guess the truth? Fix did not know. How could Passepartout know that he was a detective? But Fix felt that Passepartout meant more than he said. The next day Passepartout went further. He could not keep quiet. "Mr. Fix," he said in a joking voice, "will we lose you when we get to Hong Kong? Will you leave us there?" "Why?" Fix answered, and he looked a little nervous. "I do not know." "Maybe, if only you would go on with us," Passepartout said. "A man from the Peninsular Company cannot stop on the way, you know. You said you were only going to Bombay, and now you are in China. America is not far, and from America to Europe is only a step." Fix looked closely at Passepartout. Passepartout's face looked calm and innocent. Fix laughed to hide his worry, but Passepartout kept teasing him. He asked Fix if he earned much money in this job. "Yes and no," Fix said. "There is good luck and bad luck in such work. But you must know that I do not travel with my own money." "Oh, I am very sure of that." Passepartout cried, and he laughed loudly. Fix now felt truly puzzled. He went down to his cabin and thought hard. He felt that Passepartout suspected him. Somehow the French servant seemed to know he was a detective. But did Passepartout tell Mr. Fogg? And what was Passepartout doing now? Was he helping Mr. Fogg? Or did he know nothing? Was Fix's plan already ruined? Fix spent many hours thinking. Sometimes he felt everything was lost. Sometimes he told himself Mr. Fogg did not know Fix was there. Then he became unsure again, and he did not know what to do. Still, Fix stayed calm on the outside. At last he chose a clear plan. If he could not arrest Mr. Fogg at Hong Kong, and if Mr. Fogg tried to leave that last piece of English land, then Fix would tell Passepartout the truth. He would explain everything. If Passepartout was helping Mr. Fogg, then Mr. Fogg would already know about Fix, and Fix would fail. But if Passepartout knew nothing about the robbery, then Passepartout would want to leave the robber and not help him any more. This was how things stood between Fix and Passepartout. Meanwhile, Mr. Fogg lived above them, on the deck, in a calm and grand way. He seemed to notice nothing. He moved like a planet that follows its path exactly, going around the world step by step. He did not care about the smaller people around him. Still, near him was someone who could disturb him, like a strange star in the sky. But no. Oda's charm did not change Mr. Fogg at all. This surprised Passepartout. If Mr. Fogg had any strong feelings, they were hard to see. They were harder to find than the small changes in the path of Uranus that help people discover Neptune. Each day Passepartout wondered more. He saw deep thankfulness in Aouda's eyes when she looked at Mr. Fogg. Passepartout thought Mr. Fogg was brave and polite. But he also thought Mr. Fogg must be cold inside. He seemed to have no soft heart. This long trip did not seem to wake any love in him. Poor Passepartout, on the other hand, spent much time dreaming. One day Passepartout leaned on the rail near the engine room. He watched the engine work. Then the ship suddenly pitched. The back screw rose out of the water for a moment. Steam hissed out from the valves. Passepartout became angry at once. "The valves do not have enough steam," he shouted. "We are not going fast." "Oh, these English! If this were an American ship, we might blow up, yes, but at least we would go faster." Chapter 18, in which Phileas Fogg, Passepartout and Fix go each about his business. The weather was bad in the last days of the trip. The wind stayed in the northwest. It blew very hard, like a strong storm, and it made the ship slow. The ship, the Rangoon, rolled from side to side again and again. The passengers were not happy. They were tired of the long trip and the very big waves in front of the ship. On the 3rd of November, a hard storm came. A strong wind hit the ship and shook it with force. The waves were high. The Rangoon took down and tied up almost all her sails. Even the ropes and parts of the ship shook and made loud sounds in the wind. The ship had to go slowly. The captain said, "We will reach Hong Kong 20 hours late, and maybe more if this storm stays." Phileas Fogg looked at the angry sea. It was like the sea wanted to stop him on purpose. But Mr. Fogg stayed calm, as always. His face did not change for even one moment. He knew that a delay of 20 hours could be very dangerous. If he was too late, he could miss the boat to Yokohama. Then he would almost surely lose the wager. Still, he showed no anger and no impatience. It was as if this storm was part of his plan, like it was written in his program from the start. Oda was surprised. She could not believe he was so calm. She had seen him calm before, but now she saw it again, even in this danger. Fix did not think the same way. The storm made him happy. It was good for him. He wanted Mr. Fogg to be late. His joy would be complete if the Rangoon had to turn back because the wind and waves were too strong. Every hour of delay gave Fix more hope. It became more and more likely that Mr. Fogg would have to stay in Hong Kong for some days. Fix felt that even the sky was helping him with strong gusts and hard squalls. Fix became seasick, but he did not care. His body felt bad, but his mind was full of happy hope. Passepartout was angry beyond words. Everything had gone so well until now. It felt to him like the earth and the sea were helping his master. The trains and the ships seemed to obey Mr. Fogg. Even wind and steam seemed to work together to make the trip fast. Now Passepartout felt that bad luck had come at last. He was as excited as if the £20,000 were his own money. The storm made him mad. The hard wind made him furious. He wanted to punish the sea and make it obey. Poor Passepartout! Fix hid his own happiness very carefully. If Passepartout saw Fix smile, Passepartout might hit him. Passepartout stayed on deck while the storm lasted. He could not sit still below. He even thought he could help the ship go faster by helping the crew. He tried to work and move with the sailors. He asked the captain and the officers many questions. He asked the sailors too. They could not stop laughing at him because he was so impatient. He asked, "How long will this storm last? Tell me the exact time." They pointed to the barometer. They said, "Look at that. If it goes up, the weather gets better." But the barometer did not go up. It looked like it did not want to move at all. Passepartout shook it. He shook it hard. Nothing changed. The barometer did not care. No shaking and no angry words could make it change its mind. On the 4th of November, the sea became more calm. The storm became weaker. The wind turned to the south, and it was good again. Passepartout became calm too. His face cleared up with the sky. Some sails were opened again, and the Rangoon went as fast as she could. But they could not win back the time they had lost. They did not see land until 5 o'clock in the morning on the 6th. The ship was due on the 5th. Mr. Fogg was now 24 hours late, and the boat to Yokohama would, of course, be missed. At 6 o'clock, the pilot came on board. He went to the bridge to guide the Rangoon through the channels to the port of Hong Kong. Passepartout wanted to ask, "Has the Yokohama boat already left?" But he did not dare. He wanted to keep a little hope until the last moment. He told Fix about his fear. Fix, the sly man, tried to calm him. Fix said that Mr. Fogg could still be on time if he took the next boat. But these words only made Passepartout angry. Passepartout did not like Fix's voice and did not like his calm face. Mr. Fogg, who was bolder than his servant, went to the pilot himself. He asked in a quiet voice, "Do you know when a steamer will leave Hong Kong for Yokohama?" The pilot answered, "At high tide tomorrow morning." "Ah," said Mr. Fogg. He did not look surprised. Passepartout heard this. He wanted to hug the pilot. He was so happy. Fix, at the same time, would have liked to twist the pilot's neck. Mr. Fogg asked, "What is the steamer's name?" "The Carnatic," said the pilot. Mr. Fogg asked, "Should she not have gone yesterday?" "Yes, sir," said the pilot. "But they had to repair one of her boilers. So her departure was put off until tomorrow." "Thank you," said Mr. Fogg. Then he went down to the saloon in his calm, exact way. Passepartout took the pilot's hand. He shook it strongly and happily. He said, "Pilot, you are a very good fellow." The pilot did not understand. He probably still does not know why his words brought such a welcome. He went back to the bridge and guided the ship. In the harbour of Hong Kong there were many small boats, junks, tankers, and fishing boats. They crowded the water. At 1 o'clock, the Rangoon was at the quay. The passengers went ashore. Chance had helped Phileas Fogg in a strange way. If the Carnatic had not needed repairs, she would have left on the 6th of November. Then the passengers for Japan would have had to wait a week for the next ship. Mr. Fogg was 24 hours late, it is true. But this did not have to ruin his whole trip. The steamer that crossed the Pacific Ocean from Yokohama to San Francisco made a direct connection with the one from Hong Kong. It could not leave until the Hong Kong ship reached Yokohama. So if Mr. Fogg arrived in Yokohama 24 hours late, that lost time could likely be won back during the long trip across the Pacific, which took about 22 days. So Mr. Fogg was about 24 hours behind time, 35 days after leaving London. The Carnatic was announced to leave Hong Kong at 5 o'clock the next morning. Mr. Fogg had 16 hours in Hong Kong. His business there was simple. He wanted to place Uda in safety with her rich relative. After they landed, Mr. Fogg put Uda in a palanquin. They went to the club hotel. He got a room for her. He made sure she had everything she needed. Then he went out to look for her cousin, Gigi. He told Passepartout, "Stay at the hotel until I come back, so Uda will not be alone." Mr. Fogg went to the exchange. He believed people there would know a rich man like the Parsi merchant. He met a broker and asked about Gigi. The broker told him the news. Gigi had left China 2 years before. He had stopped working because he had made a very large fortune. Now he lived in Europe. The broker thought he lived in Holland because Gigi had done much trade with Dutch merchants. Mr. Fogg went back to the hotel. He asked Uda to speak with him for a moment. Then he told her at once that Gigi was not in Hong Kong. He said Gigi was probably in Holland. At first, Uda said nothing. She put her hand across her forehead. She thought for a few moments. Then she said in her soft and sweet voice, "What should I do, Mr. Fogg?" "It is very simple," said Mr. Fogg. "Go on to Europe." "But I cannot intrude," she began. "You do not intrude," said Mr. Fogg. and you do not trouble my plan at all. Passepartout. Monsieur, said Passepartout. Go to the Carnatic, said Mr. Fogg, and book 3 cabins. Passepartout was very glad. He liked Aouda because she was kind and polite to him. He was happy that she would continue the journey with them. He went quickly to do what his master ordered. Chapter 19, in which Passepartout takes a too great interest in his master and what comes of it. Hong Kong is an island. England got it after the Treaty of Nankin, after the war in 1842. The English built a strong town there. They made a good port. The island is at the mouth of the Canton River. It is about 60 miles from Macau. Macau is a Portuguese town on the other coast. Hong Kong won in the fight for trade with China. Now most Chinese goods pass through Hong Kong. Many ships bring goods there, and many ships take goods away. In Hong Kong there were docks and hospitals. There were wharves. There was a big church with a Gothic style. There was a government house. The streets were hard and smooth. The town looked like a town in Kent or Surrey, but it was far away, in Asia. Passepartout walked through the town. He kept his hands in his pockets. He went toward Victoria Port. On the way he looked at many strange chairs and cars. He saw palanquins. He saw many people in the streets. Some were Chinese. Some were Japanese. Some were Europeans. People went past him and came toward him. Hong Kong looked to him like Bombay, Calcutta, and Singapore. In all those places he could see English power. He could feel it everywhere. When he came to Victoria Port, he saw a crowded place. There were ships from many nations. There were English ships, French ships, American ships, and Dutch ships. There were ships for war and ships for trade. There were also Japanese and Chinese boats. There were junks. There were small boats too, like sampans and tankers. There were flower boats. All the boats together looked like many gardens on the water. Passepartout looked at the crowd. He saw some local men who looked very old. They wore yellow clothes. He went into a barber shop to get shaved. There he learned something. These old men were at least 80 years old. When a man reached 80, he could wear yellow. Yellow was the imperial colour. Passepartout did not know why, but he thought this was very funny. Then he reached the quay. This was the place where they were to get on the ship named the Carnatic. He was not surprised to see Fix there. Fix walked up and down. Fix looked upset. He looked disappointed too. Passepartout said to himself, "This is bad for the gentlemen of the Reform Club." He walked up to Fix. He smiled in a happy way, as if he did not see Fix's bad mood. Fix had strong reasons to be angry at his bad luck. The arrest warrant had not come. It was on the way, but it would not reach Hong Kong now for some days. Hong Kong was the last English land on Mr. Fogg's route. If Fogg left Hong Kong, Fix could lose him. Fix feared that the robber would escape, unless Fix could keep him in Hong Kong. Passepartout spoke with a light voice. "Well, Monsieur Fix," he said, "have you decided to go with us as far as America?" "Yes," Fix answered. His teeth were tight as he spoke. "Good!" Passepartout cried. He laughed loudly. "I knew you could not make yourself leave us. Come and book your bed." They went into the steamer office. They took cabins for 4 persons. The clerk gave them the tickets. Then the clerk gave important news. The repairs on the Carnatic were finished, so the ship would leave that very evening. It would not leave the next morning, as people had said before. "That will help my master," Passepartout said. "It is even better for him. I will go and tell him." Fix now decided to do something bold. He decided to tell Passepartout everything. He thought it was the only way to keep Phileas Fogg in Hong Kong for 2 or 3 days. So Fix invited Passepartout into a tavern near the quay. They went in. Inside, the room was big and well decorated. At the end of the room there was a large bed. It was like a camp bed, and it had cushions. Several people lay on it. They were in a deep sleep. There were small tables in the room. About 30 customers sat there. They drank English beer and porter. They drank gin and brandy too. They also smoked. They had long red clay pipes. In these pipes there were small balls of opium mixed with rose essence. From time to time, a smoker became too weak from the drug. He slipped under the table. Then the waiters came. They took him by the head and the feet. They carried him to the big bed. The bed already held about 20 of these sleeping men. Fix and Passepartout understood where they were. It was an opium smoking house. Many poor and sick people came here. They looked thin and pale. They looked like they had no life in them. In that place, English merchants sold a terrible drug, opium. They sold a huge amount each year, worth £1,400,000. This drug led many people into a very bad habit. It was one of the worst vices that can hurt human life. The Chinese government tried to stop it. It made strict laws. But it did not work. At first, only rich people used opium. Later it went to poor people too. Then the damage could not be stopped. In China, people smoked opium everywhere and at all times. Men smoked it and women smoked it too. When a person got used to it, that person could not stop easily. If they tried to stop, they suffered greatly. Their bodies shook and they felt strong pain. A very heavy smoker could smoke as many as 8 pipes in one day. But such a man could die in 5 years. Fix and Passepartout had come in only for a friendly drink. Passepartout had no money. Still, he accepted Fix's invitation. He hoped one day he could pay Fix back. They ordered 2 bottles of port wine. The Frenchman, Passepartout, drank a lot. Fix watched him closely. They talked about the journey. Passepartout was very cheerful. He laughed at the idea that Fix would go on travelling with them. When the bottles were empty, Passepartout stood up. He wanted to go and tell his master about the new time for the ship to leave. Fix caught his arm. "Wait a moment," Fix said. "What for, Mr. Fix?" Passepartout asked. "I want to have a serious talk with you," Fix said. "A serious talk?" Passepartout cried. He drank the last little wine in his glass. "We can talk tomorrow." "I do not have time now." "Stay," Fix said. "What I have to say is about your master." Passepartout looked at him with care. Fix's face looked strange. Passepartout sat down again. "What do you want to say?" Passepartout asked. Fix put his hand on Passepartout's arm. He lowered his voice. "You have guessed who I am?" Fix asked. "Of course." Passepartout said. He smiled. "Then I will tell you everything," Fix said. Passepartout laughed. "But I know everything already, my friend." "Very good. Go on. First, let me tell you this. Those gentlemen have paid money for nothing." "For nothing?" Fix said. You speak like you are sure. You do not know how large the sum is. Yes, I do, Passepartout answered. £20,000. 55,000. Fix said. He pressed Passepartout's hand. What? Passepartout cried. Has Monsieur Fogg dared to risk £55,000? Then we must not lose 1 minute. He started to stand up fast. Fix pushed him back into the chair. Fix spoke again. £55,000. And if I win, I get £2,000. If you help me, I will give you 500. Help you? Passepartout cried. His eyes were wide open. Yes, Fix said. Help me keep Mr. Fogg here for 2 or 3 days. What are you saying? Passepartout shouted. Those gentlemen are not happy just to follow my master and doubt his honour. Now they want to put troubles in his way too. I feel ashamed for them. What do you mean? Fix asked. I mean it is shameful, Passepartout said. It is like a dirty trick. They might as well attack Mr. Fogg in the street and steal his money. That is exactly what we plan to do, Fix said. Then it is a conspiracy, Passepartout cried. He became more excited. The wine was rising in his head. He drank without noticing how much he drank. A real conspiracy. And they call themselves gentlemen. Bah! Fix began to look confused. Passepartout went on. Members of the Reform Club. Monsieur Fix, you must know my master is an honest man. When he makes a wager, he tries to win in a fair way. Fix stared at him. But who do you think I am? Fix asked. Passepartout smiled again. An agent of the Reform Club. They sent you here to stop my master's journey. I found you out some time ago. But I said nothing to Mr. Fogg. So he knows nothing? Fix asked. Nothing, Passepartout said. Then he emptied his glass again. Fix rubbed his forehead. He hesitated. What should he do now? Passepartout's mistake looked honest. But it made Fix's plan harder. It was clear now that the servant was not helping his master in a crime, as Fix had feared before. Fix spoke inside his own mind. If he is not an accomplice, he will help me. Fix had no time to lose. He needed to keep Fogg in Hong Kong. So he decided to speak plainly. Listen to me, Fix said suddenly. I am not, as you think, an agent of the Reform Club. Bah! Passepartout said with a teasing smile. I am a police detective, Fix said. The London office sent me. You, a detective? Passepartout asked. I will prove it, Fix said. Here is my commission. Fix showed a paper. Passepartout could not speak. He was shocked. The paper was real. He could not doubt it. Fix continued. Mr. Fogg's wager is only a cover. You and the Reform Club gentlemen are fooled by it. He had a reason to take you with him, because you are innocent. But why? Passepartout asked. Listen, Fix said. On the 28th of last September, a robbery happened at the Bank of England. £55,000 were stolen. The police got a good description of the robber. Here is the description. It fits Mr. Phileas Fogg exactly. What nonsense! Passepartout cried. He hit the table with his fist. My master is the most honourable of men. How can you know? Fix said. You know almost nothing about him. You started work for him the day he left home. He left on a silly reason. He did not even bring trunks. He carried a big amount of money in banknotes. And still you say he is honest? Yes, yes, Passepartout said in a weak way, like he spoke without thinking. Fix leaned closer. Do you want to be arrested as his accomplice? Fix asked. Passepartout was crushed by these words. He held his head in his hands. He did not dare to look at Fix. Phileas Fogg, the brave man who saved Aouda, could he be a robber? Passepartout did not want to believe it. But Fix's words made dark thoughts come into his mind. At last Passepartout spoke, with great effort. What do you want from me? He asked. Here, Fix said. I followed Mr. Fogg to this place. But I still do not have the arrest warrant from London. I sent for it, but it has not arrived. You must help me keep him here in Hong Kong. Passepartout said. But Fix said, I will share the reward with you. The Bank of England offers £2,000. Never! Passepartout cried. He tried to stand, but he fell back. His body and mind were tired. He stammered, Mr. Fix, even if what you say is true, even if my master is the robber you want, which I deny, I am his servant. I have seen his kindness. I have seen his good heart. I will never betray him, not for all the gold in the world. I come from a village where we do not live like that. You refuse? Fix asked. I refuse, Passepartout said. Fix changed his tone. Then act as if I said nothing, he said. Let us drink. Yes, let us drink. Passepartout answered. Passepartout was giving in more and more to the drink. Fix saw that he must separate Passepartout from his master. Fix wanted to make him completely unable to move or to speak. On the table there were pipes with opium. Fix slipped one pipe into Passepartout's hand. Passepartout took it. He put it to his lips. He lit it. He drew in smoke several times. Soon his head grew heavy. The drug worked quickly. His head fell forward. It fell on the table. He was unconscious. At last, Fix said. He watched Passepartout's sleeping face. Mr. Fogg will not hear that the Carnatic leaves this evening. And if he does hear, he will have to go without this cursed Frenchman. Fix paid the bill. Then he left the tavern. Chapter 20, in which Fix comes face to face with Phileas Fogg. At the same time, at the opium house, other things were happening. But Mr. Fogg did not know about them. He did not know he was in danger of missing the steamer. He was calm. He was with Aouda in the streets of the English quarter. He walked with her and helped her. He went to buy the things they needed for the long trip ahead. Mr. Fogg could travel with only a small bag like many Englishmen. But Aouda was a lady. She could not travel well with only a small bag. She needed more things to be comfortable. Mr. Fogg understood this. He did his work slowly and quietly. He was always calm. Aouda spoke to him many times. She felt confused because he was so patient and so kind. She said things like, "You do not need to do so much for me." But Mr. Fogg always answered in the same way. He said, "It is for my journey. It is a part of my plan." After they bought the things, they went back to the hotel. They had dinner there. The dinner was a table d'hôte, and it was served in a rich and fine way. After dinner, Aouda thanked Mr. Fogg. She shook hands with him, as English people do. Then she went to her room to rest. Mr. Fogg stayed calm. All evening he read the Times and the Illustrated London News. He read and did not worry. If Mr. Fogg could feel surprise, he would have felt it that night. He would have been surprised because his servant did not come back before bedtime. But Mr. Fogg did not seem surprised. He knew that the steamer would not leave for Yokohama until the next morning. So he did not trouble himself about it. The next morning, Passepartout still did not come. He did not come to answer Mr. Fogg's bell. Mr. Fogg did not show anger. He did not even look upset. He only took his carpet bag. He called Aruda. Then he sent for a palanquin. It was then 8 o'clock. At 9:30, it would be high tide and the Carnatic would leave the harbour. Mr. Fogg and Aruda got into the palanquin. Their luggage came after them on a wheelbarrow. Half an hour later, they stepped onto the quay. They were to go on board there. But on the quay, Mr. Fogg learned something new. The Carnatic had sailed the evening before. Mr. Fogg had expected to find the steamer there. He had also expected to find his servant there. Now he had neither the ship nor Passepartout. Still, he did not show disappointment. He only said to Aouda, "It is an accident, madam, nothing more." At that moment a man came near them. This man had been watching Mr. Fogg closely. It was Fix. He bowed and spoke to Mr. Fogg. "Were you not, like me, sir, a passenger by the Rangoon, which arrived yesterday?" he asked. "I was, sir," Mr. Fogg answered, in a cold voice. "But I have not the honour." "Pardon me," said Fix. "I thought I should find your servant here." "Do you know where he is, sir?" Aouda asked quickly. She was worried. "What?" Fix said, as if surprised. "Is he not with you?" "No," said Aouda. "He has not come since yesterday." "Could he have gone on board the Carnatic without us?" "Without you, madam?" Fix said. Then he asked, "Excuse me, did you plan to sail in the Carnatic?" "Yes, sir," said Aouda. "So did I, madam," Fix answered. "And I am very disappointed. The Carnatic is repaired now, and it left Hong Kong 12 hours before the time. No one gave any notice. We must now wait a week for another steamer." When Fix said a week, he felt happy inside. He did not show it, but his heart jumped. If Mr. Fogg stayed in Hong Kong for a week, there would be time. The warrant could arrive. Fix thought luck was finally with the law. But then Fix heard Mr. Fogg speak in his calm voice. Mr. Fogg said, "But there are other vessels besides the Carnatic, it seems to me, in the harbour of Hong Kong." Then Mr. Fogg offered his arm to Aouda. He started walking toward the docks. He wanted to find another boat that could leave soon. Fix was shocked. He followed them. It was like an invisible rope tied him to Mr. Fogg. Fix could not stop following. But now luck seemed to leave Mr. Fogg. For 3 hours Mr. Fogg walked around the docks. He was ready to charter a boat if he needed to. He wanted to get to Yokohama. But he could only find ships that were loading or unloading. Those ships could not sail at once. Fix began to hope again. He thought, maybe he will fail. Mr. Fogg was not discouraged. He kept searching. He was firm. He was ready even to go to Macau if he had to. He did not stop. Then a sailor spoke to him on one of the wharves. "Is your honour looking for a boat?" the sailor asked. "Have you a boat ready to sail?" Mr. Fogg asked. "Yes, your honour," said the sailor. "A pilot boat, number 43. It is the best in the harbour." "Does she go fast?" asked Mr. Fogg. "Between 8 and 9 knots an hour," said the sailor. "Will you look at her?" "Yes," said Mr. Fogg. "Your honour will be pleased," said the sailor. "Is it for a sea trip?" "No," said Mr. Fogg. "For a voyage?" "A voyage," the sailor repeated. "Yes," Mr. Fogg said. "Will you agree to take me to Yokohama?" The sailor leaned on the railing. He opened his eyes wide. "Is your honour joking?" he asked. "No," said Mr. Fogg. "I missed the Carnatic. I must get to Yokohama by the 14th at the latest. I must take the boat for San Francisco." "I am sorry," said the sailor, "but it is impossible." Mr. Fogg did not change his face. He said, "I will pay you £100 each day. I will also give you £200 more if I reach Yokohama in time." "Are you serious?" the sailor asked. "Very much so," Mr. Fogg answered. The pilot walked away a little. He looked out at the sea. He was thinking hard. He wanted the money, but he feared the long trip. Fix watched this. Fix felt great worry. He could hardly breathe. Mr. Fogg turned to Ouda. He asked her, "You would not be afraid, would you, madam?" "Not with you, Mr. Fogg," Ouda answered. The pilot came back. He held his hat and moved it in his hands. "Well, pilot," said Mr. Fogg. "Well, your honour," said the pilot, "I cannot risk myself, my men, or my little boat. My boat is only about 20 tons. I cannot risk it on such a long trip at this time of year. Also, we could not reach Yokohama in time. It is 1,660 miles from Hong Kong." "Only 1,600, said Mr. Fogg. "It is the same thing," said the pilot. Fix felt easier for a moment. He thought Mr. Fogg would have to wait. But then the pilot added it might be done another way. Fix stopped breathing. He froze. "How?" asked Mr. Fogg. "By going to Nagasaki," said the pilot, "in the far south of Japan. Or even to Shanghai. Shanghai is only 800 miles from here. If we go to Shanghai, we do not need to sail far from the Chinese coast." "That is good." "The currents run north, and they will help us." "Pilot," said Mr. Fogg, "I must take the American steamer at Yokohama, not at Shanghai or Nagasaki." "Why not?" the pilot asked. "The San Francisco steamer does not start from Yokohama. It stops at Yokohama and Nagasaki, but it starts from Shanghai." "You are sure?" asked Mr. Fogg. "Completely sure," said the pilot. "And when does the boat leave Shanghai?" asked Mr. Fogg. "On the 11th at 7 in the evening," said the pilot. "So we have 4 days. That is 96 hours. If we have good luck and a southwest wind and calm sea, we can make the 800 miles to Shanghai in that time." "And you could leave," Mr. Fogg began. "In 1 hour," said the pilot. "As soon as we get food and water on board and put up the sails." Mr. Fogg said, "It is agreed." "Are you the master of the boat?" "Yes," the pilot said. "I am John Bunsby, master of the Tankadere. Would you like some money now?" Mr. Fogg asked. "If it would not trouble your honour," said Bunsby. Mr. Fogg gave him money at once. He gave £200. Then Mr. Fogg turned to Fix. He said, "Sir, if you would like to take advantage—" "Thank you, sir," Fix said. "I was going to ask that favour." "Very well," said Mr. Fogg. "In half an hour we shall go on board." "But poor Passepartout," Ouda said. She was very upset. "He is missing." "I will do all I can to find him," Mr. Fogg answered. Fix, nervous and in a feverish state, went to the pilot boat. Mr. Fogg and Aruda went another way. They went to the police station in Hong Kong. Mr. Fogg gave a description of Passepartout. He also left money for the search. He wanted the police to spend it to find the servant. They also went through the same steps at the French consulate. Then the palanquin stopped at the hotel. Their luggage had been sent back there, and they took it. After that, they returned to the wharf. It was now 3 o'clock. Pilot boat number 43 was ready. The crew was on board. The food and supplies were stored away. Everything was prepared to leave. The Tankadere was a neat little boat. She was 20 tons. She was built with care and grace, like a racing yacht. Her copper covering shone. Her ironwork was in good order. Her deck was white, like ivory. It showed that John Bunsby was proud of his boat and kept her looking good. She had 2 masts. They leaned a little backward. She carried a brigantine, a foresail, a storm jib, and a standing jib. She was well prepared to run with the wind. She looked able to go fast. In fact, she had proved her speed before. She had won prizes in pilot boat races. The crew of the Tankadere was John Bunsby and for strong sailors. They knew the Chinese seas well. John Bunsby was about 45 years old. He was strong and sunburnt. His eye looked lively. His face showed energy and self-trust. Even a timid person could feel safe with him. Mr. Fogg and Aruda went on board. They found Fix already there. Below deck there was a square cabin. The walls pushed out where the beds were, like small bunks. Above them was a round divan. In the middle there was a table with a lamp that could swing. The space was small, but it was clean and tidy. "I am sorry I have nothing better to offer you," Mr. Fogg said to Fix. Fix bowed. He did not answer. Inside, Fix felt something like shame. Mr. Fogg was kind to him, and Fix was using that kindness. It is certain, Fix thought, even if he is a rascal, he is a polite one. At 10 minutes past 3, they raised the sails. They also raised the English flag. Mr. Fogg and Aruda sat on deck. They looked back at the quay one last time. They hoped to see Passepartout. Fix also looked. He had fear in his heart. He feared that the unlucky servant, whom Fix had treated so badly, might come there. If Passepartout came, he might speak, and then things could become very bad for Fix. But the Frenchman did not appear. Without doubt, he was still under the strong effect of opium. At last John Bunsby gave the order to leave. The Tankadere took the wind under her brigantine, her foresail, and her standing jib. She moved forward fast over the waves. Chapter 21, in which the master of The Tankadere runs great risk of losing a reward of £200. The trip was about 800 miles. It was very dangerous to do it in a small boat of only 20 tons, and at that time of year. The seas near China are often rough. Strong winds can become terrible storms, and this is common near the equinoxes. It was now early November. It would have helped the captain to take the passengers to Yokohama because he was paid a fixed amount of money for each day. But it would have been too risky to try. It was already risky even to try to reach Shanghai. Still, John Bunsby trusted the Tankadere. He said the boat could ride the waves like a seagull. Maybe he was right. Late in the day they went through the tricky channels of Hong Kong. The Tankadere had good wind, and she sailed very well. I do not need to tell you, "Pilot," said Phileas Fogg when they reached the open sea, "to use all possible speed." "Trust me, Your Honour," said John Bunsby. "We use all the sail the wind allows. The long poles will not help now. We use them only when we go into a port." "It is your work, not mine," said Mr. Fogg. "I trust you." Mr. Fogg stood straight with his legs apart, like a sailor. He looked at the rising water without fear. The young woman, Oda, sat at the back of the boat. She felt deeply moved as she looked at the ocean. It was getting dark with evening. She had gone on the sea in a very small and weak vessel. Above her, the white sails moved in the wind. They looked like big white wings. The boat, pushed by the wind, seemed to fly. Night came. The moon was in her first quarter. Her light was weak, and soon it would fade into mist on the horizon. Clouds rose in the east and covered part of the sky. The pilot put out the lights on the boat. This was very important. These seas were crowded with ships going toward land. Collisions were not rare, and at their speed even a small could break the brave little craft. Fix sat in the front and thought a lot. He stayed away from the others because he knew Mr. Fogg was a quiet man who did not like to talk much. Also, Fix did not like to speak with the man who had paid for him. Fix was thinking about the future. He felt sure that Fogg would not stop at Yokohama. He thought Fogg would go straight to San Francisco. Fix believed the wide land of America would give Fogg safety. Fix told himself that Fogg's plan was simple. Instead of going from England to the United States in a direct way, like an ordinary criminal, he had travelled around 3/4 of the world. Then, when he reached America, he could escape the police and enjoy the money he had stolen from the bank. But Fix asked himself what he should do once in the United States. Should he leave this man? No, he said to himself, not 100 times. He would not lose sight of Fogg for even 1 hour until he could get him sent back by law. It was his duty, and he would do it to the end. Fix also felt thankful for one thing. Passepartout was not with his master. After Fix had told Passepartout secret things, it was very important that the servants should never speak to Mr. Fogg. Mr. Fogg was also thinking about Passepartout, who had disappeared in such a strange way. When Mr. Fogg looked at the problem from every side, he thought it was possible that Passepartout had made a mistake and had gotten onto the Carnatic at the last moment. Oda thought the same, and she was very sad to lose the good man who had helped her so much. If the Carnatic was going to Yokohama, then they might find him there. It would be easy to check if he had been on that ship. Around 10 o'clock a strong wind rose. It might have been wise to reduce sail, but the pilot watched the sky carefully and left the sails as they were. The Tankadere carried her sail well. She sat deep in the water, and she was ready for high speed if a gale came. At midnight Mr. Fogg and Aruda went down into the cabin. Fix had already gone down and lay on one of the beds. The pilot and crew stayed on deck all night. At sunrise the next day, which was the 8th of November, the boat had gone more than 100 miles. The log showed an average speed between 8 and 9 miles an hour. The Tankadere still carried all sail and was moving as fast as she could. If the wind stayed the same, they had good chances. During the day they stayed near the coast, where the sea currents helped them. The coastline was uneven. Sometimes they could see it clearly through breaks in the air, and it was not more than 5 miles away. The sea was less wild because the wind came from land. This was lucky for a small boat. A heavy sea swell could hurt a boat of small weight. Near noon the breeze became weaker and came from the southwest. The pilot put up the poles, but within 2 hours he took them down again because the wind became strong again. Mr. Fogg and Aruda were not bothered by the rough sea. They ate with good appetite. Mr. Fogg invited Fix to eat too, and Fix accepted, but he did it with hidden anger. He did not like to travel at this man's cost and eat his food. Still, he had to eat, so he ate. After the meal, Fix took Mr. Fogg aside and said, "Sir, you have been very kind to give me a place on this boat. But I cannot spend money like you do. I must ask to pay my share." "Let us not speak of that, sir," answered Mr. Fogg. "But if I insist—" "No, sir," said Mr. Fogg in a firm voice. "This is part of my total travel cost." Fix bowed. He felt angry inside, like his feelings were being pressed down. He went forward and sat alone, and he did not speak for the rest of the day. Meanwhile the voyage went very well. John Bunsby had strong hope. He told Mr. Fogg several times that they would reach Shanghai in time. Mr. Fogg answered that he counted on it. The crew worked hard, pushed by the hope of a reward. They tightened every rope. They lifted every sail with force. The man at the helm made no mistakes. They worked as if they were racing in a royal yacht contest. By evening the log showed that they had travelled 220 miles from Hong Kong. Mr. Fogg could hope to reach Yokohama without writing any delay in his journal. If that happened, then the many troubles since London would not hurt his trip too much. In the small hours of the night the Tankadere entered the Straits of Fukien. These straits lie between the island of Formosa and the coast of China. They crossed the Tropic of Cancer. The sea was very rough in the straits. Strong countercurrents made many spinning waters. Short, hard waves struck the boat and broke her path. It was very hard to stand on deck. At daybreak the wind blew hard again. The sky looked like it promised a storm. The barometer showed fast change. The mercury rose and fell in an uneven way. In the southeast the sea lifted into long rolling waves that showed a coming tempest. The evening before, the sun had set in a red mist and the ocean had glowed in bright shining spots. John Bunsby watched the sky for a long time. He spoke low, not clear, as if to himself. At last he said to Mr. Fogg, "May I speak openly to your honour?" "Of course," said Mr. Fogg. "Well, we are going to have a sudden storm." "Is the wind north or south?" asked Mr. Fogg calmly. "South." "Look! A typhoon is coming." "I am glad it is from the south," said Mr. Fogg, "because it will push us forward." "Oh, if you see it that way," said John Bunsby, "then I have nothing more to say." John Bunsby's fear was correct. At another time of year, the typhoon might have passed without hitting them hard. But now, near the winter equinox, it could strike with great force. The pilot prepared at once. He reduced the sail. They removed the polemasts. All hands went to the front. They raised one strong triangular sail, a storm sail, to keep the wind behind them as much as possible. Then they waited. John Bunsby asked the passengers to go below. But to stay in a small cabin with little air, while the boat jumped in the storm, was not pleasant. Mr. Fogg, Fix, and Aouda all refused. They stayed on deck. Around 8 o'clock the storm hit them with rain and wind. With only the small storm sail, the Tankadere was lifted like a feather. The strength of the wind was hard to imagine. Even if you said her speed was 4 times the speed of a fast train, that would still be too little. All day the boat ran north, pushed by huge waves. She kept her speed close to the speed of those waves, and that helped her survive. Many times she almost went under because great walls of water rose behind her. But the pilot's skill saved her. The passengers were often covered with spray, but they endured it. Fix surely cursed in his heart. Aouda kept her eyes on Mr. Fogg. His calm surprised her. She showed courage like his and faced the storm without complaint. As for Mr. Fogg, he acted as if the typhoon was simply one part of his plan. Until evening the Tankadere held her course to the north. But then the wind turned and came from the northwest. The boat fell into the trough between waves and rolled badly. The sea struck her with frightening force. At night the storm grew even stronger. John Bunsby looked at the darkness and felt heavy worry. After thinking, he spoke with the crew and asked if they should slow down. After they agreed, he went to Mr. Fogg and said, "I think, Your Honour, we should head for a port on the coast." "I think so too," said Mr. Fogg. "Ah," said the pilot, "but which port?" "I know only one," said Mr. Fogg quietly. "And that is Shanghai," said Mr. Fogg. At first John Bunsby did not understand. He could not believe such strong will. Then he cried, "Well, yes. Your Honour is right. To Shanghai." So the Tankadere kept going north. That night was truly terrible. It would have been a miracle if the boat did not sink. Twice it almost ended, but the crew stayed on watch without rest. Aouda was exhausted, but she did not complain. More than once Mr. Fogg rushed to shield her from the waves. Day came again. The storm was still strong. But now the wind returned to the southeast, and that helped them. The Tankadere moved forward again on the high sea. Waves crossed each other and hit the boat from different sides. A weaker boat could have been crushed. From time to time they saw the coast through broken mist, but they saw no other ship. The Tankadere was alone. Near noon there were signs the storm would calm. These signs became clearer as the sun went down. The storm had been short, but the passengers were worn out. They could eat a little and rest. That night was much calmer. They raised some sails again, and the boat moved fast. The next morning at dawn they saw the coast clearly, and John Bunsby said they were not 100 miles from Shanghai. 100 miles, and only one day left. Mr. Fogg was due in Shanghai that evening if he did not want to miss the steamer to Yokohama. If there had been no storm, they would now be within 30 miles of the city. The wind became calmer, and the sea fell with it. They raised all sails. At noon the Tankadere was within 45 miles of Shanghai. They still needed 6 hours to cover that distance. Everyone feared they would fail, and everyone except Mr. Fogg felt their hearts beat fast. They needed an average of 9 miles an hour, but the wind was fading. The breeze was changeable and came from the coast. When it paused, the sea became smooth. Still, the Tankadere was light, and her good sails caught even small winds. With help from the currents, John Bunsby found that at 6 o'clock they were not more than 10 miles from the mouth of the Shanghai River. Shanghai itself was at least 12 miles up the river. At 7 o'clock they were still 3 miles from Shanghai. The pilot swore in anger. The reward of £200 was almost lost. He looked at Mr. Fogg. Mr. Fogg was calm, even though his whole fortune depended on this moment. Just then a long black funnel appeared on the water line. Smoke rose from it. It was the American steamer leaving for Yokohama at the exact time. "Damn her!" cried John Bunsby, pulling the rudder hard. "Signal her," said Mr. Fogg quietly. A small brass cannon stood on the front deck of the Tankadere, used for signals in fog. It was loaded full. As the pilot was about to light it with a hot coal, Mr. Fogg said, "Hoist your flag." They raised the flag to half-mast. This was a distress signal. They hoped the American steamer would see it and change course a little to help the pilot boat. "Fire," said Mr. Fogg. The small cannon boomed loudly through the air. Chapter 22. in which Passepartout finds out that, even at the Antipodes, it is convenient to have some money in one's pocket. The ship Carnatic left Hong Kong at 6:30 on November 7th. It went at full steam toward Japan. It carried many goods and many passengers too. But 2 rooms at the back were empty. They were the rooms that Phileas Fogg had paid for. The next morning, a man came out from the second cabin. His eye looked half closed. He walked in a weak, unsteady way. His hair was a mess. He went to a seat on the deck and sat down like he might fall. This man was Passepartout. This is what happened to him. Soon after Fix left the opium house, 2 waiters found Passepartout lying there. He was not moving. They lifted him and carried him to a bed that was kept for smokers. 3 hours later, Passepartout woke up. Even in his dreams, one thought stayed in his mind like a nail. He still felt the drug. His head was heavy. His body felt slow and dull. Then a strong thought hit him. He had a duty to do, and he had not done it. This thought shook him awake. He fought the sleep from the drug. He got up and rushed out of that place of drinking and smoke. He could hardly walk. He used the walls to hold himself up. He fell down. He got up again. Sometimes he had to crawl and then stand again. He moved forward as if a hidden hand pushed him. He kept crying out the same words again and again. The Carnatic! The Carnatic! The steamer was beside the quay, making steam and ready to leave. Passepartout had only a few steps left. He ran onto the plank. He crossed it, and at once he fell on the deck. He lost sense again at the exact moment the Carnatic began to move away. Some sailors saw him. They were used to scenes like this. They carried the poor Frenchman down to the second cabin. Passepartout did not wake again until the ship was 150 miles away from China. So, the next morning, he found himself on the deck of the Carnatic. He breathed in the strong sea air. The wind felt fresh and clean. The pure air helped him. It made him more awake. It made him less drunk. Little by little, he tried to bring his mind back. This was not easy. His thoughts came slowly. But at last he remembered the evening before. He remembered Fix telling him the truth. He remembered the opium house. It is clear, he said to himself, that I have been terribly drunk. What will Mr. Fogg say? Still, I did not miss the ship. That is the most important thing. Then he thought again of Fix. That bad man, he said in his mind, I hope we are free of him now. I hope he did not dare to do what he said and follow us on the Carnatic. A police detective following Mr. Fogg and saying he robbed the Bank of England. No. Mr. Fogg is no robber. He is as little a robber as I am a murderer. Passepartout then asked himself a hard question. Should he tell his master the truth about Fix? Should he tell that Fix was a detective and that he had followed them? Would it be wise to speak now? Or would it be better to wait until Mr. Fogg was back in London and then tell him that a police agent had followed him around the world and then laugh about it together? That seemed possible. It was worth thinking about. But first, he had to find Mr. Fogg and say sorry for his strange behaviour. Passepartout stood up. The ship moved and rolled on the sea, and this made walking hard. Still, he went toward the back deck. He looked around. He did not see Mr. Fogg. He did not see Aouda either. Good, he said quietly. Aouda is not up yet, and Mr. Fogg has probably found some people to play whist with. He went down to the saloon. Mr. Fogg was not there. Passepartout thought this was simple to fix. He only had to ask the purser which room Mr. Fogg had. So he asked. The purser answered that he did not know any passenger named Fogg. "I beg your pardon," said Passepartout, and he did not stop. "He is a tall man. He is quiet. He does not talk much. And he has a young lady with him." "There is no young lady on this ship," the purser said. "Here is the list of passengers. You can look at it." Passepartout took the list. He read it. He did not see his master's name. Suddenly, a new idea struck him like lightning. "Ah," he cried. "Am I on the Carnatic?" "Yes," said the purser. "On the way to Yokohama?" "Of course." For a short moment, Passepartout had feared he was on the wrong ship. But no, it really was the Carnatic. The terrible thing was this: his master was not on it. Passepartout sat down as if he had been hit. He felt frozen. Now he understood everything. He remembered that the time of departure had been changed. He remembered that he should have told Mr. Fogg this new time. He had not told him. So Mr. Fogg and Aruda had missed the ship. And it was his fault. Yes, he told himself it was his fault. But it was even more the fault of that traitor, Fix. Fix had wanted to separate him from his master. Fix had wanted to keep Mr. Fogg in Hong Kong. Fix had tricked him into getting drunk. Now Passepartout saw the trick clearly. And now, at this moment, Mr. Fogg was surely ruined. The bet was lost. And maybe Mr. Fogg was even arrested and put in prison. When Passepartout thought of this, he grabbed his hair and pulled it in despair. "Ah," he said, "if Fix comes near me again, I will pay him back." After his first deep sadness, Passepartout became calmer. He began to think like a man who must act. His situation was not good. He was going to Japan alone. What would he do there? His pockets were empty. He had no shilling, not even 1 penny. His travel had been paid before, so at least he did not owe money for the ship. And he had 5 or 6 days before the ship reached Japan. He could use that time to decide what to do next. At meals he ate with a strong hunger. He ate as if he ate for 3 people, for Mr. Fogg, for Aruda, and for himself. He filled his plate well. He ate as if Japan was a desert where there might be no food at all. At dawn on November 13th, the Carnatic entered the port of Yokohama. Yokohama is an important port in the Pacific. The mail steamers stop there. Many ships that carry travelers between North America, China, Japan, and the islands of the East stop there too. Yokohama is in the Bay of Yedo. It is not far from a second capital of Japan, and also near the home of the Tycoon. The Tycoon was the civil emperor before the Mikado, the spiritual emperor, took all power into his own hands. The Carnatic are stopped near the quay, close to the custom house, the place where officers check ships and goods. Many ships were there. Their flags were from many nations. Passepartout went ashore. He did it in a shy, careful way, because everything was new to him. The land felt strange. People in Japan sometimes call their country the land of the sons of the sun, and to him it truly felt like another world. He had nothing better to do. So he decided to walk and let chance guide him. He wandered through the streets of Yokohama without a clear plan. At first, he found himself in a European part of the town. The houses had low fronts. Many had verandas. Under these verandas he could see neat entrances and columns. This part of the town, with streets, small squares, docks, and storehouses, filled the space between the promontory of the treaty and the river. Here, like in Hong Kong and Calcutta, many different kinds of people mixed together. There were Americans and English. There were Chinese and Dutch. Many were merchants ready to buy or sell almost anything. Passepartout felt very alone among them. He felt as if he had fallen down into a crowd where he knew nobody and where he did not belong. He had at least one possible way to get help. He could go to the French consul or the English consul in Yokohama. They might help him because he was French. But he did not want to tell his story yet. His story was tied closely to Mr. Fogg's story. So, before he went to any consul, he decided to try other ways first. Chance did not help him in the European part of town. So he walked toward the part where the native Japanese lived. He decided that, if he had to, he would even go on to Yedo. The Japanese part of Yokohama is called Benten. It is named after the sea goddess who is worshipped on islands nearby. In Benten, Passepartout saw many beautiful things. He saw fir trees and cedar trees. He saw sacred gates with strange shapes and lines. He saw bridges half hidden among bamboo and reeds. He saw temples under the shade of huge cedar trees. He saw quiet holy places where Buddhist priests lived, and also men who followed Confucius. He walked through long streets. Children were everywhere. Many had red cheeks and looked like pictures on Japanese screens. They played in the street with small, short-legged poodles and with yellowish cats. The streets were crowded with people. Priests walked in processions. They beat slow, sad drums. Police officers and custom officers passed by too. They wore pointed hats with hard shine, and they carried 2 swords at their waist. Soldiers walked past. They wore blue cotton clothes with white stripes, and they carried guns. Passepartout also saw the Mikado's guards. They wore silk clothing and also armor and coats of mail. He saw many military men of all ranks. In Japan, the job of a soldier is respected. Passepartout thought it was respected there as much as it was looked down on in China. He also saw begging monks and pilgrims in long robes. He saw simple townspeople too. He noticed their black hair, often bent and shaped. He noticed their big heads and long bodies. He noticed their thin legs and short height. Their skin color, he saw, could be copper or almost white, but not yellow like many Chinese. He thought the Japanese looked different from the Chinese. He watched the strange vehicles. He saw carriages and palanquins. He saw carts that even had small sails on them. He saw litters made from bamboo. He watched the women too. He did not think they were very beautiful. They walked with small steps on small feet. They wore canvas shoes, straw sandals, or wooden clogs. He saw tight-looking eyes and flat chests. He noticed that their teeth were black because this was a fashion there. Their gowns were crossed with silk scarves, tied behind in a large knot. He thought that modern ladies in Paris seemed to have copied that knot from Japan. Passepartout wandered for many hours in this mixed and busy crowd. He looked into the windows of rich shops. He saw jewelry shops with strange Japanese ornaments that glittered. He saw restaurants with streamers and banners. He saw tea houses where people drank tea and also drank sake, a drink made from rice. He saw smoking houses too. In Japan, people did not smoke opium much because opium was almost unknown there. Instead, they smoked a fine tobacco, long and stringy. He walked until he left the town and reached the fields. There he saw wide rice plantations. He saw camellias shining brightly. The flowers were giving their last colors and smells. They were not on small bushes, but on trees. He saw bamboo fences around cherry trees, plum trees, and apple trees. The Japanese grew these trees more for their blossoms than for their fruit. He saw scarecrows too, made in strange, ugly shapes, with grinning faces. They were there to scare away sparrows, pigeons, ravens, and other birds that eat the crops. On cedar branches he saw big eagles. In the leaves of weeping willows he saw herons standing very still on one leg. He saw crows, ducks, hawks, and many wild birds. He also saw many cranes. People in Japan consider cranes sacred. They think cranes mean long life and good luck. As he walked, Passepartout saw some violets in the shrubs. "Good," he said. "I will have some supper." But when he smelled them, there was no scent at all. No luck there, he thought. Passepartout had eaten a strong breakfast before he left the Carnatic. He had been careful to do that. But he had walked all day, and now his hunger was strong and demanding. He looked at the butcher stalls. He did not see mutton, goat, or pork. And he knew something important. In Japan it was seen as a wrong act, almost like a sin, to kill cattle because cattle were kept for farm work. So meat was not easy to find in Yokohama. He soon saw he was right. Without butcher meat, he wished he could find wild boar or deer. He wished for a partridge, or quails, or some other game bird. He wished for fish too. He knew that the Japanese mostly ate rice with fish or with small kinds of food. But he had to keep his courage. He told himself to wait. He decided to push his meal to the next morning. Night came. Passepartout went back into the Japanese quarter. The streets were lit by lanterns of many colors. He watched dancers. They made quick steps and jumps with skill and rhythm. He saw astrologers too. They stood outside with their telescopes, looking at the sky. Then he came to the harbor. Fishermen were there, fishing from boats. They used torches made from resin, and the bright flames lit the water. At last, the streets grew quiet. The noisy crowd was gone. A patrol began to pass. The officers wore splendid clothes, and their men walked with them. Passepartout thought they looked like ambassadors because their dress was so rich and grand. Each time he saw a group like this pass, Passepartout gave a small laugh to himself and said in his mind, "Good! Another Japanese embassy is leaving for Europe." Chapter 23, in which Passepartout's nose becomes outrageously long. The next morning, Passepartout felt very tired, very weak, and very hungry. He said to himself that he must get food, no matter what, and as soon as possible. He could sell his watch, but he would rather die than do that first. Now was the time to use the strong voice that nature gave him, even if it was not a beautiful voice. He knew some French songs and some English songs. He decided to sing them for Japanese people. He thought Japanese people must love music because he often heard them hitting cymbals, tom-toms, and tambourines. He thought they might like European songs too. But it was still early in the morning. If he made a concert too early, people might be angry because they were still sleeping. And those people might not pay him with coins that had the Mikado's face on them. So Passepartout decided to wait some hours. As he walked slowly in the streets, he thought about his clothes. He was dressed like a European gentleman. He said to himself, "I look too well dressed for a street singer." Then he had a new idea. He would change his clothes for clothes that fit his plan better. In this way, he could also get a little money so he could eat right away. He decided to do it, and now he had to do it. He searched for a long time. At last he found a local seller of old clothes. He asked the man for an exchange. The seller liked the European clothes. Soon Passepartout came out of the shop wearing an old Japanese coat and a kind of one-sided turban. The turban was old and faded. He also had a few small pieces of silver in his pocket, and they made a little sound when he walked. Good, he thought. I will pretend I am at the carnival. Now he was Japanesed, and his first care was food. He went into a small tea house that looked simple and cheap. He ate about half a bird and a little rice. He ate like a man who did not know how he would get his next meal. After that, he felt stronger. Now, he thought, I must not lose my head. I cannot sell these clothes again to buy even more Japanese clothes. I must think about how to leave this country of the sun. I will not keep happy memories of it. I must leave as fast as I can. Then he thought about the ships. He decided to go to the steamers that were going to America. He would offer himself as a cook or as a servant. In return, they would give him passage and food. When he reached San Francisco, he could find some way to continue. But there was a big problem. Between Japan and the New World there were 4,700 miles of the Pacific Ocean. That was a very long way. Passepartout did not like to leave an idea without trying it. So he walked toward the docks. But when he came closer, his plan did not feel easy anymore. At first it seemed simple. Now it seemed harder and harder. He asked himself, why would an American steamer need a cook or a servant? And why would they trust me? Look at me. I am dressed like this. What papers can I show? What people can speak for me? While he was thinking like this, he saw something that caught his eye. He saw a very large placard. A kind of clown was carrying it through the streets. The placard was in English. It said, Acrobatic Japanese Troupe Honorable William Batulka, Proprietor Last Representations, prior to their departure to the United States of the Long Noses. Long Noses. Under the direct patronage of the god Tingu. Great attraction. The United States, said Passepartout. That is exactly what I want. He followed the clown. Soon he was again in the Japanese quarter. After about 15 minutes, he stopped in front of a big cabin. It had groups of streamers on it. On the outside walls there were pictures in very strong colors. They showed jugglers, but the pictures did not look real. There was no true depth in them. This was the place of the Honourable William Batulka. Batulka was like a Barnum. He was the leader of a group of show people, jugglers, clowns, acrobats, balance artists, and gymnasts. The placard said he was giving the last shows before leaving the Empire of the Sun and going to the States of the Union. Passepartout went in. He asked for Mr. Batulka. Batulka came at once, in person. "What do you want?" he said to Passepartout. At first he thought Passepartout was Japanese. "Would you like a servant, sir?" asked Passepartout. "A servant?" cried Mr. Batulka. He touched the thick grey beard under his chin. "I already have 2 servants. They are strong. They obey me. They have never left me. They work for food. Here they are." And he held out his 2 big arms. The veins on his arms stood out like thick strings. "So I cannot help you?" asked Passepartout. "No," said Batulka. "You are no use to me as a servant." "Oh," said Passepartout. "I really want to cross the Pacific with you." "Ah," said the Honourable Mr. Batulka. "You are not Japanese at all. You are no more Japanese than I am a monkey. Who are you, dressed like that?" "A man dresses as he can," said Passepartout. "That is true," said Batulka. "You are French, yes." "Yes," said Passepartout. I am from Paris. A true Parisian. Then you know how to make funny faces, said Patulka. Well, said Passepartout, and he felt a little angry. We French can make funny faces. That is true. But Americans can do it too. True, said Patulka. If I cannot take you as a servant, I can take you as a clown. Look, my friend. In France they show foreign clowns. In foreign countries they show French clowns. Ah, said Passepartout. You are strong, yes? Asked Patulka. Yes, said Passepartout. Especially after a good meal. And you can sing? Asked Patulka. Yes, said Passepartout. Long ago he used to sing in the streets. But can you sing while you stand on your head? Asked Patulka, with a top spinning on your left foot and a sabre balanced on your right. Said Passepartout. He remembered exercises from his younger days. I think I can. That is enough, said the Honourable William Patulka. So they agreed at once. The engagement was made right there. Passepartout finally found work. He was hired to act in the famous Japanese troupe. It was not a very proud job, but in 1 week he would be on the way to San Francisco. The show that Mr. Patulka talked about so loudly was going to start at 3 o'clock. Soon the loud instruments of a Japanese orchestra made noise at the door. Passepartout had not practiced a role. He had not learned the show. But Patulka chose him for a special job. He had to use his strong shoulders in the big act of the human pyramid. This act was done by the long noses of the god Tingu. This great attraction would be the last act of the show. Before 3 o'clock, the big shed filled with people. There were Europeans and local people. There were Chinese and Japanese. There were men, women, and children. They rushed to the narrow benches. They filled the boxes facing the stage. The musicians sat inside. They played very hard and very loud. They used gongs, tum-tums, flutes, bones, tambourines, and huge drums. The show was like many acrobat shows. But we must say it, Japanese performers are very good at balance. They may be the best balance artists in the world. One performer had a fan and small pieces of paper. He did a pretty trick. It looked like butterflies and flowers. Another performer used the smoke from his pipe. The smoke was scented. He made blue words in the air. The words were a compliment to the audience. A third performer juggled lighted candles. He put them near his lips and put them out, one by one, as he juggled. Then he lit them again, and he did not stop juggling even for a moment. Another performer worked with a spinning top. He made very strange patterns and moves. In his hands, the tops seemed alive. They spun for a very long time. They ran over pipe stems. They ran on the edges of sabres. They ran on wires and even on hairs stretched across the stage. They spun on the edges of big glasses. They crossed bamboo ladders. They went into corners. They made strange music sounds because each top had a different tone. The jugglers threw the tops into the air. They hit them like shuttlecocks with wooden paddles. The tops still kept spinning. They put the tops into their pockets and took them out, and the tops were still spinning like before. It is hard to tell every amazing thing the acrobats and gymnasts did. They turned and balanced on ladders, poles, balls, barrels, and other things. They did it with great care and great skill. But the main attraction was the show of the long noses. Europe did not really know this kind of show. The long noses were a special group. They were under the direct patronage of the god Tingu. They wore clothes like in the Middle Ages. On their shoulders they carried a beautiful pair of wings. But the thing that made them different was their long noses. The long noses were fixed to their faces. They used these noses for their acts. These false noses were made of bamboo. They were very long. Some were 5 feet long, some 6, and some even 10 feet long. Some were straight. Some were curved. Some had ribbons. Some had fake warts. They fixed these long noses very tightly to their real noses. Then they did gymnastic acts on them. A dozen long noses lay flat on their backs. Their noses pointed up. Other performers, dressed like lightning rods, came and played on the noses. They jumped from one nose to another. They did skilled jumps and somersaults. For the last scene, the placard had promised a human pyramid. 50 long noses would make it. They would represent the car of Juggernaut. But they would not make a normal pyramid by standing on each other's shoulders. Instead, they would group themselves on top of the long noses. Now, the performer who had been the base of the car had left the troupe. Someone had to take his place. For this job, they needed only strength and skill. So they chose Passepartout. Passepartout felt truly sad when he put on his costume. It made him remember his youth in a painful way. The costume had wings with many bright colours, and he had to fix a false nose to his face. This nose was 6 feet long. But he tried to feel better. He told himself, "This nose gives me food." He went onto the stage. He took his place with the other performers who would form the base of the car of Juggernaut. They all lay down on the floor. Their long noses pointed to the ceiling. A second group of performers placed themselves on these long noses. Then a third group went above them. Then a fourth group went higher. Soon there was a human monument. It rose up very high, almost to the cornices of the theatre. The audience clapped loudly. At the same time, the orchestra started a very loud piece of music. Then the pyramid began to shake. The balance was lost. One of the lower noses moved away. At once the whole human monument fell apart. It broke like a house of cards. It was Passepartout's fault. He left his place. He jumped over the footlights without using his wings. He climbed quickly to the right-hand gallery. There he fell at the feet of one spectator and cried, "Ah, my master! My master!" "You are here," said the spectator. "Yes," said Passepartout. "It is me." "Very well," said the man. "Then let us go to the steamer, young man." It was Mr. Fogg. With him were Aouda and Passepartout. They went through the lobby and out of the theatre. Outside, they met the Honourable Mr. Batulcar. He was furious. He shouted and demanded money for the damage, for the breakage of the pyramid. Phileas Fogg calmed him down. He gave him a handful of banknotes. At 6:30, at the exact hour of departure, Mr. Fogg and Aouda stepped onto the American steamer. Passepartout followed them. In his hurry he still had his wings on his back and the 6-foot nose on his face. Chapter 24, during which Mr. Fogg and party crossed the Pacific Ocean. When the pilot boat came near Shanghai, the end was easy to guess. The signals from the Tankadier were seen. The captain of the steamer from Yokohama saw them. He also saw the flag at half-mast. So he changed his course. He brought his big ship toward the small boat. Phileas Fogg paid John Busby the price they had agreed on. Then Mr. Fogg gave him extra money too. It was £550 more. After that, Mr. Fogg went up onto the steamer with Aouda and Fix. The steamer left at once. It went toward Nagasaki and Yokohama. They arrived on the morning of the 14th of November. Mr. Fogg did not waste time. He went straight on board the Carnatic. There he learned something. Ouda was very happy. Mr. Fogg was also glad, but he showed no feeling. Passepartout, the Frenchman, had really arrived on the Carnatic the day before. The steamer to San Francisco was going to leave that same evening, so they had to find Passepartout fast if they could. Mr. Fogg went to the French consul. He went to the English consul too. It was no use. They could not help him. Then Mr. Fogg walked through the streets for a long time. At last he began to lose hope. He started to think he would not find his servant. But chance, or maybe a strange feeling, led him to the theatre of the Honourable Mr. Batulka. Mr. Fogg went inside. He looked at the show. He would not have known Passepartout there. Passepartout had a strange costume. He looked like a funny street actor, like a mountebank. But Passepartout was lying on his back on the stage. He looked up. He saw his master in the gallery. He could not stop himself. He jumped with surprise. This sudden move changed the place of his false nose. Because of that, the big pyramid on his face fell down. It fell hard and it rolled across the stage. The crowd laughed. Passepartout later learned many things from Ouda. She told him what had happened on the voyage from Hong Kong to Shanghai. They had been on the Tankadere, and there had been Mr. Fix with them. Passepartout did not show any sign when he heard the name Fix. He thought it was not the right time to tell Mr. Fogg about his trouble with the detective. So when he told his own story, he kept it simple. He said he was sorry. He said he had been taken by drink and by opium. He said he had smoked opium in a tavern in Hong Kong. That was his excuse for why he was not with them. Mr. Fogg listened in a cold way. He did not speak. He did not show anger. Then he gave Passepartout money. Passepartout needed clothes that fit his job again. In less than an hour, the Frenchman changed himself. He cut off the false nose. He got rid of the wings. He kept nothing that made him look like a follower of the god Tingu. The steamer that was going to leave Yokohama for San Francisco belonged to the Pacific Mail Steamship Company. Its name was the General Grant. It was a large paddle-wheel steamer. It was about 2,500 tons. It was well made and very fast. It had big paddles at the sides. It also had a great walking beam above the deck. This heavy beam went up and down, again and again. At one end, a piston rod moved up and down. At the other end, there was a connecting rod. This rod changed a straight motion into a round motion. It turned the shaft. That shaft turned the paddles. The General Grant also had 3 masts. So it could use sails too. The sails helped the steam power. If it went 12 miles an hour, it could cross the ocean in 21 days. Because of that, Mr. Fogg had good reason to hope. He hoped to reach San Francisco by the 2nd of December. Then he could reach New York by the 11th. And he could reach London on the 20th. That would give him some hours before the hard date, the 21st of December. There were many passengers on board. There were English people and many Americans. There were also many coolies going to California. There were several East Indian officers too. They were on vacation, making a tour of the world. Nothing very important happened on the voyage. The ship was carried by its large paddles. It did not roll much. The Pacific Ocean almost earned its name because it was not very wild. Mr. Fogg was as calm and as quiet as always. Aruda, the young woman, began to feel closer to him every day. She felt more than simple thanks. His silent and generous way moved her more than she expected. Little by little, without thinking, she began to feel strong feelings. Yet those feelings did not seem to change her protector at all. Mr. Fogg stayed the same. Oda watched his plans with great care. She became impatient when anything might slow the trip. She often talked with Passepartout. Passepartout noticed her heart very well. He was a loyal servant. He spoke again and again about Mr. Fogg's honesty, his kindness, and his help. Passepartout tried to calm Aruda when she worried. He told her the hardest part was already behind them. He said they were now past the strange lands of Japan and China. He said they were going toward civilized places again. He said a train from San Francisco to New York would help them. He said a ship from New York to Liverpool would help them too. He believed these things would bring them to the end of this impossible journey inside the agreed time. On the 9th day after leaving Yokohama, Mr. Fogg had passed exactly half of the globe. The General Grant passed the 180th meridian on the 23rd of November. At that moment, the ship was at the very antipodes of London, on the other side of the world. Mr. Fogg had used 52 of the 80 days allowed for the trip. Only 28 days were left. By meridians alone, he was only halfway. But in real travel he had already done about 2/3 of the whole road. This was because he had not been able to go straight at first. He had been forced to make long turns and long side roads. He had gone from London to Aden, then from Aden to Bombay, then from Calcutta to Singapore, then from Singapore to Yokohama. If he could have followed the 50th parallel, the line of London, all the way, the trip would have been about 12,000 miles. But because travel was not regular, he had to cover about 26,000 miles. By the 23rd of November he had done 17,500 miles. Now, after Yokohama, the path was almost a straight line across the ocean. And it also seemed that Fix was not there anymore to make trouble. On the 23rd of November, Passepartout made a happy discovery. You may remember his family watch. He had kept it set to London time. He had been stubborn about it. He said the local times in other lands were wrong. He refused to change his watch. But on this day, even though he had not moved the hands, he saw something strange. His watch now agreed exactly with the ship's chronometers. He felt very proud. He laughed a lot. He wanted Fix to be there, so Fix could see it. Passepartout said again and again, that rogue told me so many stories about meridians, the sun and the moon. Moon, indeed! It is more like foolish talk. If you listen to people like that, your time will be a mess. I was sure the sun would one day follow my watch. Passepartout did not understand the real reason. If his watch face had been made for 24 hours, like some Italian clocks, he would not have been proud. Then, instead of showing 9 o'clock in the morning, his watch would show 9 o'clock in the evening. It would show the 21st hour after midnight. That is the difference between London time and the time at the 180th meridian. But even if Fix had explained this simple effect of nature, Passepartout would not have accepted it. And he might not have understood it. And if Fix had been there at that moment, Passepartout would have argued with him in a very different way. So where was Fix then? He was, in fact, on the General Grant. When Fix reached Yokohama, he left Mr. Fogg for a time. He expected to meet him again later that day. First, Fix went straight to the English consulate. At last he found the warrant of arrest there. It had followed him from Bombay. It had come by the Carnatic, the ship where Fix himself was supposed to be. Fix was very angry and very disappointed. Now the warrant was useless. Mr. Fogg had left English ground. And now Fix would need extradition, and that was harder. Fix thought, my warrant is not good here. But it will be good in England. The rogue plans to go back to his own country. He thinks he has lost the police. Good. I will follow him across the Atlantic. And for the money, I hope there is still some left. He has already spent much on travel, rewards, trials, bail, elephants, and many other costs. He has spent more than £5,000. Still, the bank is rich. Fix made his plan. He went on board the General Grant. So he was on the ship when Mr. Fogg and Ouida arrived. Fix was amazed again when he saw Passepartout. He knew him at once, even with the theatre clothes. Fix quickly hid himself in his cabin. He did not want a hard talk with Passepartout. He hoped that, with so many passengers, Passepartout would not notice him. But that same day, Fix met Passepartout on the forward deck. Passepartout did not speak. He rushed at Fix. He grabbed him by the throat. A group of Americans saw it. They were amused. They began to bet at once. Passepartout then hit Fix again and again. He gave him a full storm of blows. The fight showed very clearly that French fists were better than English fists that day. When Passepartout stopped, he felt lighter and calmer. Fix got up. He looked messy and beaten. But he was still cold and quiet. He said, "Have you done?" Passepartout answered, "For this time, yes." Fix said, "Then let me say a word to you." Passepartout began, but Fix said, "It is in your master's interests." Passepartout was surprised by Fix's calm voice. He followed him. They sat down away from the other passengers. Fix said, "You have beaten me." "Good. I expected it. Now listen. Until now, I was Mr. Fogg's enemy. Now I am playing in his game." Passepartout cried, "Ah! So you now believe he is an honest man?" Fix answered, cold as ever, "No. I think he is a rascal. Be quiet and let me speak. As long as Mr. Fogg was on English ground, it was good for me to keep him there. I wanted to hold him until my warrant arrived. I did all I could to slow him. I sent the priests of Bombay after him. I got you drunk in Hong Kong. I separated you from him. And I made him miss the Yokohama steamer." Passepartout listened with tight fists. Fix went on, "Now Mr. Fogg seems to be going back to England. So I will follow him there. But from now on, I will help him. I will keep trouble away, not bring trouble. I change my game because it is good for me. Your interest is now the same as mine. Only in England will you learn if you work for a criminal or for an honest man." Passepartout listened very carefully. He began to believe Fix. Fix seemed to speak with real truth. Fix asked, "Are we friends?" Passepartout said, "Friends, no. But allies, maybe. At the first sign of betrayal, I will twist your neck." Fix answered, "Agreed." 11 days later, on the 3rd of December, the General Grant entered the Bay of the Golden Gate. It reached San Francisco. Mr. Fogg had not gained a day, and he had not lost a day either. Chapter 25, in which a slight glimpse is had of San Francisco. It was 7 in the morning when Mr. Fogg, Ouida, and Passepartout arrived in America. They did not step onto solid land at first. They stepped onto a floating quay. It went up and down with the sea. These keys helped people load and unload ships. Near them, there were many kinds of boats. There were clippers of many sizes. There were steamers from many countries. There were also big river steamboats. They had several decks, one above another. These boats went on the Sacramento River and on smaller rivers that flowed into it. On the quay there were also many goods. They came from trade with Mexico, Chile, Peru, Brazil, Europe, Asia, and the islands of the Pacific. Passepartout was very happy to reach America at last. He wanted to show his joy with a risky jump. He tried to vault in a fine way. But the boards were old and weak. They had holes from worms. He fell through the planks. He was very embarrassed by the way he set foot on the new world. He gave a loud cry. Many cormorants and pelicans were always sitting on these moving quays. His cry scared them. They flew away with a loud, all together. Mr. Fogg went to the shore and asked about the first train to New York. He learned it would leave at 6 o'clock in the evening. So he had the whole day in San Francisco. He took a carriage for $3. He and Neruda sat inside. Passepartout sat on the box next to the driver. They went to the International Hotel. From his high seat, Passepartout looked around with great interest. He saw wide streets. He saw low houses in long lines. He saw Gothic churches in the English style. He saw great docks. He saw big wooden and brick warehouses, like palaces. He saw many vehicles. There were omnibuses and horse cars. On the sidewalks he saw not only Americans and Europeans, but also Chinese and Indians. Passepartout was surprised by everything. San Francisco was not like the old stories from 1849. It was not a wild city of bandits and killers and men who set fires. It was not a place where outlaws came only to steal and get rich. It was not a paradise of criminals who played games with gold dust, with a gun in one hand and a big knife in the other. Now it was a great business city, a great center of trade. The tall tower of the city hall looked over the streets and long avenues. The streets crossed each other at right angles. In the middle there were green squares with trees. Farther away there was the Chinese Quarter. It looked like it was brought from China in a toy box. Passepartout did not often see sombreros, red shirts, or Indians with feathers. He saw silk hats and black coats everywhere. He saw many men who looked busy, quick, and polite. Some streets were very famous. Montgomery Street was one of them. It was to San Francisco what Regent Street was to London, and what the Boulevard des Italiens was to Paris, and what Broadway was to New York. On this street there were large and fine shops. In the windows there were goods from all over the world. When Passepartout arrived at the International Hotel, he felt as if he had not left England. The ground floor had a large bar. It was like a restaurant open to anyone walking by. People could eat dried beef, oyster soup, biscuits, and cheese. They did not need to take out money for that food. They only paid for drinks like ale, porter, or sherry. Passepartout thought this was very American. The refreshment rooms were comfortable. Mr. Fogg and Neruda sat at a table. They were well served on small plates. Black waiters brought the food. After breakfast, Mr. Fogg and Neruda went to the English consulate. Mr. Fogg wanted to get a visa on his passport. As Mr. Fogg was leaving, he met Passepartout. Passepartout asked if it would be good to buy many Enfield rifles and Colt revolvers before they took the train. He had heard stories. He heard that Sioux and Pawnees sometimes attacked trains. Mr. Fogg thought it was not needed. Still, he told Passepartout he could do what he thought best. Then Mr. Fogg went on to the consulate with Ouda. Mr. Fogg had not walked 200 steps when he met Fix. It was, as the book says, by the greatest chance in the world. Fix looked truly surprised. He and Mr. Fogg had crossed the Pacific Ocean, and they did not meet on the ship. Fix said he was glad to see Mr. Fogg again. He said he felt honored because he owed Mr. Fogg a lot. Fix also said his work now called him back to Europe. He said he would be happy to continue the trip with such pleasant company. Mr. Fogg answered politely. Fix, who did not want to lose sight of Mr. Fogg, asked to join them on a walk in San Francisco. Mr. Fogg agreed at once. Soon they were in Montgomery Street. There was a great crowd. People filled the sidewalks and the street. They stood on the horse-car rails. They were at shop doors and in windows. Some people were even on the roofs. Men carried large posters. Flags and long streamers waved in the wind. Loud cries came from every side. Hurrah for Camerfield! Hurrah for Mandiboy! It was a political meeting, or at least Fix thought so. Fix said to Mr. Fogg, perhaps we should not go into the crowd. It may be dangerous. Yes, said Mr. Fogg, and blows are still blows, even if they are political. Fix smiled. To see better and not be pushed, they stood at the top of a flight of steps at the upper end of Montgomery Street. Across the street, between a coal wharf and a petroleum warehouse, there was a large platform in the open air. The crowd seemed to move toward it like a strong river. Why was this meeting happening? What was the reason for such excitement? Phileas Fogg did not know. He thought maybe they wanted to choose an important person, like a governor or a member of Congress. That idea did not seem impossible because the crowd was so excited. At that moment the crowd moved in a strange way. Many hands rose into the air. Some hands were closed tight. Then these closed hands seemed to disappear in the middle of the shouting. It looked like a strong way of voting. The crowd pushed and swayed. The flag shook, vanished for a moment, then came back torn. The waves of people reached the steps. Heads moved like a sea in a storm. Many black hats disappeared, and the crowd seemed lower, as if people were pushed down. It is clearly a meeting, Fix said, and the subject must be exciting. I would not be surprised if it is about the Alabama, even if that question is already settled. Perhaps, said Mr. Fogg, in a calm voice. At least, Fix said, 2 leaders are here. The Honourable Mr. Camerfield and the Honourable Mr. Mandiboy. Ouda held Mr. Fogg's arm and looked at the scene with surprise. Fix asked a man near them what the cause was. Before the man could answer, there was new trouble. People shouted again. Hurrah sounded. The sticks of the banners became weapons. Fists hit in all directions. People hit each other from the tops of carriages and omnibuses stuck in the crowd. Boots and shoes flew through the air. Mr. Fogg thought he even heard revolver shots in the noise. The fight moved toward the stairs and flowed over the lower step. One side was pushed back. But people watching could not tell if Mandiboy or Camerfield was winning. It would be wise to leave, Fix said. He did not want Mr. Fogg to get hurt, at least not before they returned to London. If England is part of this, and they see us, I fear it will go badly for us. An English subject, Mr. Fogg began. He did not finish. Behind them on the terrace, a terrible rose. People shouted wildly, Hurrah for Mandiboy! Hip, hip, hurrah! A new group of voters came to help their friends. They attacked the Camerfield side from the side. Mr. Fogg, Ouda, and Fix were now between 2 groups. It was too late to escape. The rush of men was too strong. Many had heavy canes and sticks. Mr. Fogg and Fix tried to protect Ouda. They were pushed and hit. Mr. Fogg stayed cool, as always. He tried to defend himself with his fists, but it did not help much. A big strong man with a red beard came forward. His face was red and his shoulders were wide. He looked like the leader. He raised his fist to hit Mr. Fogg. The blow would have been terrible. But Fix rushed in and took her instead. At once a huge bruise appeared under Fix's silk hat. The hat was smashed. "Yankee!" cried Mr. Fogg, and he gave the man a look of contempt. "Englishman," the man answered. "We will meet again." "When you please," said Mr. Fogg. "What is your name?" the man asked. "Phileas Fogg." "And yours?" "Colonel Stamp Proctor." Then the human tide swept on. Fix fell, but soon stood up again. His clothes were torn. He was lucky. He was not badly hurt. His travel coat was ripped into 2 uneven pieces. His trousers were torn and hung in a strange way, like some Indian clothes that are easy to put on but do not fit well. Ouda was not hurt at all. Fix alone showed clear marks of the fight with his black and blue bruise. "Thank you," Mr. Fogg said to Fix when they were safely out of the crowd. "No thanks are needed," Fix answered. "But let us go." "Where?" asked Mr. Fogg. "To a tailor," said Fix. This was a good idea. The clothes of Mr. Fogg and Fix were in rags, as if they had fought in the contest of Camerfield and Manderboy themselves. About an hour later they were dressed properly again. With Ouda they returned to the International Hotel. Passepartout was waiting there. He had 6 revolvers, each with 6 barrels. When he saw Fix, he frowned. But Ouda told him in a few words what had happened. Then Passepartout's face became calm again. Fix was no longer an enemy. He was an ally now. He was keeping his promise. After dinner, the coach came to take them and their luggage to the station. As Mr. Fogg was getting in, he said to Fix, "Have you seen this Colonel Proctor again?" "No," Fix said. "I will return to America to find him," Mr. Fogg said calmly. It would not be right for an Englishman to allow such treatment without answering it. Fix smiled, but he did not reply. It was clear that Mr. Fogg was one of those Englishmen who do not like duels at home, but who will fight abroad if their honour is attacked. At 6:15 they reached the station. The train was ready to leave. As Mr. Fogg was about to enter, he called a porter and asked, "My friend, was there trouble today in San Francisco?" "It was a political meeting, sir," the porter replied. "But I thought there was great disorder in the streets," said Mr. Fogg. "It was only a meeting for an election," said the porter. "The election of a general-in-chief, no doubt?" Mr. Fogg asked. "No, sir," the porter said. "It was the election of a justice of the peace." Mr. Fogg got into the train, and the train left at full speed. Chapter 26, in which Phileas Fogg and party travel by the Pacific Railroad. Americans often say, "from ocean to ocean." They use these for words to name the big main railway line that goes across the whole United States. People also call it the Great Trunk Line. This railroad joins the Atlantic side and the Pacific side. This Pacific Railroad is not only one line. It is really 2 lines. One line is the Central Pacific. It goes between San Francisco and Ogden. The other line is the Union Pacific. It goes between Ogden and Omaha. From Omaha, 5 important lines go to New York. Because of this, New York and San Francisco are joined by one long ribbon of metal rails. The distance is about 3,786 miles. Between Omaha and the Pacific Ocean, the railway goes through a very wide land. At that time, this land still had many Indians and also many wild animals. A large part of this land later became a place for the Mormon people. In 1845, people drove the Mormons away from Illinois. After that, the Mormons began to move into this new land and build homes and towns there. Long ago, the trip from New York to San Francisco was very slow. Even when things went well, it took at least 6 months. Now the same trip can be done in 7 days. This fast trip is very important for Phileas Fogg. He needs to cross the country in 7 days because he wants to catch a ship later. In 1862, the government chose where to build the railroad. Some members of Congress from the South wanted a more southern route. But the decision was different. They decided to build a line between the 41st and 42nd parallels. President Lincoln himself chose the end point at Omaha in the state of Nebraska. Work began at once. The builders worked with strong American energy. They worked fast, but they still did the work well. On the open prairies, the road grew very quickly, about 1.5 miles each day. The workers laid down rails in the evening. Then a locomotive ran on these new rails. It brought more rails for the next day. In this way, the train moved forward as the men built the line. The Pacific Railroad also has many branch lines. These branches go into Iowa, Kansas, Colorado, and Oregon. The main line, when it leaves Omaha, follows the left bank of the Platte River. It keeps going until the place where the north branch of the river meets the main river. Then it follows the south branch. After this, it crosses the land of Laramie and the Wasatch Mountains. It goes around the Great Salt Lake and reaches Salt Lake City, the Mormon capital. Then it goes into the Tuya Valley. It crosses the American desert. It passes the Cedar Mountains and the Humboldt Mountains. It crosses the Sierra Nevada. Then it goes down via Sacramento to the Pacific Ocean. Even in the Rocky Mountains, the slope of this railway is not very steep. Its grade never goes above 112 feet in 1 mile. This was a strong point of the route. It helped trains to move across high land without too much trouble. This was the road that Phileas Fogg had to travel in 7 days. If he could do it, he hoped to reach New York in time. Then he could take the Atlantic steamer from New York on the 11th to go to Liverpool. The railway car that Mr. Fogg used was like a long omnibus. It stood on 8 wheels. Inside, it had no separate rooms or compartments. There were 2 long rows of seats. The seats were on both sides of a middle path, and they were at a right angle to the direction of travel. The middle path led to the front platform and the rear platform. These platforms were not only on one car. They were found through the whole train. Passengers could walk from one end of the train to the other. The train also had different kinds of cars. There were saloon cars and also balcony cars. There were restaurant cars and smoking cars too. Only theatre cars were missing. People said that one day they would even have theatre cars. During the trip, sellers walked up and down the middle path. Some sold books and newspapers. Others sold food and small things to eat. Others sold drinks and cigars. They seemed to have many customers, so they kept coming and going. The train left Oakland Station at 6 o'clock. It was already night. The air was cold and not cheerful. The sky was covered with clouds, and the clouds seemed ready to bring snow. The train did not go very fast. When we count the stops, it did not move more than about 20 miles in 1 hour. Still, this speed was enough. It could reach Omaha at the right time. There was not much talk in the car. Soon many passengers fell asleep. Passepartout sat beside the detective, Fix. But he did not speak to him. After what had happened before, their feeling toward each other was not warm. They were now more distant. Fix acted in the same calm way as always. But Passepartout kept quiet and watched him. He was ready to grab him and choke him if Fix gave him even a small reason. About 1 hour after they started, snow began to fall. It was a fine snow, not heavy snow. It was lucky because it could not block the train. When people looked out of the windows, they could see almost nothing. They saw a wide white sheet of land. Against this white land, the smoke of the locomotive looked grey. At 8 o'clock, a steward came into the car. He said that it was time to go to bed. After a few minutes, the car changed into a sleeping room. The backs of the seats were pushed back. Beds that were packed away were rolled out by a clever system. In a moment, new beds were made. Each traveller soon had a comfortable bed. These beds were also private. Thick curtains hung down so other eyes could not look in. The sheets were clean. The pillows were soft. After this, there was nothing to do except sleep. Almost everyone went to bed at once. While they slept, the train kept going across the state of California. The land between San Francisco and Sacramento is not very hilly. The Central Pacific Line uses Sacramento as an important starting point and goes east to meet the road coming from Omaha. The line from San Francisco to Sacramento runs to the northeast. It goes along the American River. This river flows into San Pablo Bay. The distance between San Francisco and Sacramento is about 120 miles. The train did it in 6 hours. Near midnight, while the travelers were still sleeping, the train passed through Sacramento. So they saw nothing of that important city. Sacramento is the seat of the state government. It has fine quays by the water. It has wide streets, good hotels, squares, and churches. After leaving Sacramento, the train passed a junction and then went on. It went by places like Rocklin, Auburn, and Colfax. Then it entered the high land of the Sierra Nevada. A place called Cisco was reached at 7 in the morning. 1 hour later, the sleeping car was changed back into an ordinary car. People could now sit and look out. They could see the beauty of the mountain country as the train moved on. The railway track twisted and turned through the mountain passes. Sometimes it went very close to the side of a mountain. Sometimes it seemed to hang above deep cliffs. The builders avoided sharp corners by making strong curves. The train also went into narrow valleys and gaps between rocks. Some of these gaps looked like they had no way out. The locomotive was loud. Its big funnel sent out smoke, and there was also a strange light. The sharp bell rang again and again. In front, the locomotive had a guard called a cowcatcher. It stuck out like a spur. The train's shrieks and strong sounds mixed with other sounds. There were torrents and waterfalls nearby, and their noise was all around. The smoke of the locomotive went among the branches of very tall pine trees. On this mountain route there were very few bridges, or maybe none. There were also few tunnels, or none at all. The railway went around the sides of the mountains. It did not try to cut straight through nature to take the shortest way. About 9 o'clock, the train entered the state of Nevada. It came in by the Carson Valley. It was still going to the northeast. At midday it reached Reno. There the train stopped for about 20 minutes. People used this time to have breakfast. From Reno the road ran along the Humboldt River. For many miles it stayed near the river banks. Then it turned east. It kept near the river again until it reached the Humboldt Range. This range is near the far eastern edge of Nevada. After breakfast, Mr. Fogg and the people with him went back to their seats. They looked at the country as it opened out before them. They saw wide prairies. They saw mountains far away on the horizon. They saw small streams and creeks. The water in them looked frothy and white. Sometimes they saw very large herds of buffalo. Far away, these herds could look like a moving wall or a moving dam. These huge groups of animals often made a big problem for trains. They could block the rails and stop travel. People had seen thousands of buffalo crossing the track for many hours, moving in thick lines. When this happened, the locomotive had to stop. The train had to wait until the track became clear again. This kind of stop happened to the train that Mr. Fogg was on. Around 12 o'clock, a herd of buffalo covered the track. People thought there were 10,000 or even 12,000. The locomotive slowed down. It tried to push a way through with its cowcatcher in front. But there were too many animals. The mass was too great. The buffalo walked on in a calm way. From time to time they made loud, deep cries. There was no point in trying to stop them. When buffalo take a direction, it is very hard to change it. Nothing seems able to turn them aside. They are like a river of living flesh, and no wall or dam can hold them back. The travellers went out on the platforms to watch this strange sight. They looked and talked and pointed. But Phileas Fogg, who had the strongest reason to hurry, did not go out. He stayed in his seat. He waited calmly, as if he were thinking about something else. He waited until the buffalo decided to leave the track. Passepartout did not stay calm. He was angry at the delay. He wanted to take out his revolvers and shoot into the herd. He cried out, "What a country!" Cattle stop the trains, and they walk by in a long line, as if they are not stopping travel at all. I would like to know if Mr. Fogg planned for this problem in his program. And look at the engineer. He does not dare to drive the locomotive into the herd. But the engineer did not try to force the way, and he was right to be careful. The cowcatcher could crush the first buffalo, that is true. But even a strong locomotive would soon be stopped by the weight and pressure of so many animals. The train could be pushed off the rails. If it left the track, it would become helpless out on the open land. So the best plan was to wait with patience. After the animals were gone, the train could run faster to make up for lost time. The herd kept crossing for 3 full hours. It was night before the track was free again. When the last lines of buffalo were still on the rails, the first lines had already gone far away and had disappeared below the southern horizon. At 8 o'clock, after the long wait, the train went on again. It passed through the narrow defiles of the Humboldt Range. At 9:30 it entered Utah. Utah is the region of the Great Salt Lake. It is also the strange colony of the Mormon people. Chapter 27, in which Passepartout undergoes, at a speed of 20 miles an hour, a course of Mormon history. In the night of the 5th of December, the train went to the southeast for about 50 miles. Then it went up again for about the same distance, to the northeast, toward the Great Salt Lake. At about 9 o'clock, Passepartout went out on the platform to get some air. The weather was cold. The sky was grey, but there was no snow. The sun looked bigger because of the mist. It looked like a very big gold ring. Passepartout was having fun. He tried to think how much this gold ring would be worth in pounds sterling. But then he stopped thinking about that because he saw a strange man come to the platform. This man got on the train at Elko. He was tall and dark. He had a black moustache. He had black stockings, a black silk hat, a black waistcoat, and black trousers. He had a white necktie, and he wore dogskin gloves. He looked like a churchman, like a clergyman. He walked from one end of the train to the other. He put a handwritten notice on the door of every car. Passepartout went closer and read one notice. It said that Elder William Hitch, a Mormon missionary, was on train number 48. Because he was there, he would give a talk about Mormonism in car number 117 from 11 to 12 o'clock. He asked all people who wanted to learn about the religion of the Latter-day Saints to come and listen. "I will go," said Passepartout to himself. He knew almost nothing about Mormonism. He only knew about polygamy, which means a man can have more than one wife. He believed this was the base of the religion. The news went quickly through the train. There were about 100 passengers. Only about 30 of them, at most, went to car number 117 because they were curious about the notice. Passepartout went too. He took a seat near the front. Mr. Fogg and Fix did not go. They did not care to listen. At 11 o'clock, Elder William Hitch stood up. He spoke in an angry voice, as if someone had already argued with him. He said, "I tell you that Joe Smith is a martyr, and that his brother Hiram is a martyr. And I tell you that the persecutions of the United States government against the prophets will also make a martyr of Brigham Young. Who dares to say the opposite?" No one answered him. No one dared to disagree. His voice was excited, but his face was naturally calm. This was a strange contrast. He was probably angry because the Mormons really had many hard times. The government had just managed, with difficulty, to bring these independent fanatics under its rule. It had taken control of Utah. It had made Utah follow the laws of the Union. It had also put Brigham Young in prison with a charge of rebellion and polygamy. After that, the followers of the prophet tried even harder. They spoke against the authority of Congress, at least with words. Elder Hitch, as we can see, was trying to get new followers, even on the railway trains. Then he spoke louder and used many gestures with his hands. He told the history of the Mormons, starting from Bible times. He said that, long ago in Israel, there was a prophet in the tribe of Joseph. This prophet wrote the history of a new religion. He gave these writings to his son, whose name was Mormon. Elder Hitch said that many centuries later, people found this book. The book was written in Egyptian. Joseph Smith, Jr., a farmer from Vermont, translated it. Elder Hitch said that Joseph Smith, Jr. showed himself as a mystical prophet in 1825. Elder Hitch also said that a messenger from heaven appeared to him in a bright forest and gave him the writings of the Lord. Some people listening were not very interested. They left the car. But Elder Hitch did not stop. He kept going with his talk. He said that Joseph Smith, Jr., with his father, his two brothers, and a small group of followers, founded the Church of the Latter-day Saints. He said the church was accepted not only in America, but also in England, Norway, Sweden, and Germany. He said many members were workers and artisans, and also men with learned jobs. He said a colony was started in Ohio. He said they built a temple there. He said it cost $200,000. He said they also built a town at Kirkland. He said Joseph Smith became a banker with many plans and much energy. He also said Joseph Smith got a papyrus scroll from a simple showman who had a mummy. Elder Hitch said the scroll was written by Abraham and by several famous Egyptians. The story began to feel long and tiring. Little by little, fewer people stayed. Soon only about 20 passengers were still there. But Elder Hitch was still full of fire. He did not feel upset. He went on. He told about Joseph Smith's bankruptcy in 1837. He said that after this, angry creditors punished him. They covered him with tar and feathers. Then Elder Hitch said that some years later Smith appeared again, with more honor than before, at Independence, Missouri. Elder Hitch called it the chief place of a strong colony of 3,000 followers. Elder Hitch said that Gentiles became angry and chased him away. He said Smith then went into the far west. Now only 10 people were still listening. Passepartout was one of them. Passepartout listened with all his ears, because he wanted to understand everything. Elder Hitch continued. He said that after many persecutions, Smith came to Illinois. He said that in 1839 Smith founded a community at Nauvoo on the Mississippi River. He said it had 25,000 people. He said Smith became the mayor, the chief judge, and the general-in-chief there. He said that in 1843 Smith said he would run for President of the United States. Elder Hitch then said that at last Smith was trapped at Carthage. He was put in prison. Then he was killed by a group of men wearing masks. At this point, Passepartout was the only person still in the car. Everyone else had left. Elder Hitch looked straight at Passepartout's face. He reminded him that, 2 years after Joseph Smith was killed, Brigham Young took his place. Elder Hitch said Brigham Young left Nauvoo and went to the banks of the Great Salt Lake. Elder Hitch said that there, in a fertile land, right on the road used by emigrants going across Utah to California, the new colony became strong. He said it grew better than anyone expected, thanks to the polygamy practiced by the Mormons. And that, said Elder William Hitch, is why Congress is jealous of us. Why have soldiers of the Union come into Utah? Why has Brigham Young, our chief, been put in prison with no respect for justice? Will we give up because of force? Never. We were driven from Vermont. We were driven from Illinois. We were driven from Ohio. We were driven from Missouri. We were driven from Utah. We will still find some free land where we can put our tents. And you, my brother, he said, with angry eyes on his only listener, will you also put your tent there, under our flag? No, answered Passepartout bravely. Then he left the car. Elder Hitch was left alone, speaking to an empty place. While the talk was going on, the train had kept moving well. Around 12:30, it reached the northwest edge of the Great Salt Lake. The passengers could see the huge lake. It is like an inland sea. It is also called the Dead Sea. An American Jordan River goes into it. The view was beautiful. High rocks stood around it in big layers. White salt covered parts of the rocks and shores. The water looked like a great sheet. Long ago the lake was bigger than now. Over time, the shores moved inward. So the lake became less wide, and at the same time it became deeper. The Salt Lake is about 70 miles long and 35 miles wide. It is about 3 miles and 800 feet above sea level. It is very different from Lake Asphaltite, which is about 1,200 feet below sea level. The Salt Lake has a lot of salt. About 1/4 of the weight of its water is solid matter. Its specific weight is 1,170, and after distilling it, it is 1,000. Fish cannot live in it, of course. Fish that come down through the Jordan, the Weber, and other rivers soon die. The land around the lake was well farmed because most Mormons are farmers. There were ranches and animal pens. There were fields of wheat, corn, and other grain. There were rich prairies. There were hedges of wild roses. There were groups of acacias and milkwort. 6 months later, people would have seen even more. But now, the ground had a thin cover of snow, like powder. The train reached Ogden at 2 o'clock. It stayed there for 6 hours. Mr. Fogg and the others had time to visit Salt Lake City. A branch railway line connects Ogden and Salt Lake City. They went there and spent 2 hours in this very American town. It was built like many cities in the Union, like a checkerboard, with streets meeting at right angles. Victor Hugo calls this the sad feeling of right angles. The founder of the City of the Saints also loved symmetry. In this strange country, where the people are not as good as their institutions, everything is done squarely. Cities are square. Houses are square. Even foolish things are done in a square way. At 3 o'clock, the travellers walked in the streets. The city was built between the banks of the Jordan River and the lower slopes of the Wasatch Range. They saw few churches, or none at all. But they saw the prophet's house, the courthouse, and the arsenal. They saw houses made of blue brick with verandas and porches. These houses had gardens around them, with borders of acacias, palms, and locust trees. A wall of clay and pebbles, built in 1853, went around the town. In the main street they saw the market and several hotels with small pavilion decorations. The place did not look very full of people. The streets were almost empty, except near the temple. They only reached the temple after they walked through several parts of the city that had fences and palisades. They saw many women. This was easy to explain because of the peculiar institution of the Mormons. But it is not true that all Mormons have many wives. They can marry or not marry, as they want. Still, it is worth noting that in Utah, many women wanted to marry. In the Mormon religion, unmarried women are not allowed to have the highest joys of the faith. These poor women did not look rich or happy. Some women, probably the richer ones, wore short black silk dresses that were open. They also wore a hood or a modest shawl. Other women wore clothes like Indian women. Passepartout felt a kind of fear when he saw these women. He saw them in groups, as if they were made to give happiness to one man. His common sense felt sorry, most of all, for the husband. It seemed terrible to him to guide so many wives through all the changes of life. It seemed terrible to lead them, all together, to the Mormon paradise. He imagined that in that paradise they would be with the glorious Smith forever, and that Smith would be like the chief ornament there. Passepartout felt strongly pushed away from such a life. He even thought, maybe wrongly, that the women of Salt Lake City looked at him in a way that was a little scary. Luckily, he stayed there only a short time. At 4 o'clock, the group went back to the station. They got on the train again. The whistle blew for departure. Just at the moment when the wheels began to move, they heard cries of "Stop! Stop!" But trains, like time and tide, stop for no one. The man who cried out was clearly a Mormon who was late. He had been running and could hardly breathe. Luckily for him, the station had no gates and no barriers. He ran along the track. He jumped onto the back platform of the train. Then he fell into a seat, completely tired out. Passepartout had been watching this with concern. He went to the man with strong interest. He learned that the man had run away after an unpleasant scene at home. When the Mormon could breathe again, Passepartout politely asked him how many wives he had. Because of the way he ran away, Passepartout thought the man might have 20 wives, at least. "One, sir," said the Mormon. He lifted his arms up to the sky. One, and that was enough. Chapter 28, in which Passepartout does not succeed in making anybody listen to reason. The train left Great Salt Lake at Ogden. It went north for 1 hour. It went as far as the Weber River. By now it had done almost 900 miles from San Francisco. Then the train turned to the east. It went toward the jagged Wasatch Mountains. The part of the road between these mountains and the Rocky Mountains was very hard to build. The American engineers had their worst problems there. The government helped them with money. The government paid $48,000 for each mile there, not $16,000 like on the flat plains. But the engineers did not fight nature. They did not cut straight through the rocks. They did not try to break the mountains. They went around the hard places. They made the road turn and wind. They used the easier way. They made only one tunnel. This tunnel was 14,000 feet long. They cut it to reach the Great Basin. Up to this time, the track had been at its highest point at the Great Salt Lake. From there, the line made a long curve. It went down toward Bitter Creek Valley. Then it went up again. It went to the ridge that divides the waters. On one side the water goes to the Atlantic. On the other side it goes to the Pacific. There were many small rivers and creeks in this mountain land. The track had to cross Muddy Creek, Green Creek, and others. The builders used culverts, like small bridges, to cross them. Passepartout grew more and more impatient as the train went on. Fix wanted to get out of this hard region too. Fix was even more eager than Phileas Fogg to pass this place. Fix wanted to be beyond danger from delays and accidents. He wanted to reach English soil. At 10 o'clock at night the train stopped at Four Bridges Station. 20 minutes later it entered Wyoming territory. It followed Bitter Creek Valley the whole way. The next day was the 7th of December. The train stopped for a quarter of an hour at Green River Station. Snow had fallen a lot during the night. But rain had mixed with it, so the snow half melted. The train could still go on. Still, the bad weather made Passepartout angry and worried. He thought the snow could pile up. He thought it could block the wheels of the cars. He believed this could be fatal to Mr. Fogg's tour. What an idea, he said to himself. Why did my master make this journey in winter? Why not wait for the good season? If he waits, he has a better chance. While Passepartout watched the sky and felt the cold, Oda had a different fear. Some passengers got off at Green River. They walked up and down the platform. Among them Oda saw Colonel Stamp Proctor. He was the same man who had insulted Phileas Fogg at the meeting in San Francisco. Aruda did not want to be seen. She moved away from the window. She felt alarm. She felt fear in her heart. She was attached to Mr. Fogg. He was cold in his way, but each day he showed her deep care and full devotion. She did not understand all her own feelings. She called it gratitude. But it was more than gratitude, though she did not know it. Her heart sank when she saw the Colonel. Mr. Fogg wished, sooner or later, to call this man to account for what he had done. Chance alone had put Colonel Proctor on this train. But there he was. Ahuda felt it was necessary, at all hazards, that Phileas Fogg must not see him. Ahuda waited for a moment when Mr. Fogg was asleep. Then she told Fix and Passepartout what she had seen. "That Proctor on this train," cried Fix. "Well, do not fear, madam. Before he settles with Mr. Fogg, he has to deal with me. I think I was the more insulted of the two. And besides," said Passepartout, "I will take care of him, colonel or not." "Mr. Fix," Oda said, "Mr. Fogg will not let anyone avenge him. He said he would come back to America to find this man. If he sees Colonel Proctor, we cannot stop a fight. A collision may happen. It may have terrible results. He must not see him." "You are right, madam," said Fix. "A meeting between them might ruin all. If Mr. Fogg wins or loses, he will be delayed, And added Passepartout, that will help the gentlemen of the Reform Club. In 4 days we will be in New York. If my master does not leave this car during these 4 days, then we can hope that chance will not put him face to face with this cursed American. We must, if we can, stop him from leaving the car. After that, they stopped talking. Mr. Fogg woke up. He looked out of the window. Soon after, Passepartout spoke softly to Fix. Mr. Fogg and Aouda did not hear. "Would you really fight for him?" he asked. "I would do anything," Fix answered. His voice was strong and firm. "I want to get him back living to Europe." Passepartout felt a shiver go through him. But his trust in his master did not break. Was there a way to keep Mr. Fogg in the car? They wanted to avoid a meeting with the Colonel. It should not be too hard, because Mr. Fogg was calm, quiet, and not curious. Fix seemed to find a plan. After a few moments he spoke to Mr. Fogg. "These are long and slow hours, sir, that we are passing on the railway," Fix said. "Yes," Mr. Fogg replied, "but they pass." "You used to play whist," Fix went on the steamers." "Yes," said Mr. Fogg, "but it is hard here. I have no cards and no partners." "Oh, we can buy cards," Fix said. "They sell them on all American trains." "And for partners, if Madam plays, certainly, sir," Aouda said quickly. "I can play whist. It is part of an English education." "I also can play," Fix said. "So here are 3 of us and a dummy." "As you please, sir," Mr. Fogg said. He was happy to play again, even on the railway. Passepartout went to find the steward. He came back soon. He had 2 packs of cards. He also had pins, counters, and a small shell covered with cloth. The game began. Aouda played well enough. Mr. Fogg even praised her play. Fix was very strong too. He was an expert. He could match Mr. Fogg. "Now," thought Passepartout, "we have him. He will not move. He will not get out." At 11 in the morning the train reached Bridger Pass. This was the ridge where the waters divide. It was 7,524 feet above sea level. It was one of the highest points on the track in the Rocky Mountains. After about 200 miles more, the travellers were on the Great Plains. These plains go far toward the Atlantic. Nature made them good for an iron road. The land was wide and open. On the slope down toward the Atlantic basin, they saw the first streams. These were branches of the North Platte River. The whole north and east horizon had a great half-circle wall of mountains. This was the south part of the Rocky Mountains. The highest peak there was Lamy Peak. Between the mountains and the railway there were huge plains. They had much water. They were well watered. On the right side rose lower mountain spurs. They went south toward the sources of the Arkansas River. This river is a big branch of the Missouri. At 12:30 the travellers saw Fort Halleck for a moment. It commands that part of the country. A few hours later, the Rocky Mountains were behind them. There was hope now. They hoped no accident would happen in this hard land. The snow stopped falling. The air became crisp and cold. Large birds rose up when they heard the locomotive. They flew away far off. No wild animal appeared on the plain. The land was like a desert. It was wide, empty, and bare. After a comfortable breakfast in the car, Mr. Fogg and his partners went back to whist. Then a sharp, violent whistling sound was heard. The train stopped. Passepartout put his head out of the door. He saw nothing that explained the stop. There was no station in sight. Oda and Fix feared Mr. Fogg might decide to get out. But he only said to Passepartout, "See what is the matter." Passepartout rushed out. 30 or 40 passengers were already outside. Colonel Stamp Proctor was among them. The train had stopped at a red signal. The signal blocked the way. The engineer and the conductor talked in an excited way with a signalman. The station master at Medicine Bow, the next stop, had sent this man ahead. The passengers gathered around. They joined the talk. Colonel Proctor stood out. He spoke with his rude and insolent manner. Passepartout joined the group. He heard the signalman say, "No. You cannot pass. The bridge at Medicine Bow is shaky. It will not hold the weight of the train." This was a suspension bridge over rapids. It was about a mile from where they stopped. The signalman said the bridge was in ruins. Some iron wires were broken. It was not possible to risk it. He did not exaggerate. The bridge really was bad. People say Americans are often rash. But when they are careful, there is a good reason. Passepartout did not dare to tell his master yet. He listened with his teeth set. He stood still, like a statue. "Hum," cried Colonel Proctor. "We are not going to stay here and take root in the snow." "Colonel," said the conductor, "we telegraphed to Omaha for a train. But it will not reach Medicine Bow in less than 6 hours." "6 hours?" cried Passepartout. "Certainly," said the conductor. "And it will take us as long as that to reach Medicine Bow on foot." "But it is only a mile from here," said a passenger. "Yes," said the conductor, "but it is on the other side of the river." "And can't we cross in a boat?" asked the colonel. "That is impossible," said the conductor. "The creek is high because of rain. It is a rapid. We must go 10 miles north to find a ford." The colonel swore loudly. He blamed the railway company. He blamed the conductor. Passepartout was furious too. He almost agreed with the colonel. This obstacle could not be removed by Mr. Fogg's money. Even banknotes could not fix a broken bridge. The passengers were disappointed. They did not only see a delay. They also saw that they must walk many miles over snow. They grumbled. They protested. They could have drawn Mr. Fogg's attention. But Mr. Fogg was deep in his whist game. He did not notice. Passepartout knew he could not keep silent. He had to tell his master what happened. With his head down, he turned back toward the car. But then the engineer called out. He was a true Yankee, and his name was Foster. "Gentlemen," Foster said, "maybe there is a way to get over after all." "On the bridge?" asked a passenger. "On the bridge," said Foster. "With our train?" asked another. "With our train," Foster answered. Passepartout stopped. He listened with all his attention. "But the bridge is unsafe," said the conductor. "No matter," Foster replied. "I think that if we go at the very highest speed, we may have a chance." "The devil," muttered Passepartout. Many passengers liked the idea at once. Colonel Proctor was very pleased. He said it was a fine plan. He told stories. He spoke of engineers who had jumped trains over rivers without bridges by using full steam. Many people said they agreed with the engineer. "We have 50 chances out of 100, said one man. 80. 90, cried others. Passepartout was shocked. He was ready to try anything to reach Medicine Creek. But this plan seemed too American to him. He thought there is a simpler way. It is so simple. Why do they not think of it?
He spoke to one passenger. "Sir," he said aloud, "the engineer's plan is a little dangerous, but 80 chances," the man said, and turned his back. Passepartout tried another. "I know," he said, "but a simple ideas are no use," the American said, with a shrug. "The engineer says we can pass." "Perhaps we can pass," Passepartout said. "But maybe it is better." "What?" "Better?" "Prudent," cried Colonel Proctor. The word prudent made him angry. "At full speed?" "At full speed, don't you see?" "I see," said Passepartout. "But it would be, if not more prudent, since you do not like that word, at least more natural. Who is this fellow?" cried several people. Passepartout did not know who would listen to him. "Are you afraid?" asked Colonel Proctor. "I afraid?" Passepartout cried. "Very well. I will show them that a Frenchman can be as American as they." "All aboard!" cried the conductor. "Yes, all aboard," repeated Passepartout, and he got back in at once. But he still thought it is more natural to cross the bridge on foot. Then the train can come after. No one listened to this wise thought. No one agreed with it. All the passengers went back to their seats. Passepartout sat down. He did not tell his master what he had heard. The whist players stayed absorbed in their game. The locomotive whistled strongly. The engineer reversed the steam. He backed the train for almost a mile. He did this like a jumper who runs back to take a longer leap. Then the engineer whistled again. He moved forward. The train went faster and faster. Soon the speed was terrible. A long scream came from the locomotive. The piston went up and down. It moved 20 strokes in 1 second. They saw that the whole train, rushing at about 100 miles an hour, almost did not touch the rails. It seemed to fly. And they crossed the bridge. It was like a flash of light. No one really saw the bridge. The train leaped as if from one bank to the other. The engineer could not stop it at once. It ran on. It did not stop until it was 5 miles past the station. But just after the train passed the river, the bridge broke fully. It fell into the rapids of Medicine Bow with a great crash.
Chapter 29, in which certain incidents are narrated which are only to be met with on American railroads. That evening the train went on with no stop and no trouble. It passed Fort Saunders. It crossed Cheney Pass. It reached Evans Pass. Here the road was at the highest point of the whole trip, 8,092 feet above the sea. Now the travellers only had to go down again. In front of them were very large plains. They were wide and almost flat, as if nature had made them level. One branch of the Grand Trunk line went south to Denver, the capital of Colorado. The land around Denver was rich in gold and silver. More than 50,000 people already lived there. In 3 days and 3 nights, the train had gone 1,382 miles from San Francisco. They thought for days and for nights more would bring them to New York. Phileas Fogg was still not late. He was still on time. During the night, they passed Camp Woolbark on the left. Lodgepole Creek ran beside the road. It marked the border between Wyoming and Colorado. At 11 o'clock they entered Nebraska. They passed near Sedgwick. They also stopped at Julesburg on the south branch of the Platte River. This place was famous for an earlier event. The Union Pacific Railroad was opened there on the 23rd of October, 1867. The chief engineer, General Dodge, led this opening. 2 strong locomotives came there with 9 cars. Inside were invited guests. One of them was Thomas C. Durant, the vice president of the railroad. People cheered. Sioux and Pawnees acted an Indian battle for the crowd. Fireworks lit the sky. A small newspaper, the Railway Pioneer, was printed on the spot by a printing press that was brought on the train. So they celebrated the opening of this great railroad. It was meant to bring progress and new life. It crossed deserts. It was meant to join cities and towns together, even places that did not yet exist. The loud whistle of the locomotive, louder than any old music, seemed to call to new towns, as if it said, "Rise up from the ground." At 8 in the morning they left Fort McPherson behind. They still had 357 miles to go before Omaha. The road followed the south branch of the Platte River. The river was on the left side of the train, and the track followed its many turns. At 9 o'clock the train stopped at the important town of North Platte. The town stood between the two arms of the river. The arms met again around the town and became one river. This river was a large branch that later flowed into the Missouri River a little above Omaha. They also passed the 101st meridian. Mr. Fogg and his partners went on with their whist game. No one complained about the long trip, not even the dummy player in the game. Fix had first won several guineas. He looked like he might win more, but later he seemed likely to lose them. Still, he played with the same strong will as Mr. Fogg. That morning luck clearly helped Mr. Fogg. He got many trumps. He got many honors. At one moment he decided to make a bold play. He was about to play a spade. Then a voice behind him said, "I should play a diamond." Mr. Fogg, Oda, and Fix looked up. They saw Colonel Proctor. Stamp Proctor and Phileas Fogg knew each other at once. "Ah, it's you, is it, Englishman?" cried the Colonel. "It's you who are going to play a spade." "And who plays it?" answered Phileas Fogg calmly. He put down the 10 of spades. "Well, I want it diamonds," said Colonel Proctor in a rude way. He moved as if to take the card that had just been played. He added, "You understand nothing about whist." "Perhaps I do, as well as another," said Phileas Fogg. He stood up. "You only have to try, son of John Bull," replied the Colonel. Aruda turned very pale. She felt cold fear in her blood. She took Mr. Fogg's arm and gently pulled him back. Passepartout was ready to jump at the American, who stared at Mr. Fogg with an insulting look. But Fix stood up too. He went to Colonel Proctor and said, "You forget that it is I you must answer to, sir. It was I you insulted and also struck." "Mr. Fix," said Mr. Fogg, "please pardon me, but this matter is mine and mine only. The Colonel has insulted me again. He has said I should not play a spade. He must give me satisfaction for that." "When and where you want," said the American, "and with whatever weapon you choose." Oda tried again to hold Mr. Fogg back, but she could not. Fix also tried to take the quarrel for himself, but Mr. Fogg did not allow it. Passepartout wished to throw the Colonel out of the window, but a sign from his master stopped him. Mr. Fogg left the car, and the American followed him onto the platform between the cars. "Sir," said Mr. Fogg to his enemy, "I am in a great hurry to return to Europe. Any delay will hurt me." "Well, what is that to me?" replied Colonel Proctor. "Sir," said Mr. Fogg, very polite, "after our meeting at San Francisco, I decided to return to America and find you again as soon as I finished the business that called me to England." "Really? Will you set a meeting for 6 months from now?" "Why not 10 years from now?" said the Colonel. "I say 6 months," said Mr. Fogg. "And I will be at the meeting place on time." "All this is only to avoid fighting," cried Stamp Proctor. "Now or never." Very well, answered Mr. Fogg. You are going to New York? No, to Chicago? No, to Omaha? What does it matter to you? Do you know Plum Creek? No, said Mr. Fogg. It is the next station, said the Colonel. The train will be there in 1 hour. It will stop there 10 minutes. In 10 minutes we can exchange revolver shots. Very well, said Mr. Fogg. I will stop at Plum Creek. And I guess you will stay there too, added the American, speaking with rude pride. Who knows, replied Mr. Fogg. He went back into the car as calm as before. He tried to comfort Ouida. He told her that loud bullies are not the most dangerous people. He asked Fix to be his second in a duel, meaning his helper and witness. Fix could not refuse. Mr. Fogg then sat down again and went on with the game as if nothing had happened. At 11 o'clock the whistle said they were near Plum Creek Station. Mr. Fogg stood up. Fix followed him out to the platform. Passepartout went too, carrying a pair of revolvers. Ouida stayed in the car. She was as pale as death. The door of the next car opened. Colonel Proctor came out with another Yankee like himself as his second. The men were about to step off the train. At that moment the conductor hurried to them and shouted, "You cannot get off, gentlemen." "Why not?" asked the Colonel. "We are 20 minutes late," said the conductor, "and we will not stop." "But I must fight a duel with this gentleman," said Proctor. "I am sorry," said the conductor, "but we must go on at once. The bell is ringing now." The train started again. "I am really very sorry, gentlemen," said the conductor. "If it were another time, I would be happy to help you. But since you do not have time to fight there, why not fight while we go on?" "That may not be convenient for this gentleman," said the Colonel, making fun. "It will be perfectly convenient," replied Phileas Fogg. "Well, we really are in America," thought Passepartout. "And the conductor is a gentleman of the first order." He muttered this and followed his master. The two enemies, their seconds, and the conductor walked through the cars to the back of the train. The last car had only about 12 passengers. The conductor spoke to them politely. He asked if they would please leave the car empty for a few minutes because two gentlemen had a matter of honor to settle. The passengers agreed quickly. They left at once and went out onto the platform. The car was about 50 feet long. It was good for a duel. The two men could walk toward each other in the aisle and fire easily. Never was a duel arranged with less trouble. Mr. Fogg and Colonel Proctor each had 2 revolvers, and each revolver had 6 shots. They went into the car. The second stayed outside and shut the door. The two men would start firing at the first whistle of the locomotive. After 2 minutes, whatever was left of the two men would be taken out of the car. Everything was very simple. It was so simple that Fix and Passepartout felt their hearts beat very hard, as if they might break. They listened for the whistle they had agreed on. Then, all at once, wild cries filled the air. Gun reports sounded too, but they did not come from the dual car. The shots continued in front and along the whole train. People screamed in fear inside the cars. Colonel Proctor and Mr. Fogg still held their revolvers. They rushed out of their prison and ran toward the loudest noise. Then they saw the truth. The train was attacked by a band of Sioux. This was not the first time these bold Indians tried this. More than once they had stopped or attacked trains on this road. About 100 Sioux, as they often did, jumped onto the steps of the moving train. They did it without stopping the train. They climbed with the skill of a circus man jumping onto a horse at full speed. The Sioux had guns, and the gunshots came from them. Many passengers also had weapons. They answered with revolver shots. The Sioux had first climbed onto the engine. They hit the engineer and the stoker with gun butts and half-stunned them. A Sioux chief wanted to stop the train, but he did not know how to work the controls. He opened the steam valve wide instead of closing it, so the locomotive did not slow down. It rushed forward with terrible speed. At the same time, the Sioux entered the cars. They jumped over the roofs like angry monkeys. They forced doors open. They fought the passengers hand to hand. They got into the baggage car. They stole and broke into the luggage. They threw trunks out of the train. Cries and shots went on without pause. The travelers defended themselves bravely. Some cars were blocked with barriers and fought like forts. These forts were moving fast at about 100 miles an hour. Oda was brave from the first moment. She used a revolver like a true heroine. She fired through broken windows whenever a Sioux appeared. About 20 Sioux fell to the ground badly wounded and dying. The wheels crushed some of those who fell onto the rails as if they were worms. Several passengers were shot or knocked senseless. They lay on the seats. They had to end the fight. It had already lasted 10 minutes. If the train was not stopped, the Sioux would win. Fort Kearny Station was only 2 miles away, and soldiers were there. But if the train passed that station, then the Sioux would control the train between Fort Kearny and the next station. The conductor fought near Mr. Fogg. Then he was shot and fell. As he fell, he cried, "If the train is not stopped in 5 minutes, we are lost." "It will be stopped," said Phileas Fogg. He prepared to rush out. "Stay, monsieur," cried Passepartout. "I will go." Mr. Fogg could not stop him in time. Passepartout opened a door that the Sioux did not notice. He slipped under the car. While the fight went on above him and bullets flew over his head, he used his old skill as an acrobat. With amazing speed, he moved under the cars. He held the chains. He used the brakes and the edges of the frames. He crawled from one car to the next with great skill until he reached the front of the train. There, between the baggage car and the tender, he hung with one hand. With the other hand, he loosened the safety chains. Because the train pulled so hard, he could not unscrew the yoke bar. Then a violent shock shook the train, and the bar came loose. Now the cars were separated from the engine. The cars fell a little behind, while the locomotive rushed forward even faster. The cars still moved on for several minutes because they had strong speed already. But the brakes were used. At last the cars stopped less than 100 feet from Kearny Station. The soldiers from the fort heard the shots and ran to the train. The Sioux did not expect them. Before the train fully stopped, the Sioux ran away together and disappeared. Then the passengers came onto the station platform and counted each other. They found that several people were missing. Among the missing was the brave Frenchman whose brave act had just saved them all. Chapter 30, in which Phileas Fogg simply does his duty. 3 passengers were missing, and Passepartout was one of them. No one knew what had happened. Maybe they were killed in the fight. Maybe the Sioux took them as prisoners. Nobody could say for sure. Many people were hurt, but no one was dying. Colonel Proctor was badly hurt. He had fought with courage, and a bullet went into his groin. The soldiers carried him into the station with the other wounded people so they could get help. Ouda was safe. Phileas Fogg had been in the middle of the fight, but he was not hurt at all. Fix had a small wound in his arm. But Passepartout was not there. Ouda began to cry. All the passengers got out of the train. The wheels were covered with blood. On the tires and spokes there were torn pieces of flesh. Behind the train, on the white plain, people could see long red marks in the snow. Far away to the south, the last Sioux were going away near the banks of the Republican River. Mr. Fogg stood still with his arms folded. He had to choose what to do. Aouda stood near him. She did not speak, but he understood her face. If his servant was a prisoner, should he risk everything to save him? "I will find him, living or dead," Mr. Fogg said quietly to Aouda. "Ah, Mr. Fogg!" Aouda cried. She took his hands and covered them with tears. "Living," Mr. Fogg added, "if we do not lose a moment." With this choice, Mr. Fogg gave up his own chance. One day of delay would make him miss the ship in New York, and he would surely lose his bet. But he thought, "It is my duty," and he did not hesitate. The officer in charge of Fort Clenny was there. About 100 soldiers were ready to defend the station if the Sioux attacked again. "Sir," Mr. Fogg said to the captain, "3 passengers have disappeared." "Dead?" the captain asked. "Dead or prisoners, we do not know," Mr. Fogg said. "We must find out." "Will you go after the Sioux?" "That is a serious thing, sir," the captain answered. "These Indians may go beyond the Arkansas. I cannot leave the fort without protection." "The lives of 3 men are in danger, sir," Mr. Fogg said. "Yes," said the captain, "but can I risk the lives of 50 men to save 3? "I do not know if you can," Mr. Fogg replied, "but you ought to." "Nobody here has the right to teach me my duty," the captain said. "Very well," Mr. Fogg said coldly. "I will go alone." "You, sir?" Fix cried, coming up. "You will go alone after the Indians. Do you want me to leave this poor man to die?" Mr. Fogg said, "Everyone here owes him their life." "I will go." "No, sir, you will not go alone," the captain cried. He was moved, even if he did not want to show it. "No." "You are a brave man." 30 volunteers, he shouted to the soldiers. At once, many soldiers stepped forward. The captain only had to choose. He picked 30 men, and he put an old sergeant in charge of them. "Thank you, Captain," Mr. Fogg said. Fix asked, "Will you let me go with you?" "Do what you want, sir," Mr. Fogg answered. "But if you want to help me, stay with Aouda." "If something happens to me," Fix turned pale. Lead the man he had followed step by step? Let him go into this empty land? Fix looked at Mr. Fogg. Then, in front of that calm and honest face, he lowered his eyes. "I will stay," Fix said. A few minutes later, Mr. Fogg pressed Aouda's hand. He gave her his valuable carpet bag, and he left with the sergeant and the small group of soldiers. Before they went, he said to the soldiers, "My friends, I will share $5,000 with you if we save the prisoners." It was a little after noon. Aouda went into a waiting room. She waited there alone. She thought about Mr. Fogg's simple and noble kindness and his quiet courage. He had given up his money, and now he was risking his life. He did it without noise, and only because he felt it was right. Fix did not think the same way. He could hardly hide his worry. He walked up and down the platform again, and later he tried to look calm. Now he saw how stupid he had been. This man, whom he had followed around the world, was now allowed to go away from him. Fix began to blame himself. In his mind, he spoke to himself like a strict police chief. "I have been an idiot," he thought. "This man will see it. He has gone, and he may not come back. How can it be? I, Fix, have a warrant in my pocket to arrest him, and yet I was pulled along by him. I am nothing but an ass. So Fix thought while the hours passed very slowly. He did not know what to do. Sometimes he wanted to tell Ouda everything, but he could not guess how she would react. What should he do now? He thought about going after Mr. Fogg across the wide white plains. Maybe he could catch up. Footprints could be seen easily in the snow. But soon new snow would cover them, and every mark would disappear. Fix lost hope. He felt a strong wish to stop everything. He could leave Fort Kenny and go home in peace. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the snow was falling hard. Then long whistles came from the east. A big dark shape came slowly closer with a wild light in front of it. In the mist it looked even bigger and almost strange. No train was expected from the east. Also, the help asked for by telegraph could not arrive so fast. The train from Omaha to San Francisco was not due until the next day. But soon the mystery was clear. The locomotive that came was the one that had been cut off from the train. It had run on at terrible speed, carrying the engineer and the stoker, who were unconscious. It went many miles. Then the fire grew low because there was no fuel. The steam became weaker. At last the locomotive stopped, about 20 miles beyond Fort Kearny, about an hour later. The engineer and the stoker were not dead. After some time, they woke up. The train had stopped. When the engineer saw the empty desert and the locomotive without cars, he understood something had gone wrong. He could not understand how the locomotive had been separated, but he was sure the train behind was in trouble. He did not know what was best. It would be safer to go on to Omaha, because it was dangerous to go back to the train if the Indians were still there, stealing and destroying things. Still, he decided to go back. He rebuilt the fire in the furnace. The pressure rose again, and the locomotive returned, running backwards to Fort Kearny. That was the engine people heard whistling in the mist. The travelers were happy to see the locomotive back at the head of the train. Now the journey could go on after this terrible break. When Ouda saw the locomotive, she ran out and asked the conductor, "Are you going to start?" "At once, madam," he said. "But the prisoners, our poor fellow travellers," Ouda said. "I cannot stop the trip," the conductor replied. "We are already 3 hours late." "And when will another train come here from San Francisco?" Ouda asked. "Tomorrow evening, madam." "Tomorrow evening. But then it will be too late." "We must wait. It is impossible," the conductor said. "If you want to go, please get in." "I will not go," Ouda said. Fix heard this talk. A little earlier, when it seemed the trip could not continue, he had decided to leave Fort Kearny. But now the train was ready to go, and he only had to sit in a car. Still, he could not move. It was as if the platform burned his feet. His inner fight began again. Anger and failure filled him. Yet he wanted to keep going to the end. The passengers got on the train. Some wounded people got on too, including Colonel Proctor, who was badly hurt. The boiler made a loud sound, and steam came out of the valves. The engineer whistled, the train started, and soon it disappeared, mixing its white smoke with the thick falling snow. Fix stayed behind. Many hours passed. The weather was dark and sad, and it was very cold. Fix sat on a bench in the station, without moving. He looked like he was sleeping, but he was not. Ouda, even in the storm, kept coming out of the waiting room. She went to the end of the platform and looked into the snow and mist. She wanted to see far away, and she wanted to hear a good sound. But she saw nothing and heard nothing. Then she went back inside, frozen. After a short time she came out again, but always with no result. Evening came, and Mr. Fogg's group had not returned. Where were they? Did they meet the Indians and fight? Or were they still lost in the snow and mist? The commander of the fort was worried, even if he tried to hide it. When night came, the snow fell less, but the cold became stronger. The plains were silent. No birds flew. No animals passed. Everything was still. All night Aruda walked near the edge of the plains. She was full of fear, and her heart felt tight with pain. In her mind she saw many dangers far away. It is hard to describe how much she suffered. Fix stayed in the same place. He did not sleep. Once a man came and spoke to him, but Fix only shook his head. Night passed. At dawn, the sun rose as a weak, half-hidden disk above a misty line. Now people could see objects about 2 miles away. Mr. Fogg and the soldiers had gone south. In the south, there was still nothing to see. It was 7 o'clock. The captain was truly frightened now. He did not know what to do. Should he send another group to help the first one? Should he risk more men with so little hope of saving the ones already gone? He did not hesitate long. He called a lieutenant and was about to order a search. Then gunshots were heard. Was it a signal? The soldiers ran out of the fort. About half a mile away they saw a small group coming back in good order. Mr. Fogg was at the front. Just behind him were Passepartout and the other 2 travellers. They were safe. They had been rescued from the Sioux. Mr. Fogg's group had met the Indians 10 miles south of Fort Kearny. A little before the soldiers arrived, Passepartout and the other prisoners had already started to fight their captors. Passepartout knocked down 3 Indians with his fists, and then his master and the soldiers rushed in and saved them. Everyone shouted with joy. Mr. Fogg gave the soldiers the money he had promised. Passepartout, speaking to himself, said, "I must admit it, I cost my master a lot." Fix said nothing. He looked at Mr. Fogg, and it was hard to know what he was thinking. Oda took Mr. Fogg's hand and pressed it in her own. She was too moved to speak. Passepartout looked around for the train. He thought it would still be there, ready to go to Omaha. He hoped they could make up the lost time. The train! The train, he cried. Gone, Fix replied. And when does the next train pass here? Mr. Fogg asked. Not until this evening, Fix said. Ah. Mr. Fogg answered quietly, with the same calm face as always. Chapter 31, in which Fix, the detective, considerably furthers the interests of Phileas Fogg. Phileas Fogg was now 20 hours late. Passepartout was the reason for this delay, even if he did not mean to be. Passepartout felt sick with fear and shame. He thought, "I have destroyed my master's plan. I have ruined him." Just then the detective, Fix, came to Mr. Fogg. Fix looked straight at him and said, "Sir, are you really in a great hurry?" Mr. Fogg answered, "Yes, I am." Fix said, "I ask for a reason. Is it truly necessary for you to be in New York on the 11th, before 9 o'clock in the evening? That is the time the ship leaves for Liverpool." Mr. Fogg said, "Yes, it is necessary." Fix asked, "And if the Indians had not stopped you, you would have reached New York on the morning of the 11th?" Mr. Fogg said, "Yes. I would have arrived with 11 hours to spare before the ship left." Fix said, "Good. So you are 20 hours late. If we take 12 away from 20, we have 8. You must win back 8 hours. Do you want to try?" Mr. Fogg said, "On foot." Fix said, "No." "On a sledge?" Fix went on, "A sledge with sails. A man has offered this to me." This was the same man who had spoken to Fix in the night. Fix had said no before. Now he brought the idea again. Mr. Fogg did not answer at once. Fix pointed to the man. The man was walking up and down in front of the station. Mr. Fogg walked to him. A moment later, Mr. Fogg and the American went into a small hut under the fort. The American's name was Mudge. Inside the hut, Mr. Fogg looked at the strange vehicle. It was a kind of sledge. It had two long beams like runners. The front was a little higher, like the front of a snow sledge. There was space for 5 or 6 people to sit. A tall mast stood on the frame. Strong metal ties held the mast in place. A large sail was fixed to it. It was like a big ship's sail. The mast also had an iron stay. On it they could raise a smaller front sail. Behind there was a kind of rudder like on a boat. With it the driver could guide the sledge. It was, in truth, a sledge made to act like a sailing boat. In winter, the trains can stop because of heavy snow. When that happens, these sledges can travel fast over the frozen plains. They go from one station to the next station. They can go very quickly. With the wind behind them, they slide across the hard snow. Sometimes they can go as fast as a train, or even faster. Mr. Fogg quickly made a deal with Mudge, the owner. The wind was good. It blew fresh and strong from the west. The snow was hard, not soft. Mudge said he was sure he could take Mr. Fogg to Omaha in only a few hours. From Omaha, trains go often to the east. They go to Chicago and then to New York. So it was possible to win back the lost time. Mr. Fogg would not miss such a chance. Mr. Fogg did not want Ouida to suffer in the open air. The sledge was not warm like a train car. The wind would hit their faces. The cold would be sharp. So Mr. Fogg suggested this plan. He said Ouida could stay at Fort Kearny with Passepartout. Passepartout would take her to Europe by a safer and easier route. It would be more comfortable. But Ouida said no. She refused to leave Mr. Fogg. She did not want to be apart from him. Passepartout was glad. He was very glad. He did not want to leave his master either. And he especially did not want to leave while Fix was still with them. It was hard to know what Fix thought at this moment. Did he now doubt his old idea about Mr. Fogg? Or did he still think Mr. Fogg was a clever criminal? Maybe Fix's view of Mr. Fogg changed a little. But Fix still wanted to do his duty. He still wanted to bring the whole party back to England as soon as he could. At 8 o'clock, the sledge was ready to go. The travellers climbed on. They sat close together. They wrapped themselves in their travel cloaks. They pulled the cloth tight around their bodies. They tried to keep warm. Mudge raised the 2 big sails. The wind pushed the sails at once. Under the strong wind, the sledge slid over the hard snow. It moved very fast, about 40 miles an hour. The distance from Fort Kearny to Omaha in a straight line was not more than 200 miles. If the wind stayed strong, they could do it in 5 hours. If nothing went wrong, they could reach Omaha by 1 o'clock. What a ride it was! The travellers sat close and still. The cold was too strong for talk. The speed made the cold feel even worse. The fast air cut their faces like a knife. Their breath became white in the air. The sledge ran like a boat on water. It was smooth and light. When the wind skimmed over the ground, the sledge seemed to lift a little, as if it wanted to fly. Mudge stood at the rudder. He kept the sledge in a straight line. With a turn of his hand, he stopped the sudden side jumps that the sledge wanted to make. All the sails were up. The small front sail was set so it did not block the big sail. A topmast was raised. Another small sail was added. That extra sail pulled with the wind too. So the wind had even more power on the sledge. They could not measure the speed exactly, but it did not feel less than 40 miles an hour. It felt fast. Very fast. Mudge said, "If nothing breaks, we will get there." Mr. Fogg had made it good for Mudge to arrive on time. Mr. Fogg promised a fine reward if they reached Omaha within the agreed time. The prairie was flat and wide. The sledge moved in a straight line across it. The land looked like a huge frozen lake. Everything was white. Everything was hard. The snow was like a floor. In this area, a railroad ran across the land. It went from the southwest to the northwest. It passed Great Island, then Columbus, an important town in Nebraska, then Schuyler, then Fremont, and then Omaha. The railroad followed the right bank of the Platte River. But the sledge did not follow the railroad's long curve. It took a shorter line, like a straight cut across the curve. It saved distance and saved time. Mudge did not fear the Platte River. The river was frozen. It was solid ice. So the road was clear. There were no big water problems. Mr. Fogg had only two real fears. First, the sledge could break. An accident could stop them. Second, the wind could change, or the wind could die. If the wind stopped, the sails would be useless. But the wind did not die. It did not weaken. In fact, it blew harder. It blew so hard it seemed it could bend the mast. Still, the mast held. The metal ties held it firm. These ties made a sound in the wind. They rang like strings on a musical instrument. They seemed to sing. They made a strange, sad music as the sledge rushed forward. Mr. Fogg listened and said, "Those strings give the fifth and the octave." These were the only words Mr. Fogg spoke during the whole ride. Aouda lay deep in furs and cloaks. She was packed in warm clothes. She was protected as much as possible from the freezing wind. Passepartout's face was red like the sun at sunset in mist. His nose and cheeks burned with cold. He breathed the sharp air with effort. Yet he was a man of strong spirit. Little by little he began to hope again. He told himself, "We can still do it. We can still reach New York on the 11th. Maybe in the morning, maybe in the evening. But maybe we can still catch the ship." Passepartout even felt the wish to take Fix's hand. He thought, Fix found this sledge. Fix brought the idea. Without it, we would lose. But some feeling stopped Passepartout. He did not do it. He kept his usual distance. One thing, however, Passepartout would always remember. Mr. Fogg had saved him from the Sioux. Mr. Fogg had done it at once, without delay, without fear. Mr. Fogg had risked his money and his life for his servant. Passepartout thought, "No, I will never forget this. Never." While each person thought his own thoughts, the sledge flew over the white land. They crossed small creeks, but they hardly saw them. The creeks were hidden under snow and ice. Fields and streams were covered by the same white blanket. The whole plain looked the same everywhere. The land was empty. It was like a desert of snow. Between the Union Pacific Road and the branch line that joined Kearney with St. Joseph, the plain formed a great empty island of land. No village appeared. No station appeared. No fort appeared. Sometimes a tree rose in the distance. It looked like a ghost. Its white branches twisted and shook in the wind. It rattled as they passed. Sometimes wild birds rose from the snow. They flew up in sudden flocks. Sometimes prairie wolves ran after the sledge. They were thin and hungry. They looked fierce. They howled as they ran. Passepartout held a revolver. He kept it ready. If a wolf came too near, he would shoot. If the sledge had broken then, the danger would have been terrible. The travellers would be stuck on the open plain. The wolves would be near. The cold would be deadly. The night would be worse. But the sledge did not break. It stayed steady. It kept its even course. It soon went faster than the wolves. Before long, the howling wolves were far behind. About noon, Mudge noticed signs that told him he was crossing the Platte River. He did not speak, but inside he felt sure. He was now within 20 miles of Omaha. In less than an hour, Mudge left the rudder. He began to pull down the sails. He furled them. He did this because they were close to the town and because the sledge had great speed already. Even without sails, the sledge kept moving. The wind had given it strong force. It slid on for about half a mile. At last it stopped. Mudge pointed ahead. He pointed to a group of roofs covered in snow. He said, "We have got there." They had arrived at Omaha. They had arrived at the station that had many trains each day. From here, trains could take them to the Atlantic side of America. Passepartout and Fix jumped down first. They stretched their stiff legs. Their bodies were cold and tight from sitting. They helped Mr. Fogg and Oude step down from the sledge. Mr. Fogg paid Mudge generously. Passepartout warmly shook Mudge's hand. Then the party walked quickly to the Omaha railway station. The Pacific Railroad ended at this important town. Omaha was also linked to Chicago by the Chicago and Rock Island Railroad. This railroad went straight east. It passed 50 stations on the way. A train was ready when Mr. Fogg and the others reached the station. They had only time to get into the cars. They did not stop. They did not rest. They rushed in at once. They saw almost nothing of Omaha. Passepartout later told himself, "That is fine. We are not here to look at buildings. We are here to reach New York." The train ran fast across Iowa. It passed Council Bluffs. It passed Des Moines. It passed Iowa City. During the night, it crossed the Mississippi River at Davenport. Then, by Rock Island, it entered Illinois. The next day was the 10th. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the train reached Chicago. Chicago had been destroyed before, but it had risen again. It stood proud again on the edge of beautiful Lake Michigan. 900 miles lay between Chicago and New York. But in Chicago there were many trains. Mr. Fogg did not waste a minute. He went straight from one train to another. Soon another locomotive started. It was from the Pittsburgh, Fort Wayne, and Chicago Railway. It left at full speed, as if it understood that Mr. Fogg was racing against time. The train crossed Indiana. Then it crossed Ohio. Then it crossed Pennsylvania. Then it crossed New Jersey. It rushed through many towns with old, strange names. Some towns had streets and rail tracks, but not many houses yet. Some places looked new and empty, like they were waiting to grow. At last they saw the Hudson River. At 11:15 at night, on the 11th, the train stopped. It stopped on the right bank of the river. It stopped in front of the very pier of the Cunard line. Mr. Fogg had reached the place. But the ship was gone. The ship for Liverpool was called the China. It had left 3/4 of an hour earlier. It had left 45 minutes before Mr. Fogg arrived. Chapter 32, in which Phileas Fogg engages in a direct struggle with bad fortune. The steamer called the China left New York, and it seemed to take away Phileas Fogg's last hope. No other steamer could help him now. The Pair was a French ship from the French Transatlantic Company. It was fast and comfortable, but it did not leave until the 14th. The Hamburg ships did not go straight to Liverpool or London. They went to Havre first. Then Mr. Fogg would need another trip from Havre to Southampton, and that extra trip would waste too much time. The Inman steamer did not leave until the next day, and it could not cross the Atlantic fast enough to save the wager. Mr. Fogg learned all this when he looked in his Bradshaw. This was his book that showed the daily times of the transatlantic steamers. Passepartout felt crushed. He was very sad and shocked. They had missed the boat by 3/4 of an hour. He thought it was his own fault. He said to himself, "I did not help my master. I only made problems for him." He remembered the whole trip. He counted the money that was spent for nothing, and also the money spent because of him. He thought about the huge bet, and also the many costs of this long trip. He feared that this useless journey would ruin Mr. Fogg completely. Then he blamed himself again and again. But Mr. Fogg did not blame him. When they left the Cunard Pier, Mr. Fogg only said, "We will talk tomorrow about what is best. Come." They crossed the Hudson River by the Jersey City ferry boat. Then they rode in a carriage to the St. Nicholas Hotel on Broadway. They took rooms there. The night was short for Mr. Fogg. He slept deeply and calmly. But the night was long for Uda and the others. They felt worry and could not rest. The next day was the 12th of December. From 7 in the morning on the 12th to 9:15 in the evening on the 21st, there were 9 days, 13 hours, and 45 minutes. If Phileas Fogg had left on the China, one of the fastest ships on the Atlantic, he would have reached Liverpool and then London within the time of the wager. That morning Mr. Fogg left the hotel alone. He gave Passepartout clear orders. Passepartout must wait for him. He must also tell Ouda to be ready at one moment's notice. Mr. Fogg went to the banks of the Hudson River. He looked at the ships that were tied up or waiting in the river. He wanted to find a ship that was ready to leave soon. He saw many ships with signs that they were preparing to leave with the morning tide. In this great port, ships leave almost every day for many places in the world. But most of these ships were sailing ships, and Mr. Fogg could not use them. He almost seemed ready to give up hope. Then he saw another vessel. It was anchored near the battery, not far away, about a cable's length from the shore. It was a trading ship with a screw. It had a good shape. Its funnel sent out a cloud of smoke. This showed the ship was getting ready to leave. Mr. Fogg called to a small boat. He got into it and went quickly to the ship. Soon he was on board the Henrietta. The Henrietta had an iron hull, but the part above was built of wood. Mr. Fogg went up on deck and asked for the captain. The captain came at once. The captain was about 50 years old. He looked like a sea-wolf. He had big eyes. His skin looked like oxidized copper. He had red hair and a thick neck. His voice was rough and growling. The captain asked Mr. Fogg. "I am the captain," said the man. "I am Phileas Fogg, of London," said Mr. Fogg. "And I am Andrew Speedy, of Cardiff," said the captain. "You are going to put to sea?" he asked Mr. Fogg. "In an hour," said the captain. "You are bound for," Mr. Fogg began. Bordeaux, said the captain. And your cargo? Asked Mr. Fogg. No freight. I go in ballast, said Captain Speedy. Have you any passengers? Asked Mr. Fogg. No passengers, said the captain. I never have passengers. They are too much in the way. Is your vessel a swift one? Asked Mr. Fogg. Between 11 and 12 knots, said the captain. The Henrietta is well known. Will you carry me and 3 other persons to Liverpool? Asked Mr. Fogg. To Liverpool, said the captain. Why not to China? I said Liverpool, Mr. Fogg answered. No, said the captain. No, said Mr. Fogg. No, said Captain Speedy. I am going to Bordeaux, and I will go to Bordeaux. Money is no object? Asked Mr. Fogg. None, said the captain. He spoke in a way that closed the matter. But the owners of the Henrietta, Mr. Fogg began again. The owners are myself, said the captain. The ship belongs to me. I will hire the ship from you, said Mr. Fogg. No, said Captain Speedy. I will buy it from you, said Mr. Fogg. No, said the captain again. Mr. Fogg did not show anger or surprise. But the problem was very serious now. In Hong Kong, money had removed every barrier. Mr. Fogg had paid, and things had moved. But here, in New York, money did not work at first. Up to this moment, money had solved all obstacles. Now money seemed to fail. Still, Mr. Fogg had to cross the Atlantic by a boat. There was another idea, a balloon. But a balloon would be dangerous, and it was not really possible to do it. Mr. Fogg seemed to think of something. He said to the captain, Well, will you carry me to Bordeaux? No, not even if you paid me $200, said Captain Speedy. I offer you 2,000, said Mr. Fogg. Each, asked the captain. Each, said Mr. Fogg. And there are 4 of you, asked Captain Speedy. 4, said Mr. Fogg. Captain Speedy scratched his head. He thought hard. $8,000 could be earned, and he would not even need to change his route. It was worth it, even if he disliked passengers. And passengers at $2,000 each were not normal passengers anymore. They were like valuable cargo. I start at 9 o'clock, said Captain Speedy in a simple way. Are you and your party ready? We will be on board at 9 o'clock, said Mr. Fogg, just as simply. It was 8:30. Mr. Fogg had to act fast. He left the Henrietta, jumped into a hack, and rushed back to the St. Nicholas Hotel. He gathered Aouda, Passepartout, and also the inseparable Fix. Then he hurried back again. He did all this quickly and calmly. His cool manner never left him. They reached the ship in time, and they were on board when the Henrietta got ready to lift anchor. When Passepartout heard the price of this last voyage, he cried out with a long O. The sound went up and down through his whole voice. Fix, for his part, thought to himself, the Bank of England will not be paid back well after this. He believed that when they reached England, even if Mr. Fogg did not throw money into the sea, more than £7,000 would already have been spent.
Chapter 33, in which Phileas Fogg shows himself equal to the occasion. 1 hour later, the Henrietta went past the lighthouse at the Hudson River. She turned around Sandy Hook and went out to the open sea. During the day, the ship stayed close to Long Island. She passed Fire Island too. Then she went fast to the east. At noon the next day, a man went up to the bridge to check where the ship was. Many people might think this man was Captain Speedy, but it was not him at all. It was Phileas Fogg, Esquire. Captain Speedy was not on the bridge. He was locked in his own cabin. He was under lock and key. He was shouting very loudly. He was very angry. His anger was strong, and it was easy to understand why. What happened was simple. Phileas Fogg wanted to go to Liverpool, but the captain did not want to take him there. So Phileas Fogg bought a ticket to Bordeaux instead. He got on the ship for Bordeaux. But during the 30 hours on board, Mr. Fogg used his banknotes in a smart way. The sailors and the men who worked with the coal and fire were not a full-time crew. They were only an occasional crew. They were also not friendly with the captain. Mr. Fogg gave them money, and little by little they came to his side. Soon they all went over to him together. That is why Mr. Fogg was in command now, and not Captain Speedy. That is why the captain was a prisoner in his cabin. And that is why the Henrietta was now going to Liverpool. It was very clear when people watched Mr. Fogg that he knew how to handle a ship. He looked like a man who had been a sailor. How this adventure ended will be told later. Aouda was worried, but she did not say much. Passepartout, on the other hand, felt proud and happy. He thought Mr. Fogg's plan was wonderful. Captain Speedy had said the ship could go between 11 and 12 knots, and the Henrietta went at that speed, just like he said. So, if the sea did not get too rough, and if the wind did not turn to the east, and if no accident happened to the ship or to the machines, then the Henrietta could cross the 3,000 miles from New York to Liverpool in 9 days. That would be from the 12th of December to the 21st of December. Still, there were many TIFS. And it was also true that, if they arrived, the trouble on the Henrietta, added to the trouble about the Bank of England, could make even more problems for Mr. Fogg than he wanted. In the first days, things went well enough. The sea was not too bad. The wind stayed in the northeast. The sails were up, and the Henrietta cut through the waves like a true ship for the Atlantic. Passepartout was very happy. He did not know what trouble could come later from his master's last action, but he did not think about that. He was full of joy. The crew had never seen such a cheerful and quick man. Passepartout became friendly with the sailors. He made them laugh. He showed them many acrobatic tricks, and they were surprised. He said the sailors drove the ship like gentlemen. He said the men who fed the fires worked like heroes. He talked a lot, and his good mood spread to everyone. Passepartout forgot the past. He forgot the hard times, the delays, and the troubles. He only thought about the end because it was now so close. Sometimes he became impatient, like the ship's hot fires were also inside him. Sometimes he almost boiled over. Often, too, Passepartout went near Fix. He walked around him. He looked at him with sharp eyes. He did not trust him. But Passepartout did not speak to him. Their old friendship was gone now. Fix, to be honest, did not understand what was happening. The taking of the Henrietta, the money to the crew, and Mr. Fogg guiding the ship like a skilled sailor, all of this surprised Fix and made him confused. He did not know what to think. He thought a man who began by stealing £55,000 might also steal a ship. So Fix started to believe that the Henrietta, under Mr. Fogg, might not go to Liverpool at all. He thought maybe Mr. Fogg would go to some far place in the world where he could be safe. Fix even feared that the robber could become like a pirate. This idea seemed possible to Fix. Because of that, the detective began to regret that he had come on this ship and stayed in this case. Captain Speedy, locked in his cabin, kept shouting and growling. Passepartout had the duty to bring him meals. Passepartout was brave, but he still took great care. He opened the door carefully, and he watched the captain closely. Mr. Fogg did not even seem to remember that there was a captain on board. On the 13th of December, they passed the edge of the banks of Newfoundland. This place is dangerous, and it is very dangerous in winter. In winter there are often thick fogs and strong storms. Since the evening before, the barometer had fallen fast. This showed that the weather would change. During the night, the air got colder. The cold became sharper. The wind turned to the southeast. This was bad luck. Mr. Fogg did not want to change his course, so he brought the sails down. He also made the steam stronger to keep speed. But the ship became slower anyway. The sea was rough. Long waves hit the back of the ship again and again. The ship moved up and down hard. She pitched and shook, and this slowed her. Little by little, the strong wind grew into a storm. People began to fear that the Henrietta might not stay steady on the waves. Passepartout's face became dark like the sky. For 2 days he was afraid all the time. He felt fear again and again. But Phileas Fogg was a bold seaman. He knew how to keep going against the sea. He stayed on course. He did not even lower the steam. When the Henrietta could not climb over the waves, she went straight through them. Water came onto the deck, and the deck got wet and flooded. But the ship still went on. Sometimes, when a very big wave lifted the back of the ship, the screw came out of the water. It hit the air and made noise. But even then the ship stayed straight and kept going forward. The wind did not become as terrible as people first feared. It was not one of those storms that rush at 90 miles an hour. The wind stayed strong, but not the worst. Still, the wind stayed in the southeast, and this was unlucky. It made the sails useless. The 16th of December was the 75th day since Mr. Fogg left London. The Henrietta was not yet badly delayed. Almost half the trip was done, and the worst places were now behind them. In summer, success would almost be certain. But in winter they had to accept the bad season and its danger. Passepartout did not say much. But inside, he still had hope. He told himself that if the wind failed them, they still had the steam. On this day, the engineer came on deck. He went up to Mr. Fogg and spoke to him in a serious way. Passepartout did not know why, but he felt uneasy at once. It was like a warning inside him. He wanted very much to hear what the engineer was saying. He moved closer. At last he caught a few words. He clearly heard his master ask, "You are certain of what you tell me?"
"Certain, sir," said the engineer. "You must remember that, since we started, we have kept very hot fires in all our furnaces. We had enough coal to go from New York to Bordeaux if we used only a little steam. But we do not have enough coal to go with full steam from New York to Liverpool." "I will consider," said Mr. Fogg. Passepartout understood everything now. He felt deep fear. The coal was running out. He said to himself, if my master can get over that, he will be a famous man." Passepartout could not keep this secret. He told Fix what he had heard. Fix asked, "So you believe we are really going to Liverpool?" "Of course," said Passepartout. "Ass," said Fix. He shrugged his shoulders and walked away. Passepartout almost got angry and wanted to answer back strongly. He did not understand why Fix called him that. But then he thought about Fix's feelings. Fix had followed a wrong trail around the world. He was disappointed and hurt in his pride. So Passepartout held his tongue and stayed quiet. Now everyone wondered what Mr. Fogg would do. It was hard to imagine his next plan. But soon he showed that he had decided something. That evening, Mr. Fogg sent for the engineer. He said, feed all the fires until the coal is exhausted. A little later, the chimney of the Henrietta sent out thick smoke. The ship went on with full steam. But on the 18th of December, the engineer came as he had said he would. He told Mr. Fogg that the coal would be gone during the day. Do not let the fires go down, said Mr. Fogg. Keep them up to the last. Fill the valves. Near noon, Mr. Fogg checked their position again. Then he called Passepartout and said to him, "Go and bring Captain Speedy." It was like telling an honest man to open a cage with a tiger inside. Passepartout went to the back deck and said to himself, he will be like a madman. A few moments later, with loud cries and many bad words, Captain Speedy came out on the deck. He was like a bomb ready to explode. He looked ready to burst with anger. "Where are we?" Those were the first words he could say. He was so angry that, if he had been a sick man, he might have died from anger. But he was alive, and he kept shouting. "Where are we?" he said again, with his face purple. 707 miles from Liverpool, said Mr. Fogg, calm as always. "Pirate," cried Captain Speedy. "I sent for you, sir," said Mr. Fogg. "Picaroon," shouted the captain. "Sir," Mr. Fogg continued, "I sent for you to ask you to sell me your vessel." "No." "By all the devils, no," said Captain Speedy. "Then I will have to burn her," said Mr. Fogg. "Burn the Henrietta," cried the captain. "Yes," said Mr. Fogg. "At least the upper part of her. The coal has given out." "Burn my vessel," Captain Speedy cried. He could hardly say the words. "A vessel worth $50,000. "Here are 60,000, said Mr. Fogg. He held out a roll of banknotes to the captain. This changed everything for Andrew Speedy. In America, it is hard to stay calm when you see $60,000. The captain's anger fell at once. He forgot his prison in the cabin. He forgot his hate. He forgot every grudge. The Henrietta was 20 years old. For the captain, this was a very good deal. The bomb did not explode after all, because Mr. Fogg had taken away the match. "And I will still have the iron hull," the captain said, now in a softer voice. "The iron hull and the engine," said Mr. Fogg. "Is it agreed?" "Agreed," said the captain. Andrew Speedy grabbed the banknotes. He counted them. Then he put them in his pocket. During this talk, Passepartout turned white like paper. Fix looked like he might have a fit from shock. Almost £20,000 had now been spent. And Mr. Fogg would leave the hull and the engine to the captain. That was almost the whole value of the ship. Still, it was also true that £55,000 had been stolen from the bank. After Andrew Speedy had put away the money, Mr. Fogg said, "Do not be surprised, sir. I will lose £20,000 unless I arrive in London by 9:15 on the evening of the 21st of December. I missed the steamer at New York, and you refused to take me to Liverpool. And I did well," cried Andrew Speedy, "because I have gained at least $40,000 by it." Then, more calmly, he added, "Do you know one thing, Captain Fogg?" said Mr. Fogg. "Captain Fogg," said Speedy, "you have something of the Yankee about you." For Speedy, this was a big compliment. The captain was about to leave. But Mr. Fogg asked, "The vessel now belongs to me." "Certainly," said Speedy. "From the keel to the top of the masts." "All the wood, that is." "Very well," said Mr. Fogg. "Had the seats, the bunks, and the frames inside pulled down and burned them. They needed dry wood to keep strong steam pressure. So that day they burned the back part of the ship, the cabins, the bunks, and the spare deck wood. The next day, the 19th of December, they burned the masts, the rafts, and the long wooden poles. The crew worked hard and kept the fires going. Passepartout also worked with all his strength. He cut wood. He sawed wood. He chopped wood again and again. Everyone seemed full of a wild wish to break and burn everything. It became a real rage for demolition. On the 20th of December, more parts disappeared. The railings were taken away and burned. Many fittings were burned too. Much of the deck and the sides were gone. Now the Henrietta was only a flat, broken hulk on the sea. But on that same day they saw the coast of Ireland. They also saw Fastnet Light. By 10 in the evening they were passing Queenstown. Mr. Fogg now had only 24 hours left. He needed that time to reach Liverpool with full steam. But the steam was about to fail completely. "Sir," said Captain Speedy, who now cared about Mr. Fogg's plan, "I really feel sorry for you. Everything is against you. We are only opposite Queenstown." "Ah," said Mr. Fogg, "is that place, where we see the lights, Queenstown?" "Yes," said Speedy. "Can we enter the harbour?" asked Mr. Fogg. "Not in less than 3 hours," said Speedy. "Only at high tide." "Stay," said Mr. Fogg calmly. He did not show it on his face, but inside he had a strong new idea. He was ready to fight bad luck again. Queenstown is the Irish port where the Atlantic steamers stop to drop off the mail. The mail is sent to Dublin by fast trains. These trains are ready and waiting. From Dublin, the mail goes to Liverpool by the fastest boats. In this way, the mail can arrive about 12 hours earlier than the big steamers. Mr. Fogg wanted to use the same way to gain 12 hours. So, instead of arriving at Liverpool the next evening by the Henrietta, he could arrive by noon. Then he would have time to reach London before 9:15 in the evening. The Henrietta entered Queenstown Harbour at 1 o'clock in the morning. It was high tide then. Mr. Fogg shook Captain Speedy's hand in a strong, friendly way. Then Mr. Fogg left him on the flattened hulk of the Henrietta. The hulk was still worth about half of what Speedy had sold it for. The group went on shore at once. Fix felt a strong wish to arrest Mr. Fogg right there. But he did not do it. Why not? What was happening inside him? Did he change his mind about his man? Did he start to see that he had made a big mistake? No one knew. But Fix did not leave Mr. Fogg. They all got on a train that was ready to go. It left at 1:30. At dawn, they arrived in Dublin. They did not waste time. They quickly went on to a steamer. This steamer did not try to rise over the waves. It cut through them. At last, Phileas Fogg got off at the Liverpool quay at 20 minutes before 12 on the 21st of December. He was now only 6 hours away from London. But at that moment, Fix came up to him. Fix put his hand on Mr. Fogg's shoulder. Fix showed his warrant and said, "You are really Phileas Fogg." "I am," said Mr. Fogg. "In the Queen's name," said Fix, "I arrest you." Chapter 34, in which Phileas Fogg at last reaches London. Phileas Fogg was in prison. The police had shut him up in the Custom House. This was a government building near the port. They said he would be moved to London the next day. Passepartout saw his master arrested. He was shocked and very angry. He wanted to jump on Fix and hit him. But some policemen held Passepartout back, so he could not. Aouda was also shocked. Everything happened so fast. She could not understand it at all. Passepartout explained it to her. He said that Mr. Fogg, who was honest and brave, was arrested like a robber. Oda hated this terrible charge. She felt it was wrong and cruel. When she saw she could do nothing to help Mr. Fogg, she began to cry. She cried a lot. Fix did not feel sorry at that moment. He said it was his duty to arrest Mr. Fogg. For him, it did not matter if Mr. Fogg was guilty or not. He believed he must do his job. Then Passepartout had a painful thought. He thought, "This is my fault." He remembered that he had hidden Fix's secret work from Mr. Fogg. Fix was a detective. Fix was following Mr. Fogg because he thought Mr. Fogg was a thief. Passepartout thought, "When Fix told me who he was, why did I not tell my master?" Passepartout believed that if Mr. Fogg had known the truth earlier, he could have shown Fix that he was innocent. He could have given proof. He could have ended the mistake. At least, Fix would not have stayed on the trip and then arrested Mr. Fogg the moment they reached England. Passepartout cried until his eyes hurt. He felt desperate. He even felt like ending his own life. Oda and Passepartout stayed outside the custom house. It was cold, but they did not leave. They stood under the portico, under the roof at the entrance. They both wanted to see Mr. Fogg again. They were worried and afraid. Mr. Fogg was in terrible danger. He was almost at the end of his journey, and now this happened. The arrest could destroy everything. He had arrived at Liverpool at 20 minutes before 12 on the 21st of December. He still had to reach the Reform Club in London by 9:15 that evening. That gave him 9 hours and a quarter. The train trip from Liverpool to London was 6 hours. So, in time, it was possible. But prison made it almost impossible. If someone had entered the custom house then, they would have seen Mr. Fogg inside. He was sitting on a wooden bench. He did not move. He looked calm. He did not look angry. He did not show fear. He was not truly relaxed, but he did not show his feelings. He did not shout. He did not complain. Was he quietly full of rage inside? Was he hiding a strong anger that could explode later? No one could know. He just sat there and waited. What was he waiting for? Did he still have hope? Did he still believe he could win, even with the prison door closed on him? No one could tell for sure. Mr. Fogg took out his watch. He put it on the table. He looked at the hands as they moved forward. He said nothing. His face was set. His look was firm and serious. The situation was horrible. If Mr. Fogg was honest, then he was ruined because time was passing and his bet would fail. If he was a criminal, then he was caught. But we know he was honest. Did he think about escape? Did he look for a way out? Maybe. He stood up once and walked slowly around the room. But the door was locked. The window had strong iron bars. So there was no way out. He sat down again. He took his travel journal from his pocket. On the line that already said, the 21st of December, Saturday, Liverpool, he added more words. He wrote 80th day, 11:40 a.m. Then he waited again. The custom house clock struck 1 o'clock. Mr. Fogg checked his watch. He saw something important. His watch was 2 hours too fast. It was ahead of the real time by 2 hours. 2 hours. That was a lot. If he could leave right then on a fast train, he could still reach London and arrive at the Reform Club by 9:15 in the evening. His forehead showed a small wrinkle. He was thinking hard, but still he stayed controlled. At 2, he heard a strange noise outside. Then he heard doors opening quickly. He heard Passepartout's voice. Right after that, he heard Fix's voice too. Mr. Fogg's eyes became brighter for a moment. The door opened. Passepartout came in. Ouda came in too. Fix was with them. They rushed toward Mr. Fogg. Fix looked shaken. He was out of breath. His hair was messy. At first he could not speak well. Then he stammered, "Sir, forgive me." It was a most unlucky resemblance. The real robber was arrested 3 days ago. You are free. Mr. Fogg was free. He walked straight to Fix. He looked at him closely, right in the face. Then Mr. Fogg did something very fast. It was the quickest movement he had ever made in his life, and maybe the quickest he ever would make. He pulled his arms back and hit Fix with strong control, like a machine. He knocked Fix down to the floor. "Well hit," cried Passepartout. That is what you might call a good use of English fists. Fix stayed on the floor. He did not say anything. He had received what he deserved. Mr. Fogg did not waste time. He left the custom house at once with Ouda and Passepartout. They got into a cab. A few minutes later they arrived at the train station. Mr. Fogg asked a clear question. "Is there an express train about to leave for London?" It was 40 minutes past 2. The express train had left 35 minutes earlier. They had missed it. So Mr. Fogg made a new plan. He ordered a special train. There were fast locomotives ready. But the railway rules and arrangements did not allow the special train to leave at once. They could not start until 3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, Phileas Fogg finally left Liverpool for London with Ouda and his faithful servant. Mr. Fogg also gave the engineer a strong reason to go fast. He offered a generous reward. This pushed the engineer to do his best. Mr. Fogg needed to make the trip in 5 hours and a half. On a clear road, this could have been easy. But the road was not clear the whole way. There were forced delays. There were stops and slow parts that they could not avoid. At last the train arrived in London. Mr. Fogg stepped out at the terminus. At that moment, all the clocks in London were striking 10 minutes before 9. That means it was 8:50 p.m. He had made the trip around the world. But now he was late. He was behind by 5 minutes. He did not reach the Reform Club by the required time. He lost the wager. A note from the translator says something else. The clocks in London were a little strange, and that was a remarkable detail. Chapter 35, in which Phileas Fogg does not have to repeat his orders to Passepartout twice. The people who lived in Savile Row would have been surprised the next day if someone told them that Phileas Fogg was back home. His doors and windows were still shut. Nothing looked different. After leaving the train station, Mr. Fogg told Passepartout to buy some food and other supplies. Then Mr. Fogg went quietly to his own house. He took his bad luck with his usual calm face. He was ruined, and it was because of the detective's big mistake. Mr. Fogg had travelled so far. He had met many problems. He had faced many dangers. He had even found time to help people on the way. And now, near the end, he failed because of one sudden event. He could not see it coming. He was not ready for it. It was terrible. Still, he had a few pounds left from the large sum he had carried. There was only one part of his money that was safe, the £20,000 that were in Baring's bank. But he owed this money to his friends at the Reform Club. The trip had cost so much that even if he had won, it would not have made him rich. He probably did not travel to get richer. He was a man who made a bet for honor, not for money. But this bet now ruined him completely. Mr. Fogg had already decided what he would do next. He knew what was left for him to do. A room in the house in Savile Row was prepared for Uda. She was full of sorrow because of her protector's ruin. From a few words Mr. Fogg said, she understood that he was thinking about something serious. Passepartout also understood. He knew that some Englishmen, when they have one strong fixed idea, can sometimes choose the desperate act of killing themselves. So Passepartout watched his master very closely. But he tried to hide that he was watching. First, the good servant went up to his own room and turned off the gas burner. It had been burning for 80 days. He found a bill from the gas company in the letterbox, and he thought it was more than time to stop this cost, which he had been forced to pay. Night came. Mr. Fogg went to bed, but did he sleep? Uda did not close her eyes even once. Passepartout stayed awake all night. Like a faithful dog, he sat at his master's door and listened. In the morning, Mr. Fogg called Passepartout in. He told him to get Uda's breakfast. He also told him to bring Mr. Fogg a cup of tea and a chop. Mr. Fogg asked Uda to excuse him from breakfast and dinner. He said his time would be taken all day because he had to put his affairs in order. In the evening, he would ask to speak with the young lady for a few moments. Passepartout received the orders and had only one thing to do: obey. He looked at his calm master, and he could hardly make himself leave him. His heart felt heavy. His conscience hurt him with shame. He blamed himself more than ever for this disaster that could not be fixed. Yes, he said to himself, if I had warned Mr. Fogg, if I had told him about Fix's plan, my master would not have let the detective travel to Liverpool with us, and then Passepartout could not hold it inside any longer. My master! Mr. Fogg, he cried. Why do you not curse me? It was my fault that. I blame no one, answered Phileas Fogg, perfectly calm. Go. Passepartout left the room. He went to Uda and gave her Mr. Fogg's message. Madam, he added, I can do nothing myself, nothing. I have no power over my master. But you, perhaps, what power could I have? Uda replied, Mr. Fogg is moved by no one. Has he ever understood that my thanks to him are too great for words? Has he ever read my heart? My friend, he must not be left alone for one moment. You say he will speak with me this evening. Yes, madam, said Passepartout. He will probably talk about your safety and your comfort in England. We shall see, said Uda, and she became suddenly quiet and deep in thought. All through that day, which was Sunday, the house in Savile Row looked empty, as if nobody lived there. And Phileas Fogg, for the first time since he had lived in that house, did not go out to his club when the Westminster clock struck 11:30. Why should he go to the Reform Club? His friends did not expect him there now. Because Mr. Fogg did not appear in the club room the night before, on Saturday, the 21st of December, at 9:15, he had lost the bet. He did not even need to go to his bank for the £20,000. His opponents already had his cheque in their hands. They only had to fill it in and send it to Baring's bank to move the money into their own account. So Mr. Fogg had no reason to go out. He stayed at home. He shut himself in his room and worked on his papers, putting his affairs in order. Passepartout went up and down the stairs again and again. The hours felt very long to him. He listened at his master's door. He looked through the keyhole as if he had a right to do it, and as if he feared that something terrible might happen at any moment. Sometimes he thought about Fix. But he was not angry anymore. Fix, like everyone else, had been wrong about Phileas Fogg. Fix had only done his duty by following and arresting him. But Passepartout had failed his master. This thought stayed in his mind. He never stopped blaming his own foolishness. He felt too unhappy to stay alone. So he knocked on Ouda's door. He went into her room. He sat down in a corner without speaking, and he looked sadly at the young woman. Ouda was still quiet and thoughtful. At about 7:30 in the evening, Mr. Fogg sent a message to ask if Ouda would receive him. A few moments later, he was alone with her. Phileas Fogg took a chair and sat near the fireplace, facing Ouda. His face showed no feeling. The Fogg who came back was the same as the Fogg who had left. He had the same calm manner and the same still face. For several minutes he did not speak. Then he looked at Ouda and said, "Madam, will you forgive me for bringing you to England?" "I, Mr. Fogg." Ouda answered, trying to control her beating heart. "Please let me finish," said Mr. Fogg. "When I chose to bring you far from the country where you were not safe, I was rich. I planned to give you part of my money. Then you could live free and happy. But now I am ruined." "I know it, Mr. Fogg," said Ouda. "And I ask you something too. Will you forgive me for following you, and for maybe delaying you, and so helping to cause your ruin?" "Madam," said Mr. Fogg, "you could not stay in India. The only way to keep you safe was to bring you so far away that your enemies could not reach you. So, Mr. Fogg," said Ouda, "it was not enough for you to save me from a terrible death. You also felt you must make sure I would be comfortable in a foreign country." "Yes, madam," he said. "But things have gone against me. Still, I ask you to accept the little I have left." "But what will happen to you, Mr. Fogg?" asked Ouda. "As for me, madam," answered the gentleman, coldly, "I need nothing." "But how do you look at the life that waits for you?" she asked. "As I always do," he replied. "At least," said Ouda, "a man like you should not fall into poverty." "Your friends, I have no friends, madam," said Mr. Fogg. "Your family, I have no family any more," he answered. "Then I pity you, Mr. Fogg," said Ouda, "because it is sad to be alone, with no heart to share your sorrow. People say that even misery can be borne when two kind souls share it together." "People say so, madam," said Mr. Fogg. Then Ouda stood up. She took his hand. "Mr. Fogg," she said, "do you want, at the same time, a relative and a friend? Will you have me for your wife?" Mr. Fogg stood up too. A strange light came into his eyes. His lips shook a little. Ouda looked straight at his face. Her look was honest and brave. She was ready to risk everything to save the man who had saved her. At first this surprised him. Then it moved him deeply. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if he needed strength to meet her gaze. When he opened them again, he said simply, "I love you." "Yes, by all that is most holy, I love you, and I am entirely yours." "Ah!" cried Ouda, and she pressed his hand to her heart. Mr. Fogg called for Passepartout, and the servant came at once. Mr. Fogg still held Ouda's hand. Passepartout understood at once, and his big round face shone with joy, like a bright tropical sun at midday. Mr. Fogg asked him if it was too late to tell the Reverend Samuel Wilson of Marylebone Parish that same evening. Passepartout smiled his kindest smile and said, "Never too late." It was 8:05. "Will it be for tomorrow, Monday?" asked Mr. Fogg. "For tomorrow, Monday," said Mr. Fogg, turning to Ouda. "Yes, for tomorrow, Monday," she replied. and Passepartout rushed away as fast as his legs could carry him. Chapter 36, in which Phileas Fogg's name is once more at a premium on change. People in England changed their minds when they learned the truth. The real bank robber was not Phileas Fogg. The real robber was a man named James Strand. The police arrested James Strand on December 17th in Edinburgh. 3 days before that, many people thought Phileas Fogg was a criminal. The police were trying very hard to catch him. But now people saw that Mr. Fogg was an honest gentleman. He was still doing his strange trip around the world, step by step, like a person doing math. The newspapers started to talk again about the bet. People who had made bets for him and people who had made bets against him became interested again at once. The Phileas Fogg bonds could be bought and sold again, and many new bets were made. On the stock exchange, people talked about his name again. His name became valuable again. His 5 friends at the Reform Club spent these 3 days feeling very nervous. They asked themselves many questions. Would Phileas Fogg come back and stand in front of them again? Where was he right now? December 17th, the day James Strand was arrested, was the 76th day since Mr. Fogg left London. Still, no news had arrived. Was he dead? Did he stop his trip? Or was he still travelling on the route he promised to follow? And would he arrive on Saturday, December 21st, at 8:45 in the evening, at the door of the Reform Club? For 3 days, London society felt worried and restless. People sent telegrams to America and to Asia to ask about Phileas Fogg. Messengers went to his house in Savile Row every morning and every evening. No one could find any news. The police did not know what happened to the detective, Fix. Fix had followed the wrong person, and now he was also missing. Even so, bets did not stop. In fact, the bets became more and more, and the money became larger and larger. People talked about Phileas Fogg like he was a racehorse near the last turn of a race. The bonds were first very low, then they rose. They were not 100 below the normal price anymore. They became 20 below, then 10 below, then 5 below. Even old Lord Albemarle, who was very weak and ill, bet money in Mr. Fogg's favour. On Saturday evening, a big crowd came to Pall Mall and the streets near the Reform Club. It looked like many brokers and bettors were standing there all the time. It was hard to walk through the street. Everywhere people argued, talked loudly, and made deals about money. The police had a hard job holding the crowd back. As the time got closer, people became more excited. Inside the club, the 5 opponents of Phileas Fogg met in the great saloon. They were John Sullivan and Samuel Fallentin, who were bankers. They were Andrew Stewart, an engineer. They were Gautier Ralph, a director of the Bank of England. They were Thomas Flanagan, a brewer. All 5 men waited and watched, full of worry. When the clock showed 8:20, Andrew Stewart stood up. He said, "Gentlemen, in 20 minutes, the time we agreed with Mr. Fogg will be finished." Thomas Flanagan asked, "What time did the last train from Liverpool arrive?" Gautier Ralph answered, "It arrived at 7:23. The next train does not arrive until 10 minutes after 12. Andrew Stewart said, "Well then, gentlemen, if Phileas Fogg came on the 7:23 train, he would be here by now. So we can say we have won the bet." Samuel Fallentin replied, "Wait. Do not be too quick. You know Mr. Fogg is a very unusual man. Everyone knows he is always on time. He never comes too early and never comes too late. I would not be surprised if he comes at the very last minute." Andrew Stewart spoke with nervous anger. "If I saw him, I would not believe it was really him." Thomas Flanagan said, The truth is, Mr. Fogg's plan was very foolish. Even if he is always on time, he cannot stop the delays that happen in travel. If he loses only 2 or 3 days, he will lose the whole trip. John Sullivan added, also, we have no messages from him. There are telegraph lines along his way, but we have heard nothing. Andrew Stuart said, he has lost, gentlemen. He has lost 100 times. And you know this too, the China was the only steamer he could take from New York to arrive here on time. The China arrived yesterday. I saw the list of passengers, and Phileas Fogg's name was not there. Even if luck helped him, he can hardly be in America already. I think he will be at least 20 days late, and Lord Albemarle will lose a full 5,000. Gautier Ralph answered, that is clear. We only need to take Mr. Fogg's check to Bearings tomorrow. Just then, the club clock showed 20 minutes to 9. 5 minutes more, said Andrew Stuart. The 5 gentlemen looked at each other. Their worry was growing stronger. But they did not want to show it. They agreed when Mr. Fallentin suggested they should play a rubber of cards. I would not give up my 4,000 from this bet, Andrew Stuart said as he sat down, not even for 3,999. The clock showed 18 minutes to 9. The players took their cards, but they could not stop looking at the clock. They told themselves they were safe and sure, but the minutes felt very long. 17 minutes to 9, said Thomas Flanagan as he cut the cards that Ralph gave him. Then there was silence. The great saloon was very quiet, but they could hear the noise of the crowd outside. Sometimes a sharp cry rose in the street. Inside, the pendulum beat the seconds. Each man listened and counted the seconds, and each second felt important and heavy. 16 minutes to 9, said John Sullivan, and his voice showed his feeling. 1 minute more, and the bet would be won. Andrew Stuart and the others stopped their game. They put down their cards. They counted the seconds and waited. At the 40th second, nothing happened. At the 50th second, still nothing. At the 55th second, they heard a loud cry in the street. Then they heard clapping, cheers, and also some angry sounds. The players jumped up. At the 57th second, the door of the saloon opened. The pendulum had not yet reached the next full second when Phileas Fogg appeared. A loud and excited crowd came in behind him because they had pushed through the club doors. Mr. Fogg looked calm, as always. In his calm voice he said, "Here I am, gentlemen."
Chapter 37, in which it is shown that Phileas Fogg gained nothing by his tour around the world unless it were happiness. Yes, it was Phileas Fogg himself. You may remember what happened at 5 minutes past 8 in the evening. It was about 25 hours after Mr. Fogg and the others came back to London. Mr. Fogg sent his servant, Passepartout, on an errand. He told him to go and ask the Reverend Samuel Wilson to help with a wedding. The wedding was planned for the next day. Passepartout was very happy. He went quickly. He soon came to the clergyman's house. But the Reverend was not at home. Passepartout waited about 20 minutes. At last he left the house. It was now 35 minutes past 8. But now Passepartout was in a terrible state. His hair was messy. He had no hat. He ran through the street as fast as he could. People had never seen a man run like this. He pushed into people. He knocked some of them down. He rushed along the sidewalk like a strong storm of water. In 3 minutes he was back in Savile Row. He fell into Mr. Fogg's room. He could not speak. "What is the matter?" asked Mr. Fogg. "My master," gasped Passepartout. Marriage, impossible, impossible, said Mr. Fogg. Impossible, for tomorrow, said Passepartout. Why so? Asked Mr. Fogg. Because tomorrow is Sunday, said Passepartout. Monday, replied Mr. Fogg. No, cried Passepartout. Today is Saturday. Saturday? Impossible, said Mr. Fogg. Yes, 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 cried Passepartout. You have made a mistake of one day. We arrived 24 hours too early. There are only 10 minutes left. Passepartout grabbed Mr. Fogg by the collar. He dragged him with great force. Mr. Fogg was pulled away like a kidnapped man. He had no time to think. He left his house at once. He jumped into a cab. He promised the cabman £100. The cab went very fast. It ran over 2 dogs. It overturned 5 carriages. At last it reached the Reform Club. The clock in the great saloon showed 9:15. Mr. Fogg had arrived in time. Phileas Fogg had made the journey around the world in 80 days. Phileas Fogg had won his wager of £20,000. But how could this happen? How could a man so exact, so careful, and so strict with time make a mistake of one day? Why did he think he arrived in London on Saturday, the 21st of December, when it was really Friday, the 20th? It was only the 79th day from the day he left London. The reason is very simple. Without knowing it, Mr. Fogg gained 1 whole day on his journey. He gained a day because he travelled eastward all the time. If he had travelled the other way, westward, he would have lost a day instead. When he travelled eastward, he travelled toward the sun. Because of this, the days became a little shorter for him. Each time he crossed degrees of the earth in that direction, he lost a little time. It was 4 minutes for each degree. There are 360 degrees around the earth. If you take 360 degrees and multiply by 4 minutes, you get 1,440 minutes. 1,440 minutes is exactly 24 hours. That is 1 full day. So Mr. Fogg gained 1 day without noticing it. You can also say it in another simple way. While Mr. Fogg travelled eastward, he saw the sun pass the middle of the sky, the meridian, 80 times. But his friends in London saw the sun pass the meridian only 79 times. That is why his friends waited for him at the Reform Club on Saturday, and not on Sunday, as Mr. Fogg believed. Passepartout had a famous family watch. It always kept London time. It could have shown the truth, but it did not mark the days. It marked only the hours and the minutes. If it had shown the days too, it would have told them that they were 1 day ahead. So Mr. Fogg won the £20,000. But he had spent almost £19,000 during the trip. So the money he gained was small. Still, Mr. Fogg did not travel only to win money. He wanted to win the wager and be victorious.
He took the £1,000 that remained and divided it. He gave part to Passepartout. He gave part to the unfortunate Fix. Mr. Fogg did not hate Fix. He did not hold a grudge against him. But Mr. Fogg did take something from Passepartout's share. He deducted the cost of the gas that had burned in Passepartout's room for 1,920 hours. He did this because he loved order and regularity. That evening Mr. Fogg was calm, as always. He was quiet and steady. He said to Ouda, "Is our marriage still agreeable to you?" "Mr. Fogg," she replied, "it is for me to ask that question. You were ruined, but now you are rich again." "Pardon me, madam," said Mr. Fogg. "My fortune belongs to you." If you had not suggested our marriage, my servant would not have gone to Reverend Samuel Wilson. I would not have learned of my mistake." "And dear Mr. Fogg," said the young woman. "Dear Uda," replied Phileas Fogg. We do not need to say much more about it. The marriage took place 48 hours later. Passepartout was bright with joy. He looked almost dazzling. He gave the bride away. He felt proud. Had he not saved Uda? Was he not worthy of this honour? The next day, as soon as it was light, Passepartout knocked hard on Mr. Fogg's door. He knocked again and again. Mr. Fogg opened the door and asked, "What's the matter, Passepartout?" "What is it, sir?" said Passepartout. "I have just found out something this instant." "What?" asked Mr. Fogg. "That we might have made the tour of the world in only 78 days, said Passepartout. "No doubt," answered Mr. Fogg, "by not crossing India. But if I had not crossed India, I should not have saved Uda. She would not have been my wife," and Mr. Fogg quietly shut the door. So Phileas Fogg had won his wager. He had made the journey around the world in 80 days. To do this, he had used many kinds of travel. He used steamers. He used railways. He used carriages. He used yachts. He used trading vessels. He used sledges. He even used elephants. This strange gentleman showed his strong qualities the whole time. He stayed cool. He stayed careful. He stayed exact with time. He did not lose control. But after all this, what did he gain? What did he bring back from this long and tiring trip? Nothing, you may say. Perhaps that is true. Nothing except a charming woman. And, strange as it may seem, she made him the happiest of men. Truly, would you not make the tour around the world for less than that?